Chapter 1, one after another. Drizzling like silk, dipped the cemetery into sad colors. People in black and white costumes watched the casket buried with sorrow. A teenager looked silently, and his parents were buried today. Rody is a mixed-race child, his mother is M-country, and his father is Chinese. A car accident 3 days ago caused him to lose his parents at the same time. Completed the funeral numbly. Rody declined the concern of relatives and friends, and returned to the empty home alone. He wanted to be alone, but the empty house made him feel a chill. Rody, shrouded in loneliness, couldn't help rummaging through her parents' relics, hoping to find a solace. Although Rody has done similar things many times, but this time, he found a letter he had never seen. Rody, my favorite son, if you can see writing a letter, it proves that my experiment was successful. Me and your father did not die, but for some reason, we can only fake this accident. There is something left in the safe, the password is your birthday, open it if you are in danger. Love your mom forever. After reading the letter, although he felt incredible about the contents, he could be sure that this was the mother's handwriting. I thought that my parents are just ordinary university teachers, but now it seems that it is not that simple. What is the experiment mentioned in the letter? What is the reason for them to get out of fake death? What is in the safe? Before they had time to please their parents, all kinds of doubts followed. These questions Rody had no idea for a moment. Just when Rody wanted to open the safe at home to see what happened, the door of the house was roughly broken. Loudly startled Rody, without any warning, Rody felt a huge crisis. Instead of looking at someone who broke into the door, Rody rushed into the bedroom without hesitation and ran to the front of the safe with the fastest speed. Came from the dense footsteps, it seems that the number is still quite large. Rody entered the password a little bit hastily, and took out the contents at the moment when the bedroom door was kicked open. 3 tall white men in black suits rushed into the bedroom, and the black hole's muzzle was pointed at Rody's head. These foreigners are like the secret agents in the movie, they almost printed the 3 words nasty on their faces. Don't move, imp, or I'll blow your head in one shot. Throw the thing in your hand and move slowly, one of the white agents commanded in crappy Chinese. Why do you let me stay still, or let me throw things over? Can you talk? Rody quipped and said that although he was terrified in his heart, Rody tried to delay the time. Guts are good, throw the backpack in your hand, and move a little slower. The white agent did not irritate and calmly ordered. This backpack is what Rody found in the safe, but he hasn't had time to see what is inside. Are you sure to let me throw it? To be honest, the things inside are likely to be dangerous. You know, my mother often conducts dangerous experiments. Rody cheated him, he didn't know his own 10 minutes ago. My mother is still alive, how can you know what the experiment is? But apparently, Rody's words came into effect, and the white agent should know a little bit about it, so he hesitated. You open the backpack now, pay attention to your posture, and let me see the inside. As long as there is a second of blocking, I will immediately hit your head. The white agent ordered. The roads were under the roof and had to obey. Slowly unzipped the backpack and took 2 things out of it. The same is a beautiful glass ball like a craft, and a thin picture book. What the is this? Hand it over, don't play tricks on me. The white agent's attention was mostly on the glass ball. Rody picked up the glass ball and was thinking about how to delay the time, trying to get out of it, but saw a word inscribed on the glass ball in a very small font, crush it hard. The feeling of the white agent was very keen. Immediately discovered that Rody was wrong. He was about to drink and scolded, but heard a clear glass cracking sound. The white man shot without hesitation, but it was too late. The shattered glass ball released huge energy, and the horrible thunderstorm wrapped Rody in an instant. The lightning that was supposed to roast Rody into coke only blocked the bullet and did no harm to Rodis. The storm is getting bigger and bigger, everything in the room is flying into the air, even the heavy safe is no exception. The picture book taken from his backpack was torn by the storm, and Roddy tried his best to barely grab a few pages. A loud roar exploded, and the whole house was torn by the storm. For a moment, Roddy only felt a pain in the palm of his hand crushing the glass ball. The whole figure seemed to be pulled through a narrow cave, and his bones were crushed and reorganized again. When opened his eyes again, Roddy found himself already on a busy street. The glass ball that Yu reads at www.yuyugonshu.com has long disappeared, and there are only a few pages left in the hands of dozens of pages of albums. I don't know what the situation is now. Roddy stands blankly on the street. The eyes were full of blonde foreigners. Fortunately, Roddy was a mixed breed, otherwise it would be more conspicuous. Now the only thing Roddy can do is to pinch herself fiercely, make sure that she is not dreaming, and then carefully check the remaining pages of the album. Roddy saw a very scary cartoon at the first glance. It's not how scary the comic content is, but a young man with dark hair and blue eyes drawn in the comic, looking at the comic in a frightened expression. The boy was wearing exactly the same clothes and position as he is now. Isn't this just me? Roddy said in shock. Turned over the manga pages, but saw the scene turn around and came to the top floor of a mansion. A cold-looking man was holding a Batley sniper rifle at his target. What shocked him was that the picture displayed in the site was suddenly Roddy standing on the street. Seeing this, Roddy's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if staring at a viper. His body shuddered. The next second, Roddy fell forward without hesitation, and then heard a strange sound. A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in the place where Roddy stood before. This is not a ground sink, but a trace from the Batley sniper rifle. Roddy ran forward like crazy and squeezed desperately into the crowd. This point happens to be off hours, so there are especially many people on the road. Under the cover of the crowd, Roddy ran into a commercial center and found a corner away from the window. Chapter 2, Awakening of Power. Isn't it going to be sniped here again? Roddy opened the notebook in shock, desperate to know what was behind the comic. This view, Roddy was even more alarmed. Because the comic shows that a dozen or so agents in black clothes are searching the commercial center with all their might. And Roddy just wanted to look up, and saw a black man in the lower staircase picking up the stairs, exactly like the agent in the comic. Even more frightening is that this corner that Roddy chose is a dead end, and even now he must run face to face with the black agent. In this way, the brave man meets narrowly. Roddy made up his mind, and while the agent hadn't found himself, it was better to take the initiative. Roddy took a deep breath and rushed towards the only exit stairs. He had calculated the distance, and when he rushed to the stairs, the agent should have just arrived. However, there is a safety gate between the two directions, and the other party should not see Roddy so easily. In this way, with mental calculations and unintentional, Roddy has a little chance to escape. Seeing that the safety door was in front of him, Roddy began to accelerate, but carefully hid the footsteps. Through the frosted glass of the security door, the figure of the black agent was vaguely visible. At this time, the security door was pulled open a gap. Roddy seized this opportunity and slammed into it with the greatest strength. Banged loudly and the safety door was completely knocked open. The agent in black didn't expect someone to hit the door suddenly and was hit by the door panel on his nose very badly. Under this great force, the bridge of the nose collapsed immediately, blood flowing. The nose was hit hard, and the agent in black was dizzy and rolled down the stairs. Roddy was overjoyed, but did not expect to actually solve an agent. Roddy maintained the fine tradition of killing him while he was ill, dashed down the stairs decisively, and kicked his big head on the man's head. Roddy has not received any military or combat training, and naturally does not know how to quickly kill or stun a person. Can only desperately greet the agent's head. I don't know if it's Roddy's luck or the agent's luck. Roddy just kicked his feet, and the agent completely fainted. Roddy found a pistol and 2 magazines on the agent. Although he doesn't use guns very much, he can at least give himself a little comfort at this moment, and he can use it to scare others if necessary. And when Rhodey was about to leave, a black agent appeared in the corridor. "Damn bastard! Raise your hand!" The agent immediately shouted angrily at the sight of his colleague who had fallen in the pool of blood, and pointed the pistol at Roddy's head. This time, Roddy might be really looting. Rhodey stared at the muzzle, only to feel that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated more than 10 times. Rhodey only felt that the muzzle of the black hole was constantly magnifying in front of his eyes, as if there would be a bullet whizzing out at the next moment, puncturing his head. Breathing began to become heavy, and Roddy's eyes also became hyperemic. At this juncture of life and death, an explosive force burst out of the palm of the left hand and directly poured into the brain. As if something was broken, Rhodey only felt that the world had become strange. "Have, hand, raise, up, come on." Agent Black's words seemed to slow down countless times, and he could only vaguely hear the meaning. At this time, hearing and vision seemed to have entered a high-definition slow motion, and Rhodey even saw a dust slowly falling on the muzzle. At this time, a weird voice sounded, "As long as this moves, I shot his head with a shot." Roddy didn't know if this was an illusion, he could even hear the voice of the agent in black. "Is this idiot scared? I don't care, just send him to hell." The agent's psychological activity came again. In the world of slow motion, Roddy could clearly see that the agent's finger was placed on the trigger, and the muscles began to tighten, and a bullet would whiz out in the next second. "No. I can't die." At that time, Rhodey had only such a thought in mind. The heartbeat accelerated again, almost exploding Roddy's chest. Rhodey stared at the agent with a pair of blood-red eyes, and a magical force was ejected from the eyes and directly into the agent's eyes. "Ah!" With a stern scream, the agent's 7 orifices unexpectedly shed a lot of blood at the same time. This sudden shock made the agent's hand shake. The bullet still fired, but instead of hitting Roddy's eyebrow, he got into Roddy's shoulder. Even the severe pain of the gun in the shoulder did not let Rhodey call out, not because of his patience, but because of the strong dizziness that flooded his head. "Don't even talk, you can't even touch your finger." Roddy fell to the ground weakly, his eyes covered with blood, and this was the last picture Rhodey saw before he fainted. Don't know how long he was sleeping, Rhodey finally opened his eyes. At this point he only felt a headache, and his body was as stiff as rust. "Rhodey, are you awake? My dear cousin, how are you feeling?" A man full of dude's breath appeared in front of Rhodey. Rhodey tried to adjust his gaze, and it took several seconds to see clearly the person in front of him. "Tony Stark?" Rhodey asked incredulously. "You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, isn't that the Iron Man in Avengers? Wait, when did I become the cousin of Iron Man? Great, Rhodey. I didn't expect to see you for so many years, you can still recognize me, it seems to be a destiny arrangement," Tony said in an exaggerated tone. Rhodey is confused now, but he also knows that he will lose a lot of words without even saying a word. "Dear cousin, the doctor said you were frightened, you were in a bad state of mind, and you need to rest in peace. It's a pity, there will be a cocktail party tonight, and I want to introduce a few supermodels to you. They are all damn CIA agent, I clearly asked them to protect you. And there were accidental injuries. Country M will definitely be destroyed by these pigs." Tony knows that Rhodey is not in good health and does not doubt that he is there. "These 2 agents are here to save me?" Rhodey asked in surprise, but the sniper was clearly aiming at himself. "Who are the agents who broke into their homes?" Rhodey only felt that things were more confusing. "Of course, my aunt said you would come to Country M before going to Amazon. But recently I happened to have a little trouble, so I let the people of the CIA come to pick them up. I didn't expect those people to dare to do it on the streets of New York. This time I will definitely let them look good. But then, cousin, you have a really good skill, and even killed 2 CIA agents with bare hands, it is amazing. Tony replied. Wait, your aunt? Roddy couldn't react. Isn't my aunt your mother, Roddy, are you okay? Tony couldn't help but call the doctor. Chapter 3, Mysterious OSB. Roddy saw Tony Stark's worried expression and knew that he had said stupid things, and quickly opened the topic. Wait, Tony. My head hurts and made me quiet. Well, don't worry, take a rest. This trick was so good that Tony didn't dare to bother, but just ordered the doctor and nurse to take care of Roddy. After Tony left, there was only one left in the luxurious private ward. This day's experience is too thrilling. If not gauze wrapped around his shoulders, Roddy almost thought it was a dream. First was the funeral of parents, weird letters, life-threatening agents, prophecy picture books, and glass through time, then snipers, CIA agents, and Iron Man. The characters in this kind of movie plot appeared in front of him, and Roddy didn't even have any psychological preparation. What should he do now? Right. Manga. Roddy suddenly remembered the manga in the notebook. If this is really the world of Iron Man movies, then the prophetic comics in his notebook are the most important tips for him. Fortunately, on the occasion of coma, Roddy grabbed the scraps of the comics in his hand, so the scraps were not thrown away as garbage, but were placed on Roddy's bedside. In addition to the two that I have seen, there is only one piece of manga left in the hand of Roddy. This one is quite complete, with Roddy in the front. It's just that this room is too ordinary to see where it is at all. On the opposite side, Roddy found a mysterious file bag in this room, and found several pages of comics in it. There are other manga scraps in this place? But, isn't this album shredded in the original world? This is Iron Man's world. Did these scraps follow through, or did I return to the original world? Roddy's only clue now is that there is an English word printed on the file pocket in the comic, but unfortunately this position has been torn and only the first three letters OSB can be seen clearly. OSB? Oriented Structural Board, Oriented Structural Board? This is the explanation that Roddy obtained after searching Google with the computer in the ward, but I don't know the letters behind it. It is estimated that it is not very reliable. Roddy thought for a while, only to feel a headache. He had to go to bed to rest. This day was too thrilling, and Roddy really needed a good night's sleep. Perhaps as soon as he woke up, the missing parents would appear in front of him, and Roddy went to sleep with such a desire. Spent several days in the hospital, and Roddy felt that the medical level in this world was a bit beyond imagination. Roddy's shoulder suffered a continuous gunshot wound, and the world healed completely in just a few days, which really did not meet Roddy's perception. But this is also a good thing. Roddy doesn't have to stay in the ward anymore. Although the facilities in the VIP ward are extremely luxurious, Roddy is not a young man who likes a house, so he was bored very early. In the past few days, Roddy has used tomorrow as an excuse to set out a lot of information to Tony. In this world, Roddy's parents are not university teachers, but two well-known biologists, but they went to the Amazon forest half a year ago and lost contact. In Roddy's world, his parents died in a car accident. I didn't expect that in this world. I still can't find anyone. What secrets are involved in it? Can't even solve Tony Stark's ability? Roddy, are you sure you will be discharged today? I haven't asked your full-time nurse to have dinner. Tony is still a playboy. I can't stay any longer. I would rather sleep on the road than lie in the hospital. At least the exhaust of the car has a free smell. Roddy also got used to Tony's playful style and joked. Okay, my dear cousin. Tonight I will find some beautiful girls to pick you up. Forget it, Tony, I'm only 17 years old. Roddy said helplessly. Hey, my first time was at the age of 15, you are already too far behind, you know. Tony said exaggeratedly. You are so good, does Pepper know? Roddy replied, and Tony closed his mouth immediately. Pepper is Tony's secretary and assistant and housekeeper, and a woman that Tony loves and fears. In the past few days, Pepper was arranging almost everything for Roddy, including daily life. Roddy has a very good impression of this future cousin, at least much more reliable than Tony's cousin. Roddy laughed, and strode forward. Tony could only keep up with a depressed face. Suddenly, Roddy heard Tony's voice, "Are you a virgin, Roddy?" Roddy turned back immediately and said angrily, "You are a virgin, your family is a virgin." Tony said strangely, "Little Roddy, I didn't say anything. Did you get stimulated?" "What about you? I heard it." Roddy said angrily. "Just kidding, can he hear my heart?" Tony's voice rang again, but this time Roddy clearly saw that Tony's mouth hadn't moved at all. "Oh, hell, I have hallucinations. I must have stayed here for too long." Roddy was not sure whether he had acquired the ability to read minds and could only change the subject. "Roddy, I think you need to have a brain scan." Tony joked. "No, I'll be fine as soon as I leave the hospital." Roddy strode out. Tony took Roddy home with his sports car, a luxurious and huge seaside villa. The moment Roddy entered the mansion, an electronically synthesized voice sounded, "Welcome home, Mr. Roddy, your room is ready." Roddy froze for a moment and glanced at Tony. Tony proudly introduced, "This is Jarvis, my smart housekeeper." "This is the well-known Jarvis." Roddy also wanted to have a super intelligent system when watching the movie. "I didn't expect this dream to come true." "Hello, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Jarvis, will trouble you in the future." Roddy responded. "You're welcome, this is my honor. If you have any needs, please feel free to tell me." Jarvis's tone was impeccable, and he was a noble housekeeper. "Tony, did Jarvis write your program?" Roddy asked. "Of course, this is a product I am proud of." Tony said proudly. "It's not like your style, I thought you would design it as a perverted laughter." Roddy made a joke and made Tony depressed. "You will know that I am very rigorous in scientific research. As for other aspects..." Tony showed a strange smile after a few seconds. "How about other aspects, et?" Pepper appeared from behind Toto, and the long tail finally made Tony tremble. "The other aspects are more rigorous, which is a matter of course." Tony compromised sternly. Roddy glanced at Tony contemptuously, then greeted Pepper with enthusiasm. This future cousin could be more reliable than Tony. The three of them greeted a few words, and Roddy came to his room with his luggage. This is an oversized sea view suite, so luxurious that Roddy feels very unreal. Has to say that money is a very useful thing. No matter how pretentious it is to despise it, but food, clothing and housing are always inseparable. Roddy is very fortunate to become Tony's cousin as soon as he crosses. This identity can bring him a lot of convenience, especially when looking for something. Chapter 4, Clue. "Jarvis, are you there?" Roddy asked tentatively. "Nice to serve you, Mr. Roddy." The room glowed with blue light, and Jarvis' voice followed. "Please scan these comics for me, and then search the internet for related information." Roddy placed the only 3 comic pages on the desktop. The blue light changed a lot, and the scan results were out. "Sorry, no information related to the comic content has been searched." According to the style and material of the comic style, it is similar to the work of the following 45 cartoonists. Jarvis projected a large number of cartoonist photos and suspended them in front of Roddy. Roddy opened one of them, and then the basic information and works of the cartoonist appeared one by one. This feeling is very cool, but unfortunately there is no content that Roddy wants. Checked 7 or 8 cartoonists one after another, and Roddy still found nothing. Roddy estimated that the cartoon should not be drawn by people in this world, so he still focused on the word OSB. "Jarvis, please zoom in here, then scan the word to see if you can find relevant information." Blu-ray changes again, this time it takes longer to search. Waiting for Roddy felt that the time was extraordinarily long, and an invisible spiritual power spread among the suffering. Tony, who was separated by several walls, was explaining to Pepper that he didn't go out and messed up last night, but the two felt a sense of panic at the same time. However, Rhodey, anxiously waiting for the result, did not know this situation, and stared at the light curtain projected by Jarvis. After a comparative analysis, the form of these three letters is 78.45% similar to Osborne's trademark. Jarvis listed all possible results, but Roddy's attention was completely the name Osborne Enterprise attracted. Osborne Enterprise, President Norman Osborne, one of the military weapon developers in Country M. Unlike Tony's Stark Enterprise, which specializes in the development of heavy weapons such as missiles, the Osborne Enterprise mainly develops individual combat equipment. But these are not the reasons for Roddy's attention. The most important thing is that this Norman Osborne photo reminds him of a movie Spider-Man's memories once flooded, and everything about the movie Spider-Man came to mind. Rhodey finally confirmed that this Norman Osborn is the Green Devil in the Spider-Man movie, a scientist who caused mental abnormalities because of the test of strengthening potions on himself, and is a tragic character in the movie. Isn't this the world of Iron Man? Why did it get involved with Spider-Man? Will there still be X-Men and Avengers? Roddy only felt that things were getting more and more complicated, but since there are clues, no matter how many difficulties, he will never give up. Rhodey carefully read the relevant information of Osborne Company, and then was surprised to find that his memory strengthened to an unforgettable level. This progress is most likely related to Roddy's ability, but the specific reason can only be explored by himself. However, this progress is a good thing for Rhodey. At least those dozens of pages of information can be completely remembered after just reading it. Osborne is a military enterprise. Although it is only one of the manufacturers of armaments, it is also a place of strict security. Although Rhodey has the ability to read mind, but it is estimated that it is not difficult to dive into Osborne. Moreover, this matter is not good enough for Tony to know, otherwise involving the two major military companies will make things more complicated. But no matter what, it is necessary to take a look at Osborne House first. Although difficult, Rhodey believes in predicting the power of comics. Now that it is clearly stated that he can sneak into the Osborne Company to get the shards of the comics, it will certainly be realized. Only after getting the manga fragments can one safely escape. This is the most critical issue. The power of mind reading, although very practical, has no advantage in protecting yourself. In terms of mental attacks, Rhodey now has only one blow, and then he needs to rest for a long time, which cannot be used as a conventional means at all. In this way, it is the key to get Tony to quickly get out the steel armor. With this anti-sky equipment, even if chased and killed by the Green Devils, it has the ability to protect itself. Roddy felt that he was not familiar with life here. The only things you can rely on are your own abilities and Tony's genius brain. Thinking of this, Rhodey hurried out of the room to find Tony. Unexpectedly, Tony and Pepper were also looking for him. Rhodey, how do you feel about your new room? Is there anything unsatisfactory? Pepper asked with concern. Extreme satisfaction, much better than my previous room. Roddy said sincerely. That's good, tell me what you need in the future. Your cousin's own life is a mess and you can't count on him. Pepper dropped Tony mercilessly. Haha, I have deep feelings about this. Roddy remembered that he had not been discharged from the hospital, and was playing with the nurse in front of him. Hey, am I still here? Tony protested, but they were ignored by the two. Most of Stark's business was managed by Pepper, so she quickly left the villa in a hurry. Rhodey took the opportunity to offer a visit to Tony's underground laboratory. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. For this place where steel armor was developed, Luodai is also looking forward to it. The technology formula is very boring in terms of data formulas, but it is always cool to see the finished product. The underground laboratory is actually a wide open space, with several supercars parked in it, but none of them can attract Rhodey's attention. Tony, this hospitalization reminded me of a problem. In the society of Country M, the human body is too fragile. As a super genius, can't you invent something to protect yourself? Not every time the police and bodyguards reliable. Roddy said to Tony in a pretended look. Do you mean you want a body armor? I advise you to give up, now it is summer. Tony has not been kidnapped in Afghanistan. For this playboy, there is no immediate experience of death. Jarvis, do me a favor, and scan my body. Roddy knew what Datos couldn't hear now, so he simply took some medicine. The blue light changes, and a one-to-one model of Rhodey appears in front of him. Okay, something interesting, give me a mid-world knight armor, like the one in the comics, cool. Roddy finished, and a set of exaggerated armor appeared in the characters. On the template. Very well, then, get rid of these meaningless decorations, add a mask to me here, to be cold. Roddy played with excitement, constantly modifying according to his impression of the steel warsuit. After a while, a set of armor with a strong dark Gothic style appeared in front of them. Chapter 5, on Osborne Building. Rhodey was very satisfied with the look and felt much better than the original one, but Tony struck him mercilessly and said, this pile of scrap iron is pretty good, but it is difficult to walk even if you put it on. You must be a genius to design the power system and weapon functions. I am just responsible for the styling and art. Just a comment, this thing must be able to fly, here, and here. Roddy doesn't care about the mechanical structure. The functions of the steel armor's palm cannon and the miniature arc reactor are hardened on the model. Tony originally thought that Roddy's design was very naive, but with the improvement of the armor shape a little bit, he felt that several of the designs inside it really scratched the itchy place in his heart. For a time, Tony's inspiration burst out, directly grabbed Roddy's control, and then changed it on the armor. Roddy couldn't understand the complicated mechanical structures and mathematical formulas, and simply stood by. During this period, Roddy also made several comments. As a person who has watched 3 episodes of the Iron Man movie, many of his suggestions have made Tony feel refreshed. My dear cousin, although your basic knowledge is poor, but the creativity is quite good. If you want, I will give you a place in the R&D department of the Stark Enterprise. Tony studied the steel armor while facing Ronaldo. Dee said, I'm also very interested in machinery. If you don't want to teach students trouble, I would be happy to learn related knowledge. Being able to participate in the research and development of steel armor is probably impossible for all young people to refuse. Rhodey also felt that learning this knowledge was very meaningful to him. At least after having his own steel armor, he would not only use it but not repair it. Just like Tony's good friend Colonel James, various military capabilities are beyond that of Tony. I don't know a few streets, but he is still inferior to Tony as a designer in the use of steel suits. Our Stark family has a famous saying, do it first and then say it. So, let's start directly. Tony said with a smile. For a whole week, Rhodey and Tony were working on steel shirts all the time. The few minutes of footage in the movie, all kinds of funny and cool, actually turned out to be very boring. This week, Rhodey and Tony only made out the prototype of the palm cannon, which was far from the completion of the whole suit. Although the research and development work is boring and tasteless, Roddy has absorbed a lot of knowledge like a sponge by virtue of his unforgettable skills. Although not as talented as Tony, he is already a qualified assistant. It is rare for Roddy to take a day off today because Tony has an important meeting to fly to Washington. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rhodey drove to downtown New York himself, intending to take a look at the legendary Osborne Building. Tony has a lot of sports cars. Even though Roddy chose the lowest key Porsche, driving on the road still attracted the attention of others. So Rhodey stopped and walked at a distance from the Osborne Building. The last time on the streets of New York, Roddy was a traversed hunter. A week later, he became the rich second generation of a luxury car. The world changes quickly. Rhodey radiates mental energy around, carefully sensing the movement within 30 meters. It is not only to practice the control of the power, but also to guard against the mysterious force that chases and kills him. Fortunately, Roddy walked all the way to Osborne House without any trouble. There are a lot of people in Osborne Building, but ID cards are required to enter and exit. Roddy put on a peaked cap and hid his face in the shadow as much as possible, then walked into the door of Osborne's enterprise. "Wait, this gentleman, please show your card." As expected, the security guard at the door stopped Roddy. "I didn't have access to the card, but I picked up this thing." Roddy took out a document bag printed with the Osborne corporate logo, which he prepared in advance. "I found it on the taxi, hoping to find the owner." Roddy continued. "Oh, you can give it to me while leaving your contact information. If it is something from our company, I will help you find the owner. If not, we will hand it over to the police." The security attitude is very good. But it means that things are left and people can go. Roddy raised his head, stared at the security guard, and then said in a very slow tone, "I think it is better for me to hand over the things to the reception desk. You see, it is only a few meters away from the front desk, within your line of sight, there won't be any trouble, will it?" The security guard was about to refuse, but he heard a charming voice in his mind, telling him that the person in front of him was very credible. "Okay, would you please send something to the front desk?" The security guard hesitated and agreed with Roddy's words. Roddy breathed a sigh of relief, and his face became pale. The use of this hypnotic ability is more difficult than direct mental attack. Roddy now only felt dizzy in his head, his blood vessels jumped, and the pain made him walk a little fluttering. But Roddy persisted and walked to the reception desk. "Put the forged document bag in the hands of the beautiful women at the front desk, reading www.youcanshu.com. Luadi excuses to go to the bathroom." The receptionist beauty saw that the security guard let Roddy in, and her vigilance was reduced, and he gave Roddy a direct direction. The security guard saw Roddy chatting with the beauties at the front desk, and the beauties pointed in a direction, thinking that Roddy really found the owner of the file bag, and there was no obstruction for a while. Roddy entered the bathroom and sat a little weak on the toilet. He rested for almost 10 minutes before recovering. Roddy listened carefully to the movement outside the door, and found that there was no one else in the bathroom, and then opened his sleeves to reveal a pair of sleeve-like sword arm guards in the Assassin's Creed. Roddy raised his arm and pressed the palm button, and a black hook line penetrated the ceiling. Then the hook cable contracted, and Roddy easily hung on the ceiling, and there was a vent in front of him. The other arm guard ejected various tools, and Roddy carefully pried open the vent, then drilled into it. The ventilation equipment of the Osborne building is still clean, but there is also a shallow layer of floating dust. Fortunately, Roddy was ready to wear his clothes and pants in reverse before he got into it. Staying in the ventilation duct, Roddy did not move, because this duct has only a small section enough to accommodate the size of an adult, presumably for the convenience of cleaning staff. Less than a few meters forward, the pipe will become narrower. It is basically impossible to climb to another location of the Osborne building by the ventilation duct. Roddy pulled out a few small things like buttons from the arm guard, and then stuck it on the inner wall of the ventilation duct. After the device was started, these small devices sent out vibrations of different frequencies, and a slight sound wave began to propagate in the ventilation duct. Chapter 6, Hunters and Prey. Roddy pressed on the arm guard, and a small projection screen appeared in front of him. Vibration and sound waves continue to propagate with the ventilation ducts, just like a sonar detector, depicting the entire ventilation system of the Osborne building. Centering on Roddy's location, a model of a pipe began to form quickly, and then, like growing branches, a complex structure like a twisted maze grew. It's too exaggerated. Even if this pipe can climb in, it is estimated to be mostly lost. Roddy secretly thanked himself that he did not choose a ventilation system to sneak in. As the structure of the ventilation duct became clear, the overall structure of the Osborne building began to emerge. It was easy for Rhodey to discover that there were 3 different locations in it, because the ventilation duct did not pass through these 3 places at all. Either these 3 places are confined spaces, or they are particularly important positions, so the ventilation system is independent. For example, Norman Osborn's laboratory for researching super warrior potions. This kind of medical laboratory often produces toxic gas. If the ventilation system is shared with other places, it is estimated that the Osborne enterprise has already experienced a biochemical crisis. A few pages of comic strips that ordinary people don't care about when they see them. Unless it is known that the content of this comic is strange, otherwise the possibility of directly throwing the trash can is greater. The fact that the Osborne companies put away these broken pages must know their particularity, so the more guarded and special the place is, the greater the chance of finding comics. Of course, this is only Rhodey's guess, the only reliable guess without any clue. Keeping all the information obtained, Rhodey left the ventilation duct. Rhodey has been in the bathroom for almost half an hour, and he will be suspected if he does not go out again. Successfully left the Osborne building. Rhodey originally intended to drive directly back to the villa, but as soon as he walked the Osborne building, he felt a strong voice, the target appears, and he will go to the hidden place and start working again. Rhodey carefully sensed the source of his voice, and then locked a bearded man in a dark blue coat. Although the person's eyes did not stare at Rhodey, he could observe Roddy's movements in a subtle way through the surface of his somewhat weird watch. It would be really difficult to find this tracking method if Rhodey had mind reading. Roddy felt nervous, but he didn't move on the surface. Sure enough, did the force that chased him started again? It was only about 2 hours before Rhodey left the villa, and he found his whereabouts so quickly, which made Rhodey uneasy. Could there be any way for this force to track Roddy's position? But this time, Rhodey is no longer a prey without resistance, so he intends to turn passive into active. Roddy chose a secluded path, which was a dead end and the anti-hunting battlefield he chose. The bearded killer followed him step by step, without any care. Just after going deep into the alley, Roddy suddenly accelerated and ran forward, turning around a corner and disappearing into the killer's sight. The killer knew that he had been found, but he immediately came to the end of the dead end. It's a pity that Rhodey could no longer be found at this time. This accident made him a little stunned, and soon felt inappropriate. The walls of this dead end are more than 10 meters tall. How did Roddy escape in just a few seconds? In just 1 second of distraction, a black hook cable flew with a chilling wind sound, and the dim environment gave the hook cable the best cover. The killer dodges by instinct, but is still stabbed in the arm by the hook. Then a huge current came from the steel cable, and the killer only felt paralyzed and fell to the ground without resistance. Rhodey slowly fell from the wall with another hook cable. He just climbed the wall with the hook cable, and then successfully knocked down this killer with high voltage current. Rhodey now has the thrill of streaming RMB players with equipment crushing technology. If it were not for the arm guards, Rhodey could only attack mentally. Thinking of the steel armor that Tony was developing, Rhodey became more excited and began to fantasize that he would wear steel armor and become a superhero. But these are all afterwards, and the most important thing now is to dig out the clues of the black hands behind the scenes from the killer's mouth. Rhodey approached Bearded, but a black hole's muzzle was trembling and pointed at Rhodey. Roddy knew that he was too careless. This bearded man was not completely paralyzed by high voltage. Roddy's spirit is highly concentrated, and everything in front of him enters a slow motion again. Seeing the beard's fingers start to force, Roddy's right hand quickly lifted. As soon as his wrist turned, a sharp superalloy sleeve sword popped out. The bullet fired out with the smell of smoke, but hit the sleeve sword and flew out of Roddy's cheek. Beard can't believe what he sees in front of him, knocking bullets with a knife like a dagger. Do you think this is a movie? If this speed is used to stab people, who can avoid it? He was so guilty that he didn't dare to get entangled anymore. He bit his teeth hard and squeezed a hidden medicine bag. A violent tear felt, and the beard only felt that his flesh and blood were all peeled off, and then regrouped. Although it was only a momentary thing, he was already sweating with pain. But this pain is worth it, because from this moment, he is no longer an ordinary person. Roddy has just recovered from the thrill of the Xiuji unblock bullet. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com saw the beard suddenly disappear into sight. The clang was clear, and the hook dropped to the ground with dripping blood and flesh. Roddy realized that the beard did not disappear instantly, but became invisible. What if he got a shot from the beard's stealth? Roddy was so scared that his spirit was like a flood that broke the dike, and he radiated to the surroundings without stingy. Soon, a red figure was projected in Roddy's mind, but this man was in awkwardness and did not take the opportunity to fight back. Roddy didn't dare to let him go. A killer who would be invisible was too dangerous. Spiritual strength condenses like a needle, ignoring space and time, and pierces directly into the bearded mind. This time Roddy tried his best, without any reservation. The bearded man didn't even scream, and immediately fainted to the ground. Roddy sat pale on the ground, and after a long delay, he barely stood up. He walked over to the beard and found that he had lost his breath, and there was some unidentified red and white liquid flowing out of his nose. If you open his head at this time, you will find that his brain has long been rotten into a paste. This time Roddy's plan to challenge the black hand behind the scenes fell through, but somehow he solved a threatening killer. The last time was only an agent and a sniper, this time it was a power. This huge force seems to only reveal the tip of the iceberg. Roddy did not dare to stay for a long time, hastily searched the body of the bearded man, and found no useful clues, and hurried away. But Roddy didn't find out that when he cleaned the flesh on the hook, a trace of blood penetrated into the cracks of his nails. Chapter 7, New Capabilities. This trip was really thrilling, and Roddy, who consumed a lot of energy, returned to the villa and planted it on the bed. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that Roddy woke up, and he was so hungry that he hadn't eaten for almost a whole day. It's just that Tony didn't come back. Pepper must have followed Tony. As a super-intelligent system, Jarvis had no cooking function. The problem with this supper was that Roddy, who only cooks instant noodles, was stumped. "Jarvis, can you help me order a takeaway?" Roddy asked tentatively. "Sorry, Mr. Roddy, this is a suburb. Most fast food will not be delivered to this address." Jarvis' answer made Roddy very depressed. "I searched the whole kitchen, and there were quite a lot of meat dishes, but Roddy couldn't cook, no matter how much the material was, it would be useless. As for snacks such as bread biscuits, that was not found at all. Well, it seems that Tony has been taken care of by my future cousin very well. There is no junk food in this place." Roddy had no choice but to drive the sports car and leave the villa again. This time, he just wanted to have a quiet dinner, so he chose another sports car specially, and then changed his clothes and hairstyle. It is probably not recognized by anyone who is not familiar with Roddy. Roddy hoped that he would be able to avoid the tracking of that force and enjoy a quiet evening. Roddy chose the luxury Hilton Hotel as the place for dinner, not because the poor Chafa wanted to enjoy it, but because the security system of this 5-star hotel is generally better, and it is estimated that the cost of the killer to be mixed in is also greater a little. Walked into the hotel door, and Roddy glanced dissatisfiedly at the waiter at the door. Because several of the guests in front of Roddy were warmly entertained, he turned a blind eye to Roddy, and did not even say a minimum welcome. Roddy is a mixed race. Although his hair is black, his overall appearance is still Western, so he will not be racially discriminated. Originally a little thing, Roddy would not care, but gradually, Roddy began to feel wrong. It seems that the people in the entire hotel turned a blind eye to him, not subjective disregard, but objectively invisible. After many attempts, Roddy withdrew his hand in front of the waiter. This is not a joke, but he is really invisible in front of everyone. Roddy hurriedly found a mirror, and he could not see his figure from inside. But looking directly at his body, Roddy didn't see any difference. Closing his eyes, Roddy scanned it mentally, but saw his body glowing red, just like the bearded killer who had been killed during the day. This strange situation should only appear after he wakes up, but it is a pity that Jarvis is only an artificial intelligence, otherwise he will yell and let Roddy discover. No wonder the other cars that Roddy encountered along the way all hurriedly rushed to the high speed. It turned out to be frightened by the empty sports car. Roddy is a sudden realization, but why can he be invisible? Could it be that he was destined to die? Killing a superpower can deprive him of his ability? This kind of unreliable thought just passed in a flash, and Roddy asked himself, not so narcissistic. I don't want to think about things that I can't think of for the time being. It's good to be invisible. It's much more convenient to dive into Osborne. But now Roddy seems to be unable to control himself. If he suddenly appears when he sneaks in, it is the most tragic thing. Roddy had no thought of enjoying dinner at this time. He walked into the kitchen lightly and walked out in 10 minutes. It wasn't until Roddy left the hotel that the chef's angry voice came from the kitchen. Who stole the Kobe steak? Let me know that I must have peeled you. Roddy drove back to the villa and began to practice in front of the room mirror. The ability to stealth is very peculiar. Not only is Roddy's body stealth, but even the clothes on him are invisible. The key lies in the faint red light. Everything within the light envelope will be invisible. This kind of light seems to be an illusion of Roddy, which is invisible to the naked eye and can only be sensed by mental power. Roddy tried to eliminate this red light, and found that the invisibility and appearance could be controlled by mental power. It's just that the process is quite slow. It only takes 10 or more seconds to show up, but it's troublesome to enter the invisible state. It takes at least a minute and can't be disturbed. This efficiency is quite low. If you can't practice freely, it is estimated that it is of little significance in actual combat. Practiced several times, the proficiency increased a bit, but did not significantly shorten the time required for stealth. It is estimated that Roddy has a long way to go to achieve the instant invisibility of the bearded man. Roddy's wrist turned over and the sleeve sword popped out. The blade is beyond the scope of the red light, and it looks like a floating blade in the mirror. Roddy tried to control the light. After half an hour of trying, he barely covered the sleeve sword. Although he was so tired and sweaty, he still made Xiu Jian invisible. Long toss and fro for a long time, Roddy exhausted himself, and finally forgot to take a bath, and fell asleep. The next day, Roddy was awakened by Jarvis, because Tony had been waiting in the laboratory early. Hey, Tony, I didn't even eat breakfast. Could you not be so anxious? Roddy complained. Recently his appetite has become unexpectedly good, and skipping breakfast will make him uncomfortable. There are sandwiches on the table, and you should start as soon as you finish. Tony said without looking back. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Roddy is helpless. Tony, who has entered the workaholic state, cannot be persuaded, so he can only quickly eliminate the breakfast and start the day's work. The key is the purification of the palladium element, and the frequency of the electrical energy output. Tony calculated a large number of formulas, and explained the principle to Roddy. Roddy learns very seriously and from time to time will give his own opinions. Tony, if according to this data, the arc reactor will produce toxins, and it will be poisoned by wearing steel armor for a long time. Roddy organized the wording and told Tony. Well, this is not a big problem. You don't wear armor on your body for 24 hours. Tony didn't understand the key to this problem. Roddy didn't know how to explain it for a while. Could you tell him that in the near future you will have an arc reactor on your chest? In this case, Tony might invite the best brain doctor right away to see if Roddy broke his brain the last time he was admitted to the hospital. Yes, I'm going to travel a few days in a few days. I have to design the model of the miniature arc reactor in the next 2 days. Tony didn't feel Roddy's absent-mindedness, but his words made Roddy an agitator. A bad hunch appeared in his heart, and Roddy couldn't help but ask, "Tony, you said you want to go far, where are you going? Can I go with you? To know you are not here, I can't figure out the armor alone, the design of." Tony thought for a while, and then said, "This is a military activity and can't take you with you. It's not really a big deal, just go to Iraq and Afghanistan for a lap, and it's estimated to be back in a week." Chapter 8, Dive into Osborne Building. Sure enough, is the story of Iron Man 1 officially launched? Roddy smiled bitterly. His strength is still very weak. If Tony is really in danger, he can only stare. Under such circumstances, will this little butterfly of Roddy fan the Iron Man with one wing? Although the possibility is not high, but Roddy dare not take risks. "Can't you just go? Now is the crucial time. Tony, the steel armor is an epoch-making design that will even change the world." Roddy flickered in the most enthusiastic tone. "Roddy, don't worry, this thing can't be done in a few months. I'm only going for a few days." Tony's answer made Roddy unable to refute. Seeing things as impossible, Roddy can only continue to do his assistant's work, but he is thinking about how to make Tony avoid a disaster. Is another day of heavy work. Looking at Tony, who is still energetic, Roddy begins to understand why he can become a genius. This is not just a question of IQ, but such an avid work attitude is also indispensable. Looking at the gradually forming steel armor, Roddy remembered another set of equipment with similar functions, and a very risky plan began to take shape in his mind. "It doesn't bother you two things, it seems that you still have to start with Osborne. Green Demon armor and Green Demon skateboard, this is the equipment that Roddy thought of can temporarily replace the steel armor. With this thing, coupled with the stealth ability, Roddy has the confidence to rescue Tony from the terrorists." 3 days later, Tony finally got on the plane to Iraq, leaving behind an unfinished miniature arc reactor. Although the function has been perfect, but the output power is unstable, more debugging is needed. Tony felt that the rest of his work could have been completed, and he left with peace of mind. Roddy can only smile bitterly. "Know that you don't behave so prominently, or you can drag on for a few days." However, since Tony really went to Iraq, Roddy's plan has reached the point where it must be carried out. Watched Tony leave, and Roddy drove to the Osborne building again. This time there was no need to pretend to be the younger brother who sent the documents. Roddy directly found a hidden corner and slowly disappeared. Roddy walked into the Osborne building in a big way, and it was not obstructed. After a trip to the downwind elevator, Roddy came to the 82nd floor. "The last time I dived into the Osborne building, I scanned the ventilation system and found that there are independent ventilation systems on the 82nd, 83rd, and 90th floors, so Roddy estimates that these 3 places must be important departments. As soon as we got out of the elevator, various high-tech facilities flooded our eyes, just like we came to the inside of a mechanical life. This is the production and R&D department of various individual equipment. Roddy sees all kinds of scientific personnel entering and leaving, and has a feeling of crossing again. At this time, Roddy was not a layman who knew nothing. After Tony's teaching for a period of time, Roddy quickly recognized the purpose of these mechanical devices. It can even be seen that some of the samples are the demolished Green Devil skateboard. And obviously it can be seen that there are several models. It seems that several generations of Green Devil skateboards have been developed. Roddy feels worthwhile in this trip. The design and data of these equipments can make the steel armor a higher level. The micro camera captured all the visible materials, and the research results of Osborne's company spent countless manpower and material resources fell into Roddy's pocket. Norman Osborn came here with a gloomy face while Roddy was excited about commercial espionage. Roddy was the first to see this famous Green Demon in reality. Although it looks exactly like in the movie, now it seems to be more academic. Roddy estimates that Norman Osborn has not injected himself with Super Warrior Serum, otherwise the crazy and violent thinking should make him feel. Norman Osborn inspected various production data, then extracted the latest set of Green Devil's skateboard equipment and left. Rhodey followed closely, wondering if he robbed directly. However, the Green Devil skateboard alone, without armor and other weapons, it is estimated that he is not an opponent of terrorists. Rhodey patiently followed behind Norman Osborn. Fortunately, the elevator space was large enough, even if Norman was followed by several people, he was not afraid of hitting. The elevator has been on the 90th floor, and Rhodey recognized at a glance that this is the super soldier's laboratory in the movie. The huge glass space in the center should be the modulation room for making super soldiers. Surprise Rhodey is that there is a complete set of Green Devil equipment here. As long as everyone is gone, Rhodey can successfully get the Green Devil equipment. Norman Osborn started his day's work under Roddy's eyelids. All of this can't escape Roddy's camera, and all the test data about the Green Demon armor has been recorded. This saves Roddy a lot of trouble, and he has to explore it slowly. It's just that with the passage of time, the other staff have left, and Norman Osborn has no intention of leaving get off work. Rhodey could only find a place against the wall and waited hard. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com worked from 9 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock in the evening. Norman Osborn worked continuously for 13 hours. Roddy smiled bitterly. This workaholic is as good as Tony. People who can make a difference in a certain field are really hard-working people. But gradually, Rhodey felt that Norman Osborn was a bit wrong, and his mental state began to become more and more anxious. Countless angry and questioning voices echoed directly in his mind without Roddy being able to listen. Why is this? The data obtained from testing on animals is simply unreasonable. No, I can't lose the military's procurement contract. I need to test it on humans. The chaotic and restless consciousness made Norman Osborn fell into madness, and the data records and test reports on the table were torn apart by him. Then he stepped closer to the glass modulation room. Seeing this scene, Roddy had a sense of witnessing history. Norman Osborn was transformed from a scientist into a green demon precisely because he tested the super warrior potion on himself. Only in the end died of his madness, and even his own son became a paranoia full of hatred, and eventually became the second generation of the Green Devils. At this critical moment, Roddy suddenly hesitated. Should he stop Norman Osborn? Before Norman Osborn became the Green Devils, he was just an excellent scientist and a stern father, without any fault. Roddy didn't want to see Spider-Man, the kind of dog blood plot that brothers chased at each other, and didn't want to see Harry Osborn, the handsome guy who was so popular, was disfigured by Spider-Man dumblers. Let's play a real little butterfly without changing the plot. Chapter 9, One Stone Two Birds. Norman Osborn was already lying on the recliner in the modulation room at this time. After a few seconds, the green mist would fill the entire glass space. Rhodey ran to the console at this time. After watching more than 10 hours of experiments today, I probably figured out how to use the console. Pressing a finger on a flashing red button, the work of the entire modulation room stopped, and even the glass door opened. What's the matter? Norman Osborn looked at the automatically opened glass door strangely. He was already determined to experiment with himself. Has it been bad luck that the equipment is broken? Norman Osborn reset the program again, and then resolutely walked into the modulation room. When the time came, the glass door opened again automatically. Norman Osborn's face was blue with anger, but after these two failures, he finally calmed down a lot. Experimenting with yourself is a big risk after all, just like suicide, most people only have the courage to try once. Norman Osborn finally sighed, and then left the laboratory. The light went out, leaving Roddy alone in the entire laboratory. Using the memory to find the location of the Green Demon equipment, Roddy put the Green Demon armor on him. After a whole day of observation, Roddy easily activated the armor with a password. The activation of the power system not only made the Green Demon armor as light as nothing, but also made Roddy powerful. If this were not the case, the hundreds of kilograms of the Green Devil's skateboard was really not easy to take. Roddy fumbled in the dark, and it took a long time to make the full set of Green Demon equipment invisible. Fortunately, during this period, Roddy has made significant progress in controlling abilities, otherwise it is impossible to make such a huge item invisible. Roddy left the laboratory with the Green Devil equipment in a hurry, and was about to take the elevator to leave, but saw the elevator door slowly open. Roddy was taken aback and quickly backed away a few steps. A fat man wearing an Osborne corporate uniform came out quickly and hurried into the laboratory. "Why are you coming to the laboratory so late?" Roddy felt strange and tried to read his heart. Unexpectedly, the fat man's heart has not heard, but he saw a red light radiating from his body. Stranger? Killer? Roddy immediately thought of the bearded man who would be invisible. This mysterious force is so powerful, how many times can you easily position yourself so that you can't escape even their invisibility? However, it is estimated that it is only a rough positioning, otherwise Roddy has been recognized a long time ago. Since the enemy is in the dark for a while, then Roddy cannot let this opportunity pass. If he could catch a living mouth and ask for some clues, Roddy would not discredit this force. Remove the armor of the Green Demon armor. Roddy still thinks that the armor he designed is more useful. The function of this arm guard has been improved by Roddy. It can be discharged multiple times, and it will never pit itself if it does not fail when it is powered down. Seeing a chance, Roddy aimed at the fat man's thick back and popped the hook. Looked at the fat man with wind noise. Roddy did not know what the fat man suspected to be a killer of the powers had, so he was highly concentrated and feared that he could not solve the goal with one blow. It was just that the fat man's reaction surprised Roddy and his jaw dropped. If the fat man can't get in the way, he uses a thick spine and a hook to rigidly face the front, which is also expected by Roddy. Or even more awesome, all kinds of ice, fire, wind abilities automatically protect the Lord. Roddy is not unacceptable. But the fat man seemed to be able to listen to the argument, even evading the blow with a very agile gesture. A big fat man who looked like 300 pounds, suddenly came down like a boneless body. After avoiding the hook, the whole person moved a few meters like a spring. Before Roddy responded, the fat man pulled out a pistol with a trigger. Fortunately, Roddy's Green Demon armor is invisible. The bullet jingled on the body only for a while, and it didn't help at all. The fat man can't see the enemy, but sees the bullet jumping and hitting a spark, knowing that the opponent can be invisible. In this case, the fat man knew that he was at a disadvantage, regardless of Roddy, and bypassed Roddy and went to the elevator with an acrobatic turning way. Roddy won't give up. The only thing you can bully is that you can't see me and can't break the defense. In Roddy's spiritual world, the fat man's body glowed with faint red light, rushing towards the elevator, but the speed was slowed down more than 10 times. This time Roddy put out his hands together, and 2 hooks came one after another, blocking the direction of the fat man. The fat man didn't expect Roddy to keep up with his movements, just avoided one hook, and the other came to him. Just when Roddy thought he could hit it with one blow, the fat man's body suddenly produced layers of blue scales, which turned over and turned from a big fat man into a slim woman. It's just that this woman of excellent shape is covered with blue scales, which is daunting. Hook originally could pierce the fat man's belly, but at this time, he could only pass by. Magic Girl Ruwen. This style is so easy to recognize that Roddy couldn't help but call her name. Z people? Newly admitted students? Rui Wen asked in Chinese. It turned out that Roddy was too excited just now and accidentally shouted Ruwen's name in his native language. Ruwen said that the doctor is estimated to be Professor X. Roddy knows that the boss of the X-Men, a super strong with the ability to destroy all humanity. If the mysterious force that hunted Roddy was on the side of Magneto, then posing as X-Men seems to be a good choice. However, Roddy quickly gave up this idea, because he saw Ruwen holding a file bag in his hand after the original shape was restored, and the Osborne corporate logo was printed on it. The first 3 letters were OSB. Anything else to say at this time, even if there is only 1,000th chance, Roddy will not let Ruwen run away with a file bag. Yu Reading Books www.yuyugonshu.com. Roddy's mental strength condensed like a needle, stabbing the brain of Ruwen with all his strength. Ignoring the mental attack of space and time, Ruwen avoided it. The severe headache caused her to shake and let go of the file bag in her hand. Roddy hooked out again, this time directly hooking the file bag back. After many exercises, Roddy felt only a moment of weakness after using the mental attack, but no longer had no resistance. Only this time, the stealth ability has lost its effect. Roddy's eccentric green demon armor appeared in front of Ruwen. Fortunately, it was covered by a mask, and his face was not exposed. But to Roddy's surprise, Ruwen suffered a full blow of his mental energy, but he just tranced for a few seconds and did not lose consciousness. This was the first time after the awakening ability was completely resisted. It seems that you learned well from the doctor. Ruwen said coldly, and then quickly flew to the elevator. Even the file bag did not intend to it back. Roddy did not catch up until Ruwen left by elevator. After a mental attack, his head was a little dizzy. Roddy did not plan to chase after the victory. The key is whether the file bag in his hand is the mangling page. Taking off the green demon helmet, Roddy trembles his hands and opens the damaged file bag. This is the open space between the laboratory and the elevator. If Roddy has a god's perspective, he will find that he is in exactly the same position as shown in the comic. A slight ripping sound, accompanied by Roddy's rapid heartbeat, the file pocket was torn slightly by Roddy. When the familiar character was depicted on the paper by colored brush strokes, Roddy knew that he had finally found the manga pages that he had always dreamed of. Chapter 10, News from Tony. Really came without any effort. I didn't expect to be able to get two birds with one stone, and get the manga pages that Roddy wanted most desperately. After counting down, there are as many as 4 broken pages this time. It was only the first one that made Roddy feel guilty, because the picture above depicts a beard with a 7 prickled blood, and Roddy is standing behind him wiping the flesh on the hook. Okay, this one is obviously obsolete, except that it proves that the cartoon is indeed closely related to Roddy. It is not useful at all. The same is true for the second one. It shows Roddy riding a green demon skateboard while practicing flying. Although it hasn't happened yet, the equipment is all ready. Isn't it obvious to practice flying? The only useful reminder is that Roddy puts more cushions on the ground, because the manga seems to fall badly. But this cartoon is the root reason why Osborne Enterprises hides its treasures. Green Devil equipment was originally developed in secret, and it will appear on a cartoon. This does not surprise Norman Osborn. Arrived at the third one, and finally it was a bit of prophecy. The manga depicts a barren valley where an old man with white hair can even stand in the air, and then Roddy and Tony are fighting the old man with a dozen sets of steel suits of different models, and it seems that they are still falling downwind. It's too exaggerated. This old man is Magneto? But it doesn't look like this. Or Thor, his father Zeus. Roddy was taken aback by the fighting power of the old man in the comics. Competing against a dozen sets of steel armor, this is simply a man like God. Thinking of encountering such a terrible enemy in the future, Roddy felt a pain. With this strange feeling of pain, Roddy looked at the 4th comic and prayed for good news. The content of this cartoon is not Roddy, but a bald man in a suit and a man dressed in a desert resident. This desert man is similar to the terrorist in the news. These details are not important. What is important is that the two are trading something. There is a small emerald green ball in it. It looks like a glass ball that allows Roddy to pass through, but it looks much smaller. Roddy could not guess whether this had happened or was about to happen, and could only determine that this ball was a key clue. Do we have to start a new round of search and theft of egg pain again? Roddy couldn't help vomiting. Roddy feels that he is about to become a thief in the movie, and he specializes in stealing various major forces. Do you want to get yourself a mask and a dress cape, and add a beautiful crime notice card? The name is Thief Lodi? That picture is so beautiful that Roddy couldn't imagine it. Rhodey, who found nothing, packed the comics back into the file pocket. I wonder if everything in the comics is past or future. However, according to experience, this is inevitable. Anger can't solve the problem, Rhodey can only comfort himself like this. The only way is to make your own strength stronger, so that you can smash this abominable mysterious organization and rescue your father. The clues now owned may be the mysterious organization of the mutant power under Magneto. The bald head who traded with terrorists is also suspected. The green ball was obviously made by Rhodey's mother. Even if these two people are not behind the scenes, they must be related. Rhodey, after straightening out his thoughts, left the Osborn building with a sullen face. Lodi went all the way after being invisible, and returned to the beach villa less than 12. Tony is away, Little Pepper also has his own residence, and the whole villa looks empty, just like Roddy's heart. Jarvis, open the door of the laboratory, I want to test some equipment. Although mentally exhausting, Rhodey is completely sleepless now, and an anxious feeling makes him eager to do something. Rhodey came to the laboratory, first moved the steel armor that had been completed into a prototype, and then connected the Green Demon armor to the computer. With the highest password permissions, Roddy easily let Jarvis crack the intelligent system of the Green Demon armor. Compared with Tony, the technology of intelligent systems is still far from Tony. After eliminating several hidden backdoor programs and positioning functions, this set of Green Devil's armor completely lost contact with Osborn Enterprises. Rhodey put on armor with confidence and began to test performance. The design direction of the Green Demon armor and steel armor are different, tend to be more aggressive, various special attack props. Steel armor emphasizes flexibility and defensiveness. Rhodey tried to fly with the Green Devil's skateboard. Since there was no such thing as a joystick, the operation was entirely dependent on the legs. Therefore, the more complicated the flight method, the more difficult the operation becomes. Roddy's mental power is extremely strong, and there may even be the illusion of time slowing down when concentrating. This ability is very suitable for operating the Green Devil skateboard, but during this period, he must violently fall several times. Fortunately, the comics had hinted that a dozen thick pads kept Rhodey from concussion. Through this test, Rhodey came to the conclusion that even a rigorously trained pilot is estimated to be difficult to control the skateboard freely. Reading www.UUGonshu.com. Roddy estimated that Norman Osborn's Super Warrior Potion was only incidental to enhance physical fitness, and increased responsiveness and fine-tuning ability were the key. It is precisely because of this flaw in the strengthening of the brain's nerves that the side effects of personality changes occur. If this defect can be eliminated, Rhodey estimates that the Green Demon armor is absolutely comparable to the steel armor. Jarvis, have the Green Demon armor data been recorded? Roddy asked. Taking off the Green Demon helmet. Basic data has been recorded, but the limit flight speed has not been tested, and the database is temporarily incomplete. Jarvis has replaced the original system of the Green Devil's armor and has completely taken over the new set of equipment. Very well, based on these data, help me design a new helmet. The shape of this devil really does not meet my aesthetic. Also, help me change the paint of the armor to black. Green is not a good sign in China. Roddy instructed, and the job was given to Jarvis. Looking at the light of the sky, Rhodey felt hungry, because he hadn't eaten all day and night. Randomly looking for some food to fill his stomach, Roddy fell to his head and fell asleep. Recently, he was always tired and fell down to rest. It was a bit of self-abuse. Although he was exhausted, Lodi slept awkwardly. In the dream, the appearance of parents appears repeatedly, as if there is something important to tell him. It wasn't until Little Pepper woke him that Rhodey realized that the cold sweat even wet the sheets. Little Pepper told Rhodey anxiously, Tony encountered a terrorist attack in the Middle East, and his whereabouts are now unknown. Chapter 11, Encounter Terrorists. Although this was already anticipated, looking at Pepper's worried expression, Rhodey thought of her missing parents and was particularly able to understand her feelings. "You don't have to worry, Tony will be safe." Rhodey comforted Pepper and said that he was ready to rescue Tony as soon as possible. Pepper is also a strong woman, and quickly calmed down. Tony's disappearance has a huge impact on Stark's business, and she needs to go back to preside over the big picture. Rhodey washed his face and ate lunch after a long time, and came to the underground laboratory. What appeared in front of him was the renewed green demon armor, or it should be the black demon armor at this time. The dull black and bright silver decoration is very consistent with Roddy's aesthetic. The newly designed helmet is streamlined, abandoning the original demon shape, and now looks more like a knight helmet. Rhodey put on the green demon armor with satisfaction, retested various functions, and was more confident in the mission of rescue Tony. "Jarvis, list the data of the arc reactor. I want to add this new power source to the flying skateboard." Roddy immediately went to work. To cross the mountain to rescue Tony, it is absolutely impossible to rely on the existing energy system of the flying skateboard. Fortunately, Tony had completed the prototype of the arc reactor before he left, and Roddy was just debugging. Although it is a bit difficult to convert to a flying skateboard, Rhodey is still competent. With the help of Jarvis, a super intelligent system, Rhodey spent half a day, finally transforming the flying skateboard. When everything was ready, Rhodey was in black armor and was on a flying skateboard. "Jarvis, didn't you still lack the extreme flight data before? Now make up this test," Roddy said with a smile. "Mr. Rhodey, I have to remind you that this is a very dangerous behavior without a long time and multiple safety simulation tests." Jarvis faithfully performed the duties of strict butler. It's a pity that neither Tony nor Roddy, these two are not persuasive masters. "Jarvis," Tony often said, "do it first. For science, it's always a bit adventurous. Isn't that how Franklin caught the lightning?" Roddy finished and directly started the flying skateboard and disappeared. In the night sky of New York. The first long-distance flight did not feel very good, especially when the speed was close to the speed of sound. Even with the protection of the green demon armor, the huge wind pressure made Rhodey chest tight and short of breath, which only slowed down. The green demon armor is not suitable for long-distance flight. The bionics materials are flexible enough, but the protection against compression is low. It seems that it needs more adjustments to integrate with the steel armor. Rhodey tested the relevant data while flying. Prepare for future improvements. If Tony can cooperate with Norman Osborn, what spark will it hit? If you add the Hulk Banner, Dr. Octopus, and Lizardman super scientists, it is estimated that it has almost the same function as the Doraemon. This is the rhythm that can be summoned by scientists to summon the dragon. Roddy Tuco said. But this is just a joke. These people are not lunatics. They want them to study together. It is estimated that the difficulty is not so great. Dr. Hulk Banner will join the Avengers in the future, but there is a chance to fight for it. The other two were similar to the terrorists. Roddy was probably killed if he didn't even speak in cooperation. But these are all words, now rescue Tony is the first priority. Although Rhodey chose to leave at night and had been flying close to the sea, it was still detected by the M country's military. Fortunately, however, it was only a cruise ship that could detect Rhodey, unable to intercept Rhodey flying at almost sonic speed. When the cruise ship called the carrier's carrier aircraft to track, Rhodey had already flown to the high seas. A human-sized flying machine is too small for the vast sea, and even the most powerful satellites can't find Rhodey. According to Jarvis' calculation, it would take 17 hours to reach Tony's location. Fortunately, there is automatic navigation, and the green demon armor has a magnetic adsorption function, so Rhodey can even sit on the flying skateboard to rest. After almost 13 hours of flight, Rhodey finally saw the land. Roddy landed on the soft sand and couldn't help but stretch out a lazy waist comfortably. Jarvis, how far is it from where Tony was attacked? Jarvis opened an electronic map in front of Rhodey, marking the relevant location and distance. This location is not far from the military base. The terrorists must have been prepared. Jarvis, can you find the terrorists nearby? Sorry, the local forces in the Middle East are changing too fast, and there is no relevant information. Jarvis' answer gave Roddy a little disappointed. But this is normal. If the strength of the terrorists is already known to the country M, a few missiles will be solved. Where is such trouble? UU reading www.uuganju.com. According to the plot of the movie, the fragments of the bomb entered Tony's chest, and then the tragic supporting character of Ethan used a magnet to help him prevent the shrapnel from entering the heart. This time difference will never be too long, otherwise Tony will die long ago. And this Ethan was imprisoned in a cave, and Roddy vaguely remembered it as being near a small valley or disc. If inferred in this way, the range can be narrowed a lot. There are two locations that are relatively close to the missing location of Tony and conform to the terrain. Unfortunately, it is not clear from the satellite map whether there is a secret base like a cave. Roddy chose the nearest one, and then stepped on the Green Demon skateboard to fly to the target. Although it was the closest location, it took Roddy 3 hours to fly. Along the way, Huangsha Wanli is simply a deserted and Jedi. If oil is not produced in this place, Country M would not have come to garrison the place where the bird is not shit. Was sighing, and there was a fierce gunfire not far away. Roddy came to find terrorists this time, but no one expected that someone would come to the door so quickly. Jarvis, can you see the situation over there? Roddy asked as he hurried over. This is a picture from a satellite. Jarvis projected the situation of the gun battle, not so much a gun battle as a one-sided slaughter. In a small settlement, several terrorists took AK-47 and fired around, not even women and children. Although different races, Roddy still can't stand this cruel behavior. The Green Devil's skateboard was fully open, and in just a few tens of seconds, Roddy came over the settlement. Dozens of terrorists are still killing, but they do not know that death is coming. Chapter 12, The Power of Green Demon Equipment. Seeing this tragic scene like hell, Roddy couldn't suppress his anger. Jarvis, lock me these with guns. Roddy ordered angrily, and the video system locked the terrorist in front of him in less than a second. Roddy crossed an arc at low altitude on a Green Devil skateboard, and then spit out deadly bullets from the muzzles on both sides. The 7 terrorists were shattered before they could react. Other terrorists saw Roddy descending from the sky, shouting incomprehensible language, and the machine gun fired at Roddy. Roddy dared not to evade, and rushed towards the bullet storm. The bullet shone on the Green Demon armor, but it had no effect at all. Although the defensive power of the Green Demon armor is not as good as the steel armor, it is not that these poorly maintained AK-47 can break the defense. Roddy is like a demon from hell, traveling among terrorists, assisted by Jarvis, almost bulletless. After only 2 rounds, dozens of terrorists died 90%, leaving only a few to hide in the house in disarray. Jarvis, switch to thermal imaging scanning. With the order, the wall of the house in front of Roddy's eyes seemed to disappear, and several orange-red figures appeared. Identification is turned on, 5 terrorists and 3 hostages. Lock terrorists and switch from self-sharp armor-piercing projectiles. Launch. A series of instructions were issued, and the Green Demon skateboard spouted out 5 rounds of armor-piercing bullets in an instant, and the brick wall was like paper paste for the armor-piercing bullets. The hostages held by the terrorists thought that the end of the world had arrived. I didn't expect to hear only a few gunshots. The brain holes of the 5 terrorists were like tomatoes smashed with a heavy hammer, bursting out 5 bright red blood. Flower. As the terrorists fell, the loud screams of the hostages gradually became cheers and prayers. At this moment, they are extremely pious, thinking that this is the salvation of the gods. Confirmed that there was no danger, and Roddy did not take hostages in the house and continued to search for terrorists. Off the Green Devil's skateboard, Jarvis controlled the horrifying weapon circling around. And Roddy walked between the dilapidated buildings, from time to time to see the incomplete corpses, traces of blood and fire everywhere. Suddenly, a terrorist emerged from the corner with a grenade in his hand. It was just that his movement was as slow as a snail for Roddy. Roddy threw a metal ball, and 2 pairs of jagged blades popped between the spins. This is a conventional attack weapon equipped by the Green Devil, which can automatically lock the target to pursue, and the constantly rotating saw blade can cut iron like mud. In the movie, Spider-Man was also jumped up and down by this little thing, almost divided into several sections. This spinning blade traces the terrorist as if it were alive, and cuts his waist into 2 pieces as soon as he pulls out the grenade ring. The grenade exploded in the unwilling eyes of the terrorists, ending his pain in the waist. The Green Demon Skater skipped the top of Rhodey's head and used a sharp wing blade to stab a terrorist who was going to sneak attack from behind. Roddy, who has Green Devil equipment, is an invincible for this group of terrorists. Only need to be careful that the terrorists take the natives as hostages, and Rhodey is wiped out with a destructive gesture. The last terrorist who was stubborn in the corner fell under hypnotic smoke. If it were not for Rhodey who wanted to catch a living mouth, he would have ended up with his tragic colleague. Looking at the tragic traces after the battle, Roddy's heart is not very comfortable, and his chest is also a bit depressed. Except for the bearded one, this is the first time Roddy has taken the initiative to kill, and dozens of people have been killed in one stroke. But Rhodey didn't regret it. These terrorists are all inhuman lunatics, and if they kill, they kill. Calmed down a little bit, and Rhodey began to interrogate the remaining living mouth. "Take me to your stronghold, or you will die." With the assistance of a translation system, Rhodey can finally communicate with this terrorist. "The fighter of freedom will not be threatened." The terrorist replied sternly, staring at Rhodey with blood and fierce eyes. Rhodey is no nonsense, just tie him up and hang on the Green Devil's skateboard. After tens of meters into the air, Roddy chose a direction. This terrorist was very uncomfortable hanging under a flying skateboard. Originally thinking that Rhodey would try to punish him with confession, he didn't expect the other party to be confident, so he didn't ask more. A few minutes later, Rhodey chose another direction and continued to fly. After a few more minutes, Rhodey changed direction again. After repeating this several times, even the captured terrorists were fooled. But to his surprise, after flying for an hour like this, Rhodey seemed to be in the right direction and started to accelerate. This terrorist is extremely shocked, because this is the direction of their stronghold. Impossible. I didn't say a word, how could he know? Doubts and fear filled the terrorist's heart. At this time, he looked at Rhodey in black armor. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It felt like looking at a real devil, able to see all his disguise. Rhodey sneered, he with the ability to read the mind can easily sense the captive mood. When the direction is far from the stronghold, the captive has only resentment, and when Roddy's direction is close to the stronghold, he will be a little more worried. After so many attempts, the direction can be determined. There is no need to force confessions. Rhodey came over the stronghold, and at a glance he felt his luck was unparalleled. Isn't this the cave in the movie? It really takes no effort. Although the environment is not very recognizable, is the tall, thin scholar with glasses not the tragic physicist Ethan in the movie? According to the plot of the movie, this terrorist group known as the Ten Rings was invited by Tony's partner Obadiah to kill Tony. Only because of greed, the terrorists wanted to turn Tony into his own weapons maker, so he was not killed directly. And this Mr. Ethan, like Tony, was a scientist captured by terrorists, as Tony's helper. Counting days, Tony disappeared only a few days. It is estimated that he has just completed the arc reactor in his chest. That set of stupid and thick steel armor should not have been made. Rhodey saw Ethan talking to those terrorists from afar, and was violently rejected. His head was put on with a gun, and Ethan could only helplessly return to the cave in the end. Rhodey doesn't plan to attack now. Once the terrorists are alerted, Tony is now unable to resist at all. Roddy came here this time to save people, not just to destroy them. Even with the power to crush terrorists, Rhodey can only choose to outsmart. Chapter 13, Successful Rescue. Rhodey landed away from the stronghold of the Ten Rings, and solved the captive with a knife. In the desert, corpses are usually kept for less than 2 days, and Rhodey is too lazy to bury them. Rhodey observed the movement of the valley stronghold from afar, and waited patiently for 2 days. It was expected that this time will not be solved in a short time, and Rhodey brought a small amount of water and food. Wear armor and lie on the sand, anyway, there is a temperature control system, not afraid of sun or cold. Rhodey probably figured out the situation of this group of terrorists. There are hundreds of people, but there are not many people stationed for a long time, about 40 people. Frequently see people who rotate, or there are sub-bases elsewhere, or they go out and rob in batches. Rhodey chose to dive in just one night after the shift. Fearing that the fire of the Green Devil's skateboard would attract attention, Rhodey walked hundreds of meters to the dunes above the valley. Blades popped out of his arms and feet, and Rhodey climbed down the mountain wall. No one could find Rhodey in black armor in the dark. 2 terrorists at the door were yawning listlessly, and wanted to fall asleep against the wall. The 2 were dreaming of having a good rest after changing shifts. By the way, they bribed the boss who arranged the shift in order to change the shift for a better time. However, a sweet breath struck, and the 2 sleepy people lost their consciousness when their heads were crooked. By the time Rhodey walked past them, they had snored and fell asleep. Maybe there are countless wealth and beauties in their dreams, but they are destined to be impossible, because Rhodey cut their throat. Due to a little rusty technique, Rhodey cut too deeply and almost cut the entire neck. It should have been a silent killing without a trace of pyrotechnics. It was stunned that he was covered with blood. 2 corpses fell, and Rhodey arranged a pumpkin bomb by the way. Once someone came to view the body, the bomb was triggered and Rhodey was ready. Shandong Channel is very narrow, and there are many forks, but with the experience of detecting the vents of the Osborne Enterprise, Rhodey quickly obtained the terrain structure through the sonar system. Tony's location is full of various machines, so it can be easily detected by the sonar system. Rhodey went along the route, and he didn't meet the guards along the way, and he didn't know how these lazy terrorists mixed up to the present. Came to Tony's cell and laboratory successfully, but there were 2 guards. It was just that they didn't even touch the gun on the side, and they were shot off their heads by Rhodey's rotor blade. Such a effect, it seems that the palm is more civilized. No wonder one is a villain and the other is a hero. Rhodey was vomiting the restricted level picture caused by the Green Devil equipment, determined to never engage in this kind of painting again. Wind. Rhodey walked to the heavy iron door and tapped a few times and said, "Tony, are you there?" After a while, Rhodey heard Tony's voice from inside, "Rhodey, are you? Hey, dear cousin, your trip to the Middle East is a bit too long. Pepper asked me to pick you up, fearing you would be fascinated by the exotic girl." Rhodey quipped. "Damn, these rude lunatics didn't even give me a copy of Playboy, where are the desert beauties?" Tony responded uncomfortably. "Okay, my dear cousin, back away, let me take you home." Rhodey was not kidding, a laser cutter popped out of his arm. The 5 cm thick steel plate could not resist the cutting of the high-energy laser, and the door lock was soon destroyed. Tony pushed open the door of the cell, and he saw the haggard Tony looking at himself in surprise. The genius scientist's breath is fairly stable, but the blue light on his chest shows that he has indeed gone through an extremely dangerous journey. "Hey, man, what is this? You have transformed the steel armor into this look." Tony looked straight after seeing the green demon armor, and wanted to strip Rhodey away to study the new equipment. "Tony, it's not a good time to chat now, is this?" Rhodey glanced at Ethan and asked knowingly. "My life-saving benefactor Isan, there are a lot of terrorists here, are you confident to solve them?" Tony asked with some concern. Under the chaos, a stray bullet can kill Tony and Ethan. Rhodey was about to speak, and heard a loud noise. Jarvis reminded immediately that the pumpkin bomb set by Rhodey was detonated. "Well, it looks like we're in trouble, please wait a moment," Rhodey said to Tony calmly, and then ordered to Jarvis, "Jarvis, use the Green Devil skateboard to attract terrorists' attention." The unmanned Green Devil skateboard automatically ignited, and then flew into the valley. The two winged machine guns spewed out long chains, and small demolition bombs and incendiary bombs tilted without hesitation. Suddenly, a fire broke out in the valley. This series of attacks caused the terrorists to suffer heavy losses, and hatred pulled a happy heart. All the terrorists left behind ran out of the cave chaotically, but the chaotic fire poured into the sky. It's just that the Green Devil skateboard controlled by Jarvis is too small and extremely flexible. Without a special anti-aircraft weapon, it can't cause damage. Rhodey took Tony away from the cave very calmly, and he encountered terrorists who hurried out on the way. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. Rhodey used a rotary wing flying knife to kill a road. Although Tony and Ethan knew that the terrorists had died, the scene was still a bit unsuitable. Roddy didn't like the scene of flying limbs and broken arms, but he had no other choice. The three of them left the cave smoothly. Rhodey took advantage of the confusion and darkness to tie Tony and Ethan to the body with ropes, and then climbed to the top of the mountain along the route when it fell. If the green demon armor provided strong power, it was impossible for Rhodey to take two adults to climb a tens of meters high mountain wall. After leaving the camp of the 10 Rings, Tony and Ethan finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt the rest of their lives. "Okay, gentlemen, it's not time for a break yet." Roddy recalled the Green Devil's skateboard that was about to run out of ammunition, loaded them in a folding gondola, and flew towards the nearest military base. Roddy didn't plan to fly back to New York by himself, even if he was not afraid of hard work. These two scientists might not be able to stand it. As Tony greeted his good friend Colonel James, Rhodey was able to enter the base smoothly, otherwise all kinds of missiles came to greet him. "Tony, you're not too good." Colonel James and Tony are friends of life and death. Tony has been blaming himself since his disappearance, and he was very happy to see him return safely. Everyone took a rest after a brief greeting, and most of them were tired this night. This sleep was very sweet, and when Rhodey woke up, Pepper had been flying to Afghanistan for more than 10 hours. Chapter 14, The Wisdom of Counterfeit Engineers. Roddy didn't dare to disturb the reunion of these lovers. When he was idle, he wanted to get back to sleep, but was found by Colonel James. Rhodey was thinking about whether the green demon armor made this patriotic soldier sensitive, but he heard him say, "Rhodey, you are also an engineer of Stark Enterprise. Do you know the latest model of missile chip?" Roddy froze for a moment. When did he become a Stark engineer? The memory backtracked for half a second, and finally I remembered that Tony had made up the identity of an engineer for him yesterday. If it hadn't got this name, Rhodey would be strictly monitored like Ethan at this time, and even the door wouldn't come out. Tony is next door. Isn't it better to find him?" Roddy said hesitantly. He didn't know what went crazy. He even said that he wouldn't touch the weapon design in the future. Colonel James didn't know what Tony had experienced in these days, so he was joking. Rhodey knew that Tony was serious this time. He started to think about what he would do for the people around him for this world. Although the way was still very capricious, he was indeed changing. "Well, although I'm not in the R&D department of missiles, I probably know a little bit. First of all, I can't guarantee that the problem will be solved," Roddy replied. Colonel James took the dead horse as a living horse doctor and took Rhodey to a place where he was guarded. But a room of 100 square meters is full of various high-tech technological creations. Roddy was very thankful that Tony had studied for a while, otherwise the functions of these instruments could not be separated. "Colonel James, what do you bring outsiders in?" a white man who looked like a senior officer asked a little bit angry. "General, this is Tony Stark's cousin, a senior engineer of Stark Enterprises, and he is responsible for the latest missile chips. Colonel James decisively gave Rodion the title of expert, and then Roddy also keeps eyeing. Roddy has a feeling of being sold. Unexpectedly, in the movie, Colonel James, who is honestly a military model, will also pit him. Roddy can't sigh with a pattern Tucson broken. You. Such a young engineer. The general obviously didn't believe that Roddy, who took off the green demon armor, was just like a high school student. It didn't look like a cutting-edge military expert. My cousin Tony was only 20 when he reorganized the Stark business. Roddy pulled Tony's tiger skin proudly. Mentioned Tony, but the general's doubts dispelled a bit, and said to Roddy, "The new chip produced by your Stark has a great error in the identification of desert bunkers." Roddy listened for a few minutes and probably understood the problem, but it was useless. He didn't understand how to solve it. Roddy originally wanted to find an excuse to perfunctory, but when he saw Colonel James staring at himself, he planned to help. After all, his role is also very popular in Iron Man. Okay, as a young man who grew up in heaven, he always asked Du Niang for internal affairs and Google for foreign affairs. And now, Roddy has a smarter program than Google, so he took out his phone calmly and said, "Jarvis. Jarvis, bring me the information of the new chip." Jarvis is Tony's best assistant and his research note. As a user with authority second only to Tony, Roddy can browse most of the information in it. Soon, Jarvis will display the relevant information on the phone. Roddy looked at it for a while, then pretended to ask a few questions, and then buried himself on the phone. About a few minutes later, Roddy told the military technicians, "This is a change in sunlight and gravel reflections causing deviations in light sensing detection. Here is a correction procedure and 4 simulation parameters that should solve the problem." Roddy gave the data to the technician, and then waited for the test result quietly. A few minutes to solve the problem that these experts have troubled for several months? Everyone is unbelieving. But Roddy had a confident look, and he couldn't help but feel a little confidence. The results of the simulation test soon came out, and the missile's hit rate on camouflage bunkers increased by 30%, which is already a very obvious improvement. Although it has not yet reached a 100% hit, the direction to solve the problem is already there, and the rest is to constantly debug and modify the correction parameters. This kind of work has no technical content, and military technicians are fully competent. It's really awesome. Mr. Roddy, you solved a big problem for us. I don't know if you are interested in joining the army? I guarantee you will be a school-level officer within 10 years. The white general looked at Roddy with awe, and even hesitated to throw golden cast olive branch. "Sorry, I signed a lifetime contract with Stark Enterprise." Roddy refused decisively. "This solution is actually a patch that Tony has designed for a long time." Roddy just took it and used it. The general was obviously interested in Roddy's technical talent. Where did Roddy dare to agree? You must run after pretending to be forced. The longer you stay, the easier you are to have accidents. Roddy was about to leave, but saw a soldier running in, anxious. Roddy was curious for a while, and read his voice. "There is a problem with the Sky Eye system." Roddy only heard such a strong voice. Sky Eye system? Sounds like some kind of tall monitoring system. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. However, since it has nothing to do with himself, Roddy does not care much, but he does not know that this matter will be closely related to him in the near future. However, this is a postscript, not for the moment. After an episode, everything returned to normal, and Tony sent everyone back to New York by private jet. Roddy had a good meal as he wished. Recently his appetite is getting better and better. Afghanistan has really aggrieved his tongue these days. The meal was full, and Tony couldn't wait to ask about the green armor of Roddy. "The steel armor hasn't been researched yet, and I saw the finished product in the other direction unexpectedly." For Tony's inquiry, Roddy had already prepared and replied, this is the individual combat armor developed by the Osborne Enterprise. This time it was the Osborne Enterprise that lent me the equipment and I can rescue you. Tony doesn't believe that although he has no major conflict with Osborne, but everyone is a military enterprise, how can he lend the top science level department to rescue his competitors? Osborne's recent situation is not good, if he can cooperate with Stark. Roddy didn't go on, but with Tony's genius brain it is easy to come up with a reasonable explanation. Osborne's enterprise was in crisis. As Tony happened to be in distress, Osborne wanted to sell his personal feelings, hoping that the Stark Enterprise could help. Is a very reasonable explanation. Roddy couldn't help but feel proud of his ability to flick. Tony is an impatient person, probably wanting to understand all this. He dragged Rhodey to Osborne Enterprises. Chapter 15, Osborne and Stark join forces. Roddy didn't know that Norman Osborn was at a loss. The loss of the Green Devil's equipment has worsened the precarious Osborne company. The loss of arms contracts and the dissatisfaction of shareholders have exhausted Norman Osborn. The actual cost of losing the Green Devil's equipment is not worth mentioning. The key is that the outflow of core technology has made the entire enterprise dead. A military-industrial enterprise that lost its military orders, not only lost its source of income, but also lost the reputation and confidence of a top-level enterprise. For a listed company, if there is a confidence problem, the impact is much greater than the direct loss. Osborne's stock has fallen sharply for several days, and various shareholders have begun to unite with each other to deprive Norman Osborn of the position of president. The root of everything is the loss of the Green Devil's equipment, but Norman Osborn can't understand anyway how the abominable thief cracked his security system. Even the top hackers cannot silently invade the Green Demon armor system, or even intercept the location tracking of the main console. At this moment, the secretary of Norman Osborn came in and reported, "Mr. Osborn, there are guests visiting." Norman Osborn shouted loudly, "Did I say that I didn't sleep today? Let those shareholders get out." The secretary hesitated for a while, and then said, "But the person visiting is Tony Stark." Tony Stark. Norman Osborn's visit to Tony is strange, but there is a vague sense that it will be related to the loss of the Green Demon armor. This meeting was very weird. It felt like a matchmaker with a ghost in his heart had brought together two straight men to become good friends. What an anguish! When Rhodey saw Norman Osborn again, he didn't expect that he would become so haggard in just a few days, and his spirits were exhausted to the extreme. Tony just wanted to speak when he entered Norman Osborn's office, and Roddy quickly hit a box on the desk. The action frightened the two of them and looked at Rhodey in doubt. "First of all, as Tony's cousin, I must thank Mr. Osborn for lending the equipment so that I can rescue Tony. It should have been returned, but I'm sorry, I made a little modification of it, so." Roddy as he spoke, he opened the box, and the black Green Devil suit was neatly placed inside. Norman Osborn had no idea that Roddy admitted that he had stolen the Green Demon suit so directly, and it was a bit unresponsive for a while. He could only say coldly, "The way you borrow things is very clever, I don't think so. It won't work." Norman Osborn is obvious irony, but Roddy is cheeky and careless, and Tony, a genius with a very low EQ, did not pay attention to the strangeness. "It's all a thing of the past, we always have to look forward. Tony is very grateful for Mr. Osborn's assistance, and today we came with sincerity." Roddy continued to rush to talk about the stolen equipment. Revealed. Norman Osborn gave Tony a strange look, as if unbelievable. Now that Osborn's enterprise has been stormy, Roddy's stealing equipment is not seamless, but it is impossible to find clues in a short time. The old opponent, Tony Stark, came over to express his gratitude when he had the upper hand, and no one believed him when he spoke. Thinking of this, Norman Osborn suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to say calmly, "Oh, I also want to know what sincerity you came with." Hearing Norman Osborn's tone loosened, Rhodey sighed in relief and quickly pushed Tony out. "I originally planned to close Stark's weapons research and development department, but Roddy suggested to me that you might as well give this department to you. What do you think? Tony, a genius whose emotional intelligence is almost negative, opened the first sentence and promised man Osborne was scared. Roddy couldn't help but slap his face, so he couldn't even believe him who knew the plot. It was a bad decision not to come with Pepper. Sure enough, Norman Osborne froze for a few seconds, then said coldly, "Is the two coming here to joke with me?" Seeing to talk about collapse, Roddy quickly intervened and said, "Don't get me wrong, Tony means that Stark and Osborne may wish to cooperate. Stark's weapon development is mainly a heavy weapon such as a missile, but now we have some new ideas, such as individual combat armor, and this." Fearing that he was not persuasive enough, Roddy took out an arc reactor and put it in front of Norman Osborne. "Experts know if there is any." Norman Osborne realized the significance of this portable energy source in just a few seconds. This blockbuster destroyed most of Norman Osborne's suspicions. With a foundation of trust, the two genius scientists began discussions on cooperation. Roddy wiped cold sweat, and finally passed the thing of stealing to fool. When the two companies started to cooperate, this little thing would naturally disappear. The next thing went very well. Tony announced the closure of the Weapons Research and Development Department, which caused an uproar. Osborne quietly received all orders, talents, materials, and military orders from this department. Tony got all the materials of the Green Devil suit and the Super Warrior's elixir. UU reading www.uugonshu.com, and Osborne signed the market application of the arc reactor as a clean and convenient energy. Stark is responsible for providing the finished products of the arc reactor, and Osborne is responsible for the operation and production design of ancillary products. So everyone was happy. Norman Osborne came back to life, and Tony began to devote himself to the research and development of steel armor. And Roddy could not be idle, because he found a clue to the comic content. Previously in the 5 chapters of Osborne's comic page, one of the contents appeared a mysterious green ball, which is very similar to the glass ball left by Roddy's passing through his former parents. It was just that Tony was kidnapped by terrorists, and Roddy had no time to investigate the matter. And today, at Tony's press conference, he saw Obadiah Stine, the vice president of Stark Enterprises. The villain in this movie was filled with anger by Tony's willful announcement, but on the surface it was still a polite look. If Roddy had the ability to read the mind, he really didn't care. Originally, this one just bought terrorists and assassinated Tony, but Roddy discovered today that this villain is like the bald head in the comics. In this way, the terrorist who traded with him should be the leader of the 10 Rings and the murderer of the kidnapping of Tony. Obadiah Stine is a hidden danger after all. Even if there is no comic prompt, Roddy plans to find a time to kill this hypocrite. It's just that Tony is very close to this Uncle Stan, and Roddy must find a suitable reason and timing to start. It was just that Roddy didn't expect that the other party's revenge came faster. Chapter 16, Encounter at the Grand Banquet. A week later, Tony had to drill out of the laboratory. Because there is a very important banquet tonight, Tony must attend. Since Stark's transformation into an energy supplier, although the technology is not difficult, the troubles caused by the transformation can be solved not only by technological strength. And this banquet is to solve these problems, so no matter how much research enthusiasm Tony has now, he must attend. Roddy originally wanted to hide. Little Pepper had already prepared a dress for him. I don't know if women all have a hobby of matchmaking. Pepper also introduced herself to the ladies who are present tonight. New York has a beautiful night, brightly lit high-rise buildings, and lavish luxury. Roddy, in an expensive suit, leaned against the window, but looked a little strange. It's been 2 months since I passed through. Roddy is still a little bit unsuited to the status of the richest children. Tony flew through the banquet like a fish, and the beauties around him had changed to the third one. Of course, there are also a lot of blonde stunners who are attracted to the young and handsome Roddy, but Roddy is just politely perfunctory, and the other party soon leaves with interest. After all, this place is full of multimillionaires and billionaires, and one cannot waste time on a little white face. Hey, Roddy! Why don't you drink stuff alone? Doesn't any of the beauties here come into your eyes? Tony spit out and said. Tony, please go for fun, don't worry about me. My father is Chinese, and my ideas are still more traditional. Roddy casually said an excuse that was not an excuse. My cousin, you need to adapt to the American society. Come on, your little pepper will be soaked away. Roddy reminded. Oh, it. Stay away from her, otherwise I will sleep with your female partner tonight. Tony snarled and ran past. It's okay, Tony, if you want to exchange female partners, I'm welcome. Your little pepper is so charming. A wealthy kid in a smart suit said with a smile. The two of them are apparently friends of Hu Peng, and they are joking with no scruples. Roddy is too lazy to control Tony's dandy lifestyle. His spirit is all on Obadiah Stein. He listens to the villain's voice all the time, but unfortunately he does not overhear any useful information. But obviously, this is a good mood for the villain tonight, and I don't know if the Stark Enterprise has made more money than before after the transformation. This tease won't give up the plan to assassinate Tony to the arc reactor. Roddy guessed. However, this idea was quickly overthrown. For such insatiable people, the more profitable Stark Enterprise is more tempted, and it is impossible to correct the evil. Thinking, the glass window in front of Roddy reflected the figure of a blonde girl, but she was obviously a little out of place with this luxurious banquet. The main reason is that the clothes she is wearing, although it is also a very elegant evening dress, but it is too simple. Even if Luodai is not a famous brand, he can see that the clothes are ordinary and cheap. It doesn't match with that beautiful girl, especially in such a drunken place. But these were not the places that attracted Roddy, but because he saw the girl glowing red. No, come again. Roddy's first reaction was that the mysterious forces sent abilities to chase themselves down again. The mind-reading technique was launched, and Roddy read the girl's thoughts with great caution, and the result surprised him. Because this beautiful girl is not a killer, this is the first non-malicious superpower met by Roddy. After careful observation for a few minutes, Roddy walked towards the girl. Claire kept this stern smile on her face. She understood that her clothes appeared abrupt here, so she decided to stay in a quiet corner. Had she not been invited by a junior high school friend to New York, she would not have come to this lavish dinner. But before entering the door, Claire began to regret it. Such an occasion makes this pure girl a little overwhelmed. Claire only wants to escape the atmosphere that suffocates her as quickly as possible. Just when she was the most embarrassed, a handsome young man with dark hair and blue eyes came to her and said to her, "Hi, beauty, if you want to find a quiet place, I have a separate private room over there." The nature of this conversation was Roddy, but he regretted the words as soon as he said them, because the words sounded too connotative, almost meaningless. Claire turned around and glanced at Roddy. His face turned out to be not very good. No, I don't mean that. Don't get me wrong. I just thought you were looking for a quiet place. You can stay alone in the private room. I promise no one will harass you. Roddy quickly explained. Claire pursed her lips and smiled. For these things, as a Native American, Claire is more calm than Roddy. In this environment full of money and harmony, Roddy's clumsy gesture makes Claire feel fresh and interesting. Then can you ask me to have a drink? The juice is just fine. Claire said generously. Oh, of course. Roddy didn't expect to catch up with Claire in this way, and waved his hand to summon a waiter with dozens of drinks to choose from. Claire took a glass of juice and smiled and said to Roddy, "It seems that you are not an ordinary person here. Tony Stark, as a super-rich, is naturally the focus of the banquet. Roddy, as his cousin, is also in an extraordinary position in this place." UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Roddy Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. Roddy introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Stark, this is Claire Burnett. Claire also introduced herself. Excuse me to ask, did Miss Bennet come with friends? Roddy couldn't help but ask, after all, Claire was incompatible with the environment here. Well, a middle school classmate. She suddenly invited me to New York, and I didn't know it was the occasion. Claire said a little embarrassedly. If she had known that it was such a gathering of high society, she would definitely not come. Here, I am like a monster. Oh, it's the same person who fell on the horizon, I was also pulled by others. In fact, I am not used to this kind of occasion, there is no place for me in these lively. I think I stand here like a monster. Roddy, the words made Claire's feelings so that the blonde beauty greatly increased her liking. The two were having a good time talking, and a woman with brown hair and rich makeup came over. Hi. Claire, who is this handsome guy? I'm trying to introduce a few Wall Street financial elites to you. UU Reading is welcome to all readers. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at UU. Scan the WeChat QR code of the starting point, the whole people will answer the cold knowledge, get the medal, and win the grand prize. Click the & sign in the upper right corner of WeChat, choose to add friends, search for the public account Dread to participate. Various awards, easily won. Chapter 17, Sinister. A woman with brown hair and rich makeup walked over and said, Hi. Claire, who is this handsome guy? I'm trying to introduce you to a few Wall Street financial elites. Roddy glanced at the person. Although he was dressed up, he felt a bit tacky. But it seems to be Claire's friend, Roddy is not good to show disgust. Lydia, this is Roddy. Roddy, this is my classmate, Lydia. Claire introduced them slightly embarrassedly. Hello. Roddy extended his right hand politely. Hello, handsome guy. Your vision is really good. Claire is very popular as a cheerleader in our school. Lydia took Roddy's hand, but consciously or unintentionally ticked Roddy's palms. For this naked tease, Roddy didn't know how to respond for a while, so she pretended not to know. I didn't expect to hear Lydia's voice at this time. Claire, this little bitch, can even find such a handsome man? Look at his clothes, is definitely a rich man. Damn, I let her dress like this. It's good luck to catch a golden turtle son. Roddy frowned and looked at Lydia, only to find that she was still chatting with Claire with Yan Yan, and she couldn't see the thought in her heart. Roddy is very thankful that he has acquired the ability to read minds, otherwise he does not know how to die in this cunning upper society. Claire, let me introduce you a few friends. Lydia also introduced Claire to the men around her. In addition to memorizing the name, Roddy didn't listen carefully. In Roddy's current identity, it may be similar to that of the original world. As the famous saying says, I make friends, no matter whether they have money or not, I have no money anyway. Roddy is not an exquisite person, so his performance is easy to make others think it is a kind of contempt. What's the name of this one named Roddy? Even the elite of us on Wall Street don't care about it. A kid with a hairy head will pick up a girl. At first glance, it's the brainless rich second generation. Such feelings appeared in Roddy's mind, but Roddy was too lazy to talk to them, but just chatted with Claire more enthusiastically. Claire also has nothing in common with these business elites, but Roddy's sincerity and enthusiasm made her very happy. In this range, it gradually became that Roddy and Claire were chatting privately, and the other few wanted to show their extraordinary while disdainful. Lydia, Claire is your friend, how can you dress so ordinary? A man named Bled finally couldn't help but said slightly ironically. Oh, Brad, don't say that. Claire is a classmate I haven't seen in many years. I didn't expect that she didn't even prepare an evening dress, so she hurriedly lent a dress to her. Lydia's words were actually it implies that Claire has not had a good relationship with her. It also implies that the girl has no background. It turns out that Miss Claire should cherish this opportunity even more. You may not have the chance to participate in such high-class gatherings in the future. If you are always staying with people who have no future, I am afraid it will be in vain. Dia's pains are hard. Bled said in disdain. Claire obviously has little experience with this cynicism, and of course Roddy doesn't. However, in Roddy's opinion, these people are not as good as passers-by, and they really don't need to care. So Claire couldn't help but admire seeing Roddy still calm. Instead, Roddy's calmness aroused the discomfort of others, and some people went on to say, "Bride, someone who doesn't understand if he speaks too euphemistically. After all, compared with our elite Wall Street, his IQ is real. Poorly low, and I don't know if my parents' education has failed too much." This sentence has touched Roddy's counterscale. Roddy frowned and looked at the man. The anger in his heart seemed to turn into a real force and penetrated into his mind. This was completely unintentional for Roddy, but the strength of this glance made this man step back in horror. The champagne in his hands were all scattered, as if he had encountered a beast that had been eaten by others. This scene surprised everyone. Bled thought Roddy had started and was just about to call the security. But when Roddy's eyes swept over him, a tremor from his soul made him speechless. Bled finally understands the feelings of his companions, but one eye can scare people like this. Could this teenager be a murderer? Just when the scene was quite embarrassing, Tony came out of nowhere and asked casually, "Hi, beauties and gentlemen, what are you talking about? Maybe I saw Roddy chatting with Claire, and then can't help coming over to look at this cousin's eyes. Oh, Mr. Stark, this is Bled. I saw you on Wall Street some time ago." Bled didn't care about stepping on people and picking up girls at this time. Lydia and several other young people did not react slowly, and they clung tightly around Tony. Especially Lydia. If you can hook up with Tony, it will be the biggest gain tonight or even in this life. UU reading www.uuganashu.com. Roddy shrugged silently, and then said to Claire, "It will be clear for a while, or shall we go over there?" "Okay, I'm not too used to this kind of excitement." Claire now probably also feels Lydia's bad intentions. So she agreed to Roddy's invitation. It's just that Tony, who was entangled by a group of vulgars, didn't let Roddy so kindly and said aloud, "Hi. Roddy, you just left me like this?" The light-hearted guy. At this time, Lydia couldn't help but turn his eyes back to this handsome young man. Tony's tone clearly told them that Roddy had an unusual relationship with him. Being able to have a relationship with Tony, a military, political, business, and other important figures who are important in the three realms is definitely not something they can despise. Especially Bled, when he thought of this, he shed cold sweat. "Tony, didn't you see me busy? Come back to your little chili, or my sister-in-law will be taken away." Roddy waved with Tony impatiently, and was extremely rich for this dude. "Cousin, he is really hard to produce the awe of Iron Man in the movie. This is the beauty of distance." You stupid boy," Tony said in dissatisfaction, but unfortunately did not see what the girl next to Roddy looked like. But as long as the cousin is not gay. But seeing Roddy so proud of being a girl, Tony couldn't help but want to prank a prank, and said to that Bled, "Man, didn't you just say that I'm going to invest 30 million? I'll give you $100 million US. Chapter 18, Slayer Killer. Tony's words made Bled rekindled hope again, but Tony's next sentence made him decadent again. "That kid is my cousin, and I will give him all the things about the 300 million in the future. If you can persuade him, those $300 million will not cost a penny. Do you understand?" Bled blushed and finally gritted his teeth and said, "No problem, Mr. Stark, I will have a good talk with Mr. Roddy." Tony smiled and patted Brad's shoulder. Although he didn't even remember his name, it didn't mean he didn't understand what happened before. Tony's arrogance in these high-class societies has long been strange. Bled was stunned by the $300 million, and he came really close to Roddy. But his heart was still full of resentment and jealousy to Roddy, and these feelings made Roddy feel bored when he listened. As for Claire's classmate Lydia, she was even more exaggerated, almost wanting to hang herself on Roddy. But for this bus with heavy makeup, although Lodi is a virgin, he does not want to be involved. Just when Roddy couldn't help but want to go viral, a very loud voice broke into his mind. This is because someone's thinking activity is too violent, causing Roddy to inadvertently read his voice. Target, Tony Stark, 1 shot in each heart and 1 eyebrow. The content of this voice is so shocking that Roddy couldn't help but startle. Not to mention Tony is his biggest dependent, more importantly, Tony is his own family. In any case, Roddy cannot let this guy with a negative EQ have an accident. Go away. Roddy had no time to go with Brad and Lydia and Serpent, looking anxiously for Tony's position. Perhaps Roddy's voice was too loud, and many people looked at it. Although he has not yet found Tony's location, Roddy has found the source of the sound. A white man in waitress dress was walking in one direction with the tray. When most people looked at Roddy, he only stared at his goal. This behavior was too prominent, and Roddy recognized it with just a glance. What made Roddy even more frightened was that in his eyes the killer also exuded a faint red light. Stranger. This time is the real killer. Roddy didn't expect that this power killer turned out to be Tony. Tony was having a good conversation with Obadiah Stein at this time. In disregard of the strange eyes of others, Roddy rushed towards the waiter. Roddy's behavior directly caused a small disturbance. The waiter disguised as a killer also felt that things had changed. He did not give up the action, but accelerated the speed and ran to Tony. What scared Roddy even more was that Tony was also attracted here, even not paying attention to the approach of the waiter. It's almost time, and you can enter the best range in a few more steps. The killer's voice is floating, and Roddy can easily hear it without concentrating. It can be seen that the killer is also excited. Visually checked the distance, and Roddy knew that even if he tried harder, he would not be able to catch up. Even if I start to remind now, I'm afraid Tony won't respond at once. At this critical moment, Roddy once again entered that magical state. Everything around became slow, even if it was more than 10 meters away. Roddy could clearly see the waiter put his right hand into the clothes, even the golden buttons of the cuffs could see the pattern clearly. The killer took out a transparent pistol made of glass or plastic, and pointed the gun at Tony. Roddy was wondering what the significance of this plastic gun was, and he saw this toy-like pistol quickly turning into a metallic texture. Damn, this man's ability can metallize objects. Roddy finally understood it, and also knew how he had mixed the tight security system. It is only now that it is too late. Roddy saw every muscle tremble between the killing fingers and issued an angry cry when he was about to pull the trigger. Asshole, hurry to die. Roddy shouted angrily in his heart. Eyes once again shot a magical force, completely ignoring the rules of space and time, and directly entered the man's head. Ah! The killer's disguised waiter was battered by Roddy's mental attack. It's a pity that the time is too short, and Roddy has no time to condense the mental power into a needle, so the killer is only injured and does not die directly like a big beard. Roddy felt a headache. This mental attack was a bit too hard. Although Roddy's mental power has improved rapidly, he has not reached a point where he can control it freely. After slowing down for a few seconds, Roddy felt a dizzy brain, but temporarily did not affect the action. The killer's brain was like being hit by a hammer, completely chaotic. He could only barely pull out his pistol and shoot indiscriminately. Gunshots sounded, but nothing happened, and the banquet inevitably became chaotic. The crowd is so chaotic that it becomes more difficult to get close to Tony. And the ability killer suffered a blow from Roddy's mental strength and did not fall down directly. But Tony has reacted, guarding Pepper and approaching Roddy actively, and using the communicator to call the security guard. Tony, protect the two ladies. I will deal with this bastard. With Tony's cooperation, Roddy was finally able to concentrate on the killer. Rhodey, the hero saves the beauty is a good show, but you can't play it. Tony said with a little worry. Rhodey smiled coolly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com shook his hands. The clothes on his arms were cut by several sharp blades, and a pair of silver-grey sleeved arm guards appeared. Did you see it? Altair Sword V2.0. Deluxe upgrade version. Someone sent me to test the performance of the equipment. How can I let it go? Roddy said confidently. Well, I hope your toy with no technical content can play a role. Tony said helplessly. He must make a decision to study the portable steel armor. Rhodey has been delayed for so long. The Slayer killer has also been relieved, holding the pistol and rushing towards them. Rhodey did not dare to carelessly. The sleeve sword popped out, mobilizing nearly exhausted mental power to observe all the actions of the killer. As soon as he reached the best range, the killer raised his pistol and pulled the trigger against Rhodey. The bullets are fast. Even if Roddy can see the bullet's trajectory, it is impossible to avoid them, but dodge before the killer pulls the trigger is not a problem. The killer's shooting angle is very tricky. Once Rhodey dodges, the three Tony behind him will be injured by mistake. Since can't dodge, it can only block. There was a jingle, and the killer fired 4 shots in a row, only to see Rhodey's hands flicking all the bullets in a few strokes. The movie's exaggerated scene surprised all the people who saw it, but it didn't make the killer have any surprises. The killer's calmness made Rhodey a little puzzled. This guy, could I have known my ability long ago? And what happened next verified Rhodey's guess, and the other party knew his ability. Chapter 19, Ability to be Restrained. The killer saw that the bullet was ineffective, and then tossed the pistol, and then pulled out 2 rope-like things from his arms. I saw that he activated the power, and the soft rope became a hard iron rod. The killer rushed over with an iron rod in each of his hands, and Roddy was overjoyed. He liked the metal drop most. The left arm hook cable popped out with a bright blue electric light. Roddy learned the last lesson and enhanced the power of this high-voltage electricity. Even elephants are estimated to be stunned. Only surprised Roddy that the killer's iron rod hit the hook, but the high-voltage current had no effect on him. Don't this metal conduct electricity? Roddy didn't expect his biggest weapon to be restrained. Roddy did not give up, and continued to entangle the killer with high-voltage current. After a few rounds, Roddy finally found something with super dynamic vision. This killer can turn objects into metal, but this metal is not insulated, but uses ingenious power control methods to instantly release the metallization of the position where the hook is in contact. With this layer of insulation, Roddy's high-voltage electricity is useless. This Slayer killer is obviously rigorously trained in combat. Even if Roddy has the super visual ability of the same bullet time, he is still suppressed in close combat. The iron rod in the killer's hands can change texture arbitrarily, sometimes soft and hard, and even turns into a whip-like weapon. Roddy has drawn several bloodstains on his chest and back. And Roddy's victory was only to cut through the killer's clothes, not even a wound. Just when the killer thought he could successfully take down Roddy, he saw Roddy's wrist flip and a round object with an orange glow popped out. A huge sense of crisis came, and the killer immediately metallized all the clothes on his chest. It's a pity that the eccentric device in Roddy's hands exploded with a strong light, accompanied by a powerful shock wave, knocking him over 10 meters. The metallized clothes were also penetrated, and a large hole was opened directly in his chest. Everything is said to be a luxury upgrade. How can it be luxury without a miniature palm cannon? Roddy threw away the hot and smoked disposable palm cannon and said to the seriously wounded killer. This killer is already on the verge of dying, but his dying eyes are not unwilling and angry, but full of pride and satisfaction, as if he has completed the task. And at this time, an excited voice came, "Target Tony Stark, 1 shot for each heart and 1 eyebrow. There is even a killer." Roddy looked around blankly, unable to find the killer in the chaotic crowd for a while. Various chaotic and terrified emotions prevented Roddy from discerning the source of this voice, even with the remaining mental power to detect, there is no other power at all. This second killer is an ordinary person, and Roddy finally thought of this terrible possibility. Since the awakening of the power, Roddy had a sense of superiority to ordinary people that he didn't even notice. Especially after the war of terrorists, it is even more insignificant to the power of ordinary people. But how do ordinary people bring guns into the venue? Thinking of this, Roddy Horan turned back, looking in the direction of the Slayer killer throwing a gun. Unfortunately, it was too late, and a man dressed as a waiter had already pulled the trigger at Tony. There was a gunshot, and Tony's eyebrow burst into a blood flower. In Pepper's mournful cry, Tony fell to the ground weakly, his eyes still maintaining an incredible look. No! Roddy snorted, and the spirit that was close to exhaustion boiled up, turning into a stormy power to the killer who could not put away the pistol. This time, Roddy's mental power did not invade the killer's brain, but turned into a substantial mental power. As if a huge hammer hit him, his ribs were broken, and his chest collapsed into a large piece. This killer is also just an ordinary person. He was smashed 10 meters away by this heavy blow, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he died. Pepper was crying out Tony's name, but his voice sounded so far away. Changed another time, the progress of the ability will definitely make Roddy very happy, but at this time, Roddy's mind is only blank. This is a double assassination, not a subtle layout, but it succeeded smoothly, only because the opponent knew Roddy's ability well. First, use the ability killer as a bright line to attract Roddy's attention. The most important thing is to consume Roddy's mental attack ability. After losing this method, Roddy can only rely on equipment to fight the enemy, and this ability also has various response options. If it weren't for the unexpected, it didn't even require a second killer to complete the mission. But only at this time I want to understand what is the point of everything? Dandy and affectionate Tony, humorous and poisonous Tony, genius and dedicated Tony, such a Tony Stark really died like this? Even if it was only for a short time, Roddy had regarded Tony as his loved one. Roddy, I can save him, but you have to help me keep it secret. Claire's soft voice is like a natural sound, awakening Roddy in a state of loss. No problem. I promise you everything. Roddy remembered that Claire was also a power. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com could have the ability to recover from death? At this time, not to mention confidentiality, even letting Roddy agree with him is not a problem. After several shootings at this time, the banquet guests were all scattered, so no one noticed here. In Roddy's surprised eyes, Claire picked up a silver fork and stabs firmly into his palm. Bright red blood flows out, but the wound is healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Claire had to twist the fork hard to make the wound tear more. When Claire's blood dripped into Tony's blood hole, Roddy saw Tony's pale face turn red again. With a jingle, the bullet shot into the eyebrows was pushed out by the regenerated flesh. Then, Tony's chest made a strange noise, and the blue light-emitting arc reactor was jacked up. Roddy quickly tore Tony's clothes, and saw that the big hole in Tony's chest was slowly repairing, and even the fragments of the bomb left in his body were squeezed out of the muscles. It should have been following Tony's arc reactor for a long time, but he was separated from Tony's body under the action of Claire's blood. 1 minute or so, Roddy felt a century. Tony opened his eyes again and gasped and said, "Damn! I dreamed that I was beaten in the head." Seeing Tony wake up, Pepper fell into Tony's arms crying, this time in tears of joy. Roddy also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, at least Tony doesn't need to risk surgery to do shrapnel, but the poisoning without palladium threatens the second-generation arc reactor. Chapter 20, The Ability to Evolve Again. Roddy looked at Claire gratefully. If she hadn't had her ability to resist the sky, Roddy would probably regret her life. Roddy also understood why Claire wanted Roddy to keep it secret. Such a power is too much. Known by people with bad intentions, I am afraid that they will be kept in captivity like life-saving pills. Claire just smiled indifferently, saving people was just a relief for her, but it was the first time that she had exposed her abilities to others' eyes. Perhaps it was because of Roddy's previous friendliness, or maybe because Roddy was also a power player, so Claire chose to take risks. My ability can save people, but it may be drug resistance or some reason, it can only take effect once for the same person. Claire explained. It doesn't matter, this kind of thing will never happen again, I promise. Roddy said firmly. Tony, I have a way to find the black hand behind the scenes, but I will grieve you. Roddy said to Tony with a smile. Anyway, I agree, I will never let go of this time. Tony, who has been resurrected, has experienced the most terrible things in life, and naturally hates the master messenger behind the scenes. Well, since you said that. Tony cut it with a palm on Tony's neck without warning. Ah! Roddy, what are you doing? Tony cried out in pain. Oh, really, the stories are all deceiving, who said that cutting the neck can stun people? Roddy said badly. Everyone looked at Roddy with a black line, and Roddy had to explain, anyway, people are running almost the same anyway. Tony, you just pretend to die, so the black hand behind the scenes thinks that if he succeeds, he will definitely show flaws. Although what you said makes sense, I am really anxious about your IQ. Tony said contemptuously, then picked up the pistol and fired a few shots at the arc reactor from a distance. Fortunately, this micronuclear motor has a self-protection mechanism, but only a few sparks jumped out without a small nuclear explosion. In this way, everyone knows that I am going to die. Tony said proudly to Roddy, then fell in the arms of Little Pepper in the most pretentious and most exaggerated gesture, and by the way, glanced at Roddy dismissively. Roddy can't wait to kick Tony, but he found a better way to retaliate. Roddy ran to the two half-dead killers, made his hands bloody, and then stuck it directly on Tony's face. After a few strokes, Roddy didn't even let Tony's body go. It wasn't until Tony became a blood man that Roddy closed his hand with satisfaction. Oh, that's why I was seriously injured. Roddy smiled mischievously, looking at Tony's embarrassment, and Roddy felt that his thoughts had come through. But Roddy did not find that the blood on his hand was somehow missing an indelible trace, and a small part of the blood-stained sleeve turned into a dull silver grey, just like some metal. Most of the guests ran out, but there are always one or two people who think they are smart, and they believe that the most dangerous place is the safest place. When Roddy's mental power swept through the audience, he found two unlucky ghosts hiding under the table. No matter whether the two actually saw or heard any unfavorable news, Roddy directly invaded the consciousness of the two with mental force, completely erasing the memory within 2 hours. This is a kind of forced hypnosis. Previously, Roddy could only slightly affect the senses of others, and could not modify the memory, but now it can barely do it. It's just that this method is too rough, and it is estimated that these two will have a headache for a long time. You can rest assured, I can guarantee that they will not remember you saved Tony. Roddy said pretendingly. Don't you think I'm a monster? Claire asked. There is no such a cute monster in this world. Compared with you, I am more like a monster. Roddy made a vicious expression deliberately and made Claire smile. Claire still wanted to say something, but heard Roddy say, sorry, I think I probably need to rest. Roddy forced to say this sentence and began to lose consciousness. Forced hypnosis is more expensive than direct mental attack, even if Roddy's ability is improved, it is a bit unbearable. I only felt that I had put into a soft embrace, and my cheeks could still feel 2 groups of elastic. When Roddy woke up, it was already 2 days later. Is also a familiar hospital ward, the whole room is under Roddy's mental power. In the past, Roddy could only sense the emotional fluctuations of people, but now he can blur the contours of objects. There was a card on the bedside of Roddy, and a sentence in a beautiful font said, 3 months later is my graduation ceremony, I hope you can come to participate. Signature is a monster friend. Seeing this, Roddy's heartbeat began to accelerate, and Claire's beautiful face came to his mind. After 3 months, I will definitely go to Texas, but I have to solve the matter in front of me. Roddy could not wait to get rid of his bald head and fly to Claire's side with steel armor. This sleep is refreshing. Although my stomach is hungry, my mental strength has become much stronger. Roddy tried the stealth ability, and it turned out to be much faster. It only takes about 10 seconds to achieve complete stealth. As for the mental powers derived from mental power variation, UU reading www.uugonshu.com is like an invisible big hammer. It's convenient to smash things, but it's impossible to pick up even a piece of paper with your mind. Improvement of abilities is the most important thing for Roddy. If this is not the accident with Claire, Tony will really die. A person with abilities, if the ability is already well known, then it is easy to find a way to deal with it. The beard that can be invisible, the magic type female Ruin, and the killer who can change other materials into metal. These are the 3 variants that Luodai encountered. After killing his beard, Roddy was able to go invisible. Ruin let her run, and Roddy didn't learn to transform. What would happen if he killed the killer this time? Roddy couldn't wait to try it, so he picked up the cup on the bedside. The 5-star luxury ward, even the drinking cups are works of art, beautiful but extremely thin and light ceramics. Switched to the telepathic vision. Roddy could see that his hand was glowing with red light, and a heat flow through the skin to the cup, and then the ceramic texture began to metallize. Roddy can sense that this is a weird alloy, like a mixture of many different metals. The ductility is 100 times that of ordinary steel, and it can even be drawn into a hairline. I don't know if it is the improvement of mental power, so that Roddy's ability to control abilities has been greatly enhanced. After practicing for a while, Roddy can use this ability with ease. Roddy can quickly turn his clothes into metal, and then quickly restore it. Although it is impossible to perform precise control for the time being, this ability is like adding a body armor to the body at any time, and the survivability is greatly increased. I am more confident about killing Obadiah Stein. Chapter 21, Plan. Presumably mastered the power increase, and Roddy gave Pepper a call. In the past 2 days, Tony has successfully played a serious role. Obadiah Stein has united several shareholders of Stark Enterprises to send trouble to Pepper, asking Pepper to surrender the company's management authority. Pepper is a strong woman, but in the case of Tony's coma, it is also difficult to support. He has to surrender the company's management temporarily. If it weren't for Tony, who still holds the patent for the arc reactor, I'm afraid even this time the house will be kicked out. If nothing goes wrong, the entire Stark Enterprise will be completely controlled by Obadiah Stein within a week. After understanding the situation, Roddy changed a set of leisure clothes, and then walked towards the hospital door. In a position where no one noticed, Roddy's body faded away until it disappeared into the air. Obadiah Stein is sitting at home leisurely, enjoying 82 years of Lafite red wine. The spring breeze of these 2 days makes him particularly like the pleasure brought by luxury goods. As soon as he came back from the company, Obadiah Stein couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Tony Stark was seriously injured and has not yet passed the dangerous period. Doctors estimate that the best result is also a permanent vegetative. As long as a few days later, I can get the support of the majority of shareholders, and even then Tony can't stop me even when he wakes up. Obadiah Stein said to himself. I don't know if it usually takes too long to suppress the hypocrite. Obadiah Stein likes to talk to himself when he is alone, like a sick way of catharsis. It's just that Obadiah Stein didn't know that this monologue has an invisible listener. Roddy became invisible while following Stark Enterprises and followed behind Obadiah Stein, and even boldly took a car with him to go home. It's a pity that Tony is still not dead after all, and this group of mutants is nothing more than that. The design of the machine should be exchanged for more valuable things. Obadiah Stein said a mystery. After saying this, the phone rang for a while and it was connected. Roddy was very happy that he overheard the information he wanted so quickly, and recorded Obadiah Stein's words verbatim on his cell phone. "Tony is not dead." Obadiah Stein said the first sentence. "I don't want to listen to your explanation. Anyway, you didn't complete the agreement. If you want the design drawing on my hand, kill Tony for me, or give something else in exchange." Super Warrior is very interested. "Very good, your attitude makes me very satisfied, but everything depends on the facts. I give you a week. If the Green Devil's equipment can be brought to me, then the transaction continues, and I still can improve Stark's other weapon designs." Obadiah Stein chatted on the phone for a few minutes, and communicated the details of the transaction with the mysterious contacts, and then continued to enjoy his leisure time. Although Osborn cooperates with Stark, it is only an equal exchange relationship. What makes Obadiah Stein even more upset is that this kind of technological cooperation is entirely based on Tony Stark. Because the core arc reactor patent is a personal patent, it does not belong to the Stark Enterprise. Even if Obadiah Stein can fully control Stark, Osborn can refuse to share R&D results with Stark. Obadiah Stein is eager to get the technology of the Green Gob equipment, so that Stark can regain the favor of the military. Perhaps Stark Industries should be renamed Stan Industries, ha ha ha. Obadiah Stan smiled with pride. This bald head wants to steal Green Demon equipment and Super Warrior potions? This is a good opportunity to invite the king into the urn. Rhodey sent the recorded content to Tony while thinking about the possibility of taking into account. Rhodey stayed for more than an hour, until the old called a blonde stunner to start hippie. Rhodey took the opportunity to leave Obadiah Stein's house. Once anything comes into contact with the mutants, it will become troublesome. Even though Rhodey has won several times, he is still very afraid of the ability of mutants to emerge endlessly. So whether it's a countermeasure or a soldier to block, Rhodey needs to plan carefully. Back to the seaside villa, Rhodey gave Tony all the collected evidence. Tony, who had a little fantasies about Uncle Stan, finally understood that it was now time for you to die. Unexpectedly, he was going to kill me, but he looked at the person I grew up with, Tony said with a wry smile. People are always easily blinded by greed, Tony, now is not the time for generalization. Rhodey advised. At this time, Tony went through life and death several times, and he was no longer that decadent and unrecognizable boy, so he quickly recovered his spirit. It's a pity that this recording alone is not enough to take Obadiah Stein to court, otherwise we don't need to take any risks. Pepper has no confidence in Rhodey's tricky plan. The last mutant assassination almost succeeded. If they did not meet Claire, they had already succeeded. If you want to deal with mutants, I know that an old man is the most suitable. I designed a machine for him at that time, just let him return my favor. Tony said with certainty. Are you sure? We need to know that we are facing the magnet force www.readaloud.com, but they are all mutants who are good at fighting. Rhodey said a little worried. He is one of the 3 people in the world who knows mutants best, and a master of mental and spiritual power. If I were Tony Stark as a super genius in technology, then this one is in the mutants. Tony Stark. Tony said narcissistically, he praised people for not forgetting to praise themselves, or to praise themselves is the point. Fortunately, Rhodey and Pepper are almost immune to Tony's narcissism. It was Rhodey who had probably guessed the identity of the old man after listening to Tony. He tentatively asked Tony, this old man you said would not be Professor X. What Professor X? I mean Dr. Charles Francis Xavier. Tony denied. Rhodey reacted immediately. Professor X was the title circulated among the mutants, and the real official identity of the old man should be the principal of Xavier's gifted junior school, Dr. Charles. Thinking of this, Rhodey immediately asked again, will the machine you designed for him be a brainwave intensifier? Hey, how did you know, Rhodey? But strictly speaking, this is my father's design. I just made a little improvement to strengthen the function of this machine by about 100 times. Tony's words are very modest, but the tone is simply saying I am a genius. Well, I should have guessed it long ago. Roddy felt very painful. If Tony knew that this machine might destroy all mankind in the near future, I don't know what it would be like. Chapter 22, Arrival of Reinforcements. After Tony talked about the brainwave intensifier, Roddy couldn't help but think of the mysterious machine in X-Men 1. Obadiah Stein's design used to threaten the witch. Is it the machine that can strengthen the magnetism and allow ordinary people to activate the X gene to become mutants? Although it is just a conjecture, the more he thinks, the more likely it is. Only this machine can make Magneto not hesitate to offend the giant beast of Stark, or even send someone to assassinate directly. Tony, have you ever designed a machine that can greatly strengthen the magnetic field? Roddy asked suddenly. As if it had been a long time ago, Tony thought about it and replied, it seems that there is such a design, but the design scheme was a bit flawed at the time, which would endanger the user's life, so I gave up this design. Roddy, how do you know that your mutant ability will not be able to see the past? Roddy covered his face in pain. He could probably think of the end of the matter. Tony's father met Professor X by chance. At that time, Professor X and Magneto should haven't parted ways yet, so Professor X asked Tony's father to design 2 machines for him, which could greatly improve the telepathic ability and magnetic field ability. But the effect of the machine at that time was not so powerful. After the improvement of Tony, the genius, he finally made the brainwave intensifier and magnetic energy intensifier that can destroy the world. It's a pity that the brainwave strengthening machine was completed, but the magnetic energy strengthening machine could not be manufactured because of a little defect. And the design of this magnetic energy intensifier fell in the hands of Obadiah Stine, and used this to induce mutants to serve it. In this way, Roddy is even more unable to allow Obadiah Stine to complete the transaction with the mutant. Roddy didn't really think that the design created by Tony had almost destroyed the entire Earth twice. This is simply the role template of the world devil. With such an irresponsible genius, it is really not easy for this world to survive to this day. Tony, do you have any other unreliable inventions? You think of it now. I don't want to wake up to the end of the world. Roddy asked with a lingering fear. Tony glanced silently at Roddy, completely unable to understand his vomiting, and left him alone, and directly contacted Professor X. Professor X has devoted his life to the peaceful coexistence of mutants and ordinary people. Although the effect is not obvious, it is indeed an old man worthy of respect. Tony explained the situation with Professor X on the phone, and Professor X was also obliged to deal with the old opponent, Magneto. It was just that Roddy didn't expect the X-Men to come so fast. It was just a meal. A black fighter jet with a cool shape breaking through the sky stopped on the tarmac of the seaside villa. Roddy watched with admiration the people wearing X-Men uniforms as they stepped down from the fighter plane. This sports car drove all of Tony's sports cars. After crossing, as a rich second generation, Roddy has no interest in picking up girls, but he likes the excitement of speed, but unfortunately he has not been able to try the thrill of late-night drag racing. Of course, if there is a fighter, who is going to drag racing, the speed is not a grade at all. As Roddy thought, the leader of the X-Men had arrived. A tall, burly man with thicker hair than the average person. The shape of a tiger's back bears a tough line. Roddy recognized at a glance, this is the famous Wolverine. Logan is a very powerful mutant, with an immortal body, and a pair of steel claws torn through countless powerful enemies. It's a pity that this man's luck is really bad. His brother is a perverted murderer, love so many times to die every time, she was also lost in memory. The original Long Aotian template was stunned by the fate of the desperate pits, and Lodi paid him 100,000 sympathies. Perceived Roddy's strange eyes, Rogan looked at Roddy doubtfully, and Roddy quickly gave the most sincere smile. X-Men come from familiar faces, Wolverine Logan, Storm Girl Aurora, Iceman Barbie, and Fireman John. These 4 are extremely capable mutants. Of course, this familiarity is only for Roddy, but the others don't know it at all. In addition to being known as the Iceman of the Omega class, Roddy is not very interested in the abilities possessed by the X-Men. Especially the Wolverine's claws, Roddy is very speechless about his ability to self-harm first. It's just that Roddy hasn't figured out what his own way to gain new abilities is. He can't directly kill this Ice Age boy with 3 positive views, right? However, things are prioritized, and Roddy still intends to finish Obadiah Stein's work and try to figure it out. Anyway, as long as the Iceman doesn't die, Roddy always has a way to find him, and the monk can't run the temple. "Hello, Mr. Stark, this is Logan." As the captain of the X-Men, Wolverine briefly explained to Tony. "Then this matter please, you can tell my cousin Roddy if you have any need." Tony is also simply, as a shopkeeper. With his lively temperament, this reaction was a bit cold and unusual. Only Roddy understood that Tony was still a little unbearable to Obadiah Stine, and all of them were simply handed over to the X-Men. But that's fine, otherwise it will really be against Obadiah Stane, and Tony may be the one to die if he is soft-hearted. Roddy settled the X-Men in the employee lounge in the Osborn building. Although it is a lounge, it is actually similar to the hotel suite. Here it is convenient for the X-Men to be able to support anytime, anywhere. After all, Roddy still doesn't know how to steal equipment from Magneto, so the most practical thing is to respond to the changes constantly. Anyway, Roddy has informed Norman Osborn, UU reading www.UU. The laboratory where green magic equipment is located is already under 24-hour monitoring. What thermoforming technology, sonar vibration detection, laser guard. Various high-tech ensure that invisible people cannot be mixed in. Well, don't ask Roddy how he knows. Just waited for 2 days, without any movement. Fortunately, Roddy took a dip at the Osborn building during the day and then plunged into the design of the steel armor. But the fireman John in the X-Men is a rebellious teenager who can't sit back. Originally thought that the mission can keep him away from the dull school. "I didn't expect the most prosperous and lively place in New York, but I still had to stay in the room innocently." Waited for 2 days, John, the idle fireman, finally couldn't bear it. That night, he found an opportunity to leave the Osborn building, thinking of the insights of the world of flowers in New York City. This was not a big deal at all, but Iceman Barbie discovered that his friend had left without telling Wolverine and Storm Girl. Instead, he planned to find John himself. 4 X-Men, 2 of them are missing, which naturally hides Wolverine and Storm Girl. The situation is very embarrassing right now. Although Barbie and John are not as good as Wolverine, they are also important fighting forces that cannot be underestimated. Once there are too many mutants coming, Wolverine will not necessarily be able to control the scene no matter how strong it is. After discussing with Ororo for a while, he thought that he must seize the time to get the 2 students back. Wolverine with the general sense of beast is more suitable for tracing, so the Storm Woman stays behind the Osborn building. But shortly after Logan left, a team of unidentified and mysterious people appeared near the Osborn building. Chapter 23, Coincidence Raid. Ororo waited for half an hour at the Osborn building. Although Logan could still be reached, the 2 students were still missing. A not-so-good hunch appears. It is now the time when the X-Men is the weakest. If it encounters a mutant on the side of Magneto, Ororo will be difficult to resist. This is often the case in this world. A good hunch is mostly an illusion. For example, Piaja will feel that he can be in a book, and he will think that the goddess likes herself. Such things are basically illusions. But a bad hunch often turns into reality. For example, "It's over, I feel like my aunt is coming," or "It's over, my aunt won't not come," or Ororo's current feeling, "Magneto don't be so lucky to come now." These are almost all premonitions. A harsh alarm sounded, telling everyone that the Osborn building was invaded. Ororo quickly contacted Logan, but the Wolverine couldn't get back in a short time. "Ororo, as long as you hold on for 15 minutes, I will come back immediately. This is Wolverine's words. The voice coming downstairs became more and more intense, and Ororo knew he could only rely on himself now. Fortunately, before staying at the Osborne building, Rhodey had already arranged the response. A team of heavily armed Osborne corporate security guards had been fighting with the mutants. Ororo can see through the monitor screen that a mutant like a tiger is pushing a small truck into the security team. The bullets flew across, but all hit the small truck, and the mutant could not be hurt. It's a saber-toothed tiger. Ororo recognized this old opponent at a glance, a mutant with always super strength and recovery ability. The saber-toothed tiger has a messy long blonde hair, eyes and hands have been alienated as beasts, and the whole person is like a furious lion. The small truck weighing several tons is like a toy being pushed by a saber-toothed tiger at a glance, knocking the security guards to each other. Although the saber-toothed tiger is tall and burly, his movements are extremely quick. I saw that the saber-toothed tiger easily avoided most of the bullets during the leap, and occasionally was hit by stray bullets, but it could only cause skin injuries, and it could recover in a few breaths. This was a total slaughter. The saber-toothed tiger solved the security almost effortlessly, and then rushed up the stairs. Seeing the situation is not optimistic, an Osborne engineer shouted to Ororo, "What are you doing here? Haven't you stopped him yet?" This violent fat engineer named Jericho originally worked in the Missile Development Department of Stark Corporation and is now the Chief Weapon Development Engineer of Osborne. For the research and development of Green Devil's equipment, Jericho has spent a lot of effort. Hearing the idea of someone trying to play Green Devil equipment, he stayed at the Osborne building day and night. "I must stay here, Magneto will definitely not send the saber-toothed tiger alone," Ororo explained helplessly. "Our people are almost dead. What are you waiting for? Where did you mutants die at the critical time?" Jericho growled. Ororo felt apologetic. Jericho's words were very polite, but she couldn't refute them. As soon as Wolverine left, Magneto sent someone to attack, and no one expected such a coincidence. Wait, is this not a coincidence? Ororo flashed the thought in his heart, but before he could think about it, he heard a loud noise. The glass broke, and the debris burst, and a figure rushed in from the outside. Ororo is on the 90th floor of the Osborne building, and the wind that shattered the glass caused everyone to close their eyes. Ororo was also taken aback by the sudden attack, but after all, she was a well-trained X-Men and responded immediately. Ororo's eyes turned to silver, and the gust of wind instantly disappeared with the wave of his palm. Everyone clearly saw this man who broke through the window and looked ugly like a toad. Is a toad man under Magneto, who has super jumping ability and can spit out his tongue as a variant of weapon. This one can climb the wall easily like a gecko, so he can come to the 90th floor window to make a breakthrough without knowing it. Ororo waved a small whirlwind and tried to blow the toad out of the window. However, the toads were able to stick tightly to the ground, waiting for Ororo's wind force to weaken slightly, allowing them to move quickly with superb bouncing force. As the goddess of the storm, Ororo has the horror ability to control the weather, but he is at a disadvantage in the face of this kind of close combat. However, as long as Ororo is given enough time, the power of the storm will gradually become stronger, and then even if Magneto comes in person, he will not dare to face the storm goddess. It's just that the Toad is also an old opponent of the X-Men. He knows Ororo's ability very well. He doesn't plan to try how powerful the storm goddess is. Cleverly escaped Ororo's storm attack, and the Toad placed the target on Osborne's employees. A sticky long tongue shot out and bound the fat Jericho firmly. A respected researcher, how could it be the opponent of a battle-hardened mutant? Jericho flew out of the window with a roll of Toad's tongue. The height of the 90th floor is estimated that Jericho was scared to death before falling to the ground. Ororo, as an X-Men www.readaloud.com, could not help Jericho anyway, so he flew out of the window following Jericho. Finally, when Ororo caught Jericho howling like a pig, the Toads began to throw others down again. This feeling is too stifling. Being a hero is always a lot harder than a criminal. Aluo can use the power of the storm to fly, but the speed is not fast. After receiving 10 people in a row, Ororo has been overwhelmed. But I don't know if it's all thrown away, or what is the reason. Ororo found that the toads no longer throw people. Ororo didn't think it was a toad's conscience, but it had a bad hunch. Ororo could not wait to re-enter the Osborne building, only to see a messy scene. But Ororo is still comforting himself. The Green Devil equipment is stored in a very safe place. Toad people want to forcibly destroy it must not be so easy. It's just that when Ororo rushed into the laboratory where the Green Demon equipment was stored, he saw that the heavy superalloy door had been opened, but the vault where the full set of Green Demon equipment should have been stored was empty. The toads had disappeared, only the hole in the window on the other side told Ororo that the enemy had escaped. Ororo went through the broken window unwillingly, but flew a few times around the Osborne building, but failed to find the Toad Man. Ororo was distracted, and Logan's phone came. "I'm back, but unfortunately let the saber-toothed tiger run away. Where are you? How is the situation?" Ororo replied bitterly, "Late, the Green Devil's equipment has been taken away." Chapter 24, Who is the Inner Ghost? Rhodey arrived at the Osborne building at night. Just when he entered the door, he saw a face-sized fireball hit Jericho. What kind of play was this? Don't. Ororo didn't expect John to take action against ordinary people, too late to stop. The same is true of everyone except Rhodey. Since the evolution of mental power, Rhoda's reaction ability has been able to hide bullets, and the mental ability to influence the substance has also been developed. Rhodey mobilized his spirit and turned into a small hammer and hit Jericho's knee. Jericho, who was hard to guard, fell to his knees. Although it was an arrow in his knee, he managed to escape the tragedy of being disfigured by flames, but his hair was burned directly into the Mediterranean Sea, and it was still a dark Mediterranean Sea in the center. Jericho had just escaped from the dead, and when he recovered, he began to yell and call security. John raised his lighter and wanted to continue to set fire. If it were not bothered by Ororo and Logan, it would be another war. Seeing that something was going to go wrong, Rhodey quickly said, "What the happened? Mr. Norman entrusted me with full responsibility for the Green Devil equipment. If you make trouble, don't blame me for asking him to leave the Osborne building." Rhoda's tone was very heavy, and he deliberately used a little spiritual energy, and it really shocked everyone. Rhodey used the telepathic ability to listen to everyone's thinking, and wanted to understand the situation, but heard a strange voice. "This is Russian. I bought a watch last year, and I couldn't understand any sentence." Rhodey couldn't help saying when he heard Jericho's voice. The first time he encountered such a restrained mind-reading method, Rhodey realized that abilities are not unfavorable. Perhaps it only takes a little creativity to make the ability of the powerless person useless. Ororo carefully organized the wording to explain the process to Rhodey. It's just that Ororo didn't know that Rhodey was listening on the surface, but in fact he was still entangled in the problem of mindlessness. What made Rhodey even more strange was that Jericho was violently leaping on the surface, but in fact there was not much anger, but it seemed to be pretended. Rhodey remained unmoved, and he was almost full of this unchanging skill. In fact, the process is very simple, that is, the Green Devil equipment was robbed, and Jericho broke the X-Men. Words like stupid trash are already subtle, and the X-Men's IQ has been demoted by Jericho to the level of maggots. Although he knew that he was wrong, the young and flaming fireman John could not bear Jericho's vicious curse, so he threw a fireball on impulse. Fortunately, Rhodey helped in time, otherwise he would be killed. But Rhodey's thoughts are invisible, and even Jericho himself thinks that he has a soft leg, and this time he can only do good things without leaving a name. Rhodey finally persuaded Jericho, who had wanted to make an apology for John to finish, but unexpectedly John didn't feel sympathy and flicked away. "Bobby, look at him, don't get into trouble again," Ororo told him. "Ran away, and Roddy simply exposed it. The most critical issue now is the theft of the Green Devil's suit. Roddy looked at the monitoring screen carefully, and then asked the situation of the people present at the time, and I probably knew. There are several questions. First, how did the toad get the password to the vault? Second, John's departure was an accident. Someone must have notified Magneto in time. Who is this person? Roddy scanned the audience. You can see everyone's expressions. Life is like a play, all depends on acting. Looking at the unblemished faces in front of her eyes, it would be really difficult to find the clue of this inner ghost if Roddy had mind-reading skills. You mean we have ghosts here? It must be your group of mutants. I know at a glance that you are not a good thing. Jericho growled. If the burly figure of Wolverine shocked him, estimate all martial arts will be staged. The X-Men clearly could not accept such accusations, but this time the mistake was too great, and Logan and Ororo's explanations were very weak. Everyone be restless, X-Men cannot be a ghost, they don't even know the password of the vault. If they are ghosts, why would Ms. Ororo save you? Let the toad kill you directly, there is no proof of death, isn't it better? Roddy said this convincingly, so Jericho had to shut up temporarily. The inner ghost must know the password of the vault. Obviously, the inner ghost is you. Roddy reached out and pointed to Jericho. What a joke! I am a ghost? What evidence do you have? You dare to frame me? I will complain to Mr. Norman, and I will ask a lawyer to sue you. Jericho retorted loudly as expected. Roddy did not rush to explain, and continued to listen to his thoughts with mind-reading, except that in addition to a trace of confusion, the other was still incomprehensible Russian. When Jericho talked about dryness, Roddy said, Mr. Jericho, don't be nervous, I'm not referring to you, but your figure blocks the inner ghost behind. Roddy's words made Jericho stunned there. The emotion just said so much, it was a waste of tongue. Roddy didn't care about him, and said directly to the black-haired Chinese scientist with a stunned face behind him, Mr. Yetian-Long, you are a ghost. What do you say? I am a ghost? What evidence do you have? Yetian-Long asked loudly. Only 3 people here know the password. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com and you are one of them. What is the reason? Yetian-Long was unconvinced by Roddy's explanation. Roddy explained slowly, the last person tossed by the toad is you. Because the password is changed every 2 hours, you need to tell him the password so that it cannot be known by others. And you have to confirm that the person who was thrown before died. I won't agree to this plan until I can. No, it's not. No need to explain, if it just made me suspect, this is now evidence. Roddy opened his phone, projected a page, and then said, this is the $5 million you just entered into your personal account. What do you do? Explanation. Faced with this huge amount of funds from unknown sources, Yetian-Long shouted loudly, this is framed. I definitely did not betray the company. You have the right to hire a lawyer. Roddy only returned this sentence and asked the security guard to take Yetian-Long down. Roddy glanced at Jericho meaningfully, and then smiled to Logan and others, I am very sorry for this kind of thing. I hope it will not affect our cooperation below. You're too polite, this time it was our mistake. If John didn't leave without permission, things wouldn't be like this. We will definitely recover the Green Devil equipment, please rest assured. Ororo sincerely asked Roddy apologies. Even if there is no ghost inside, Fireman John leaves without rules, which was originally a big mistake, so Ororo's apology is completely sincere. You said to recover the Green Devil equipment? Without this need, that equipment is fake. Roddy said calmly. Chapter 25, Gift for Fireman. Since I knew long ago that Magneto would send someone to steal Green Demon equipment, why wouldn't we prepare early? Roddy's words seemed to anger Jericho again. Through telepathy, Roddy knew he was really angry this time. You played us all as fools? In that case, why should we keep this vault and almost lose our lives? Jericho asked Rodi Hing with a semi-bald hairstyle. Lodi thought he was selling cute. It's just a little security strategy, but this vault is not useless, because the real Green Devil equipment is also put inside. Rodi's words left everyone in a daze. This empty vault comes from the Green Devil equipment. Rodi didn't explain much, walked into the vault under everyone's attention, and then touched the empty corner. Gradually, a complete set of Green Demon equipment appeared in front of everyone like a magic. This is the ability to make items invisible. Are you also a mutant? Aurora was a little surprised, but he did not expect that this handsome young boy who was too young to be his own compatriot. And he did not even estimate his identity exposure. Is he not afraid of being rejected by these ordinary people? Once is not allowed in human society, the money status he possesses will be meaningless. Rodis didn't worry about this, and he didn't agree with the X-Men's idea. Now that the mutants already exist, it is not possible to understand by hiding on one side and being an invisible salvation hero. No matter what the world is, proper high-profile people can know you and understand you, so that it is possible to accept you. Even in the Heavenly Dynasty, the sudden appearance of a beast of unicorn is estimated to be more frightening than surprise. But if this mythical creature dangles in front of you all day, even if you are not coquettish, you will slowly accept it after seeing more, and even want to touch it. Mutants are the same. Rodis doesn't care that other people know that he is a mutant, he only needs to hide his key abilities, not to be calculated. Roddy took out a whole set of green demon armor and gave it to Jericho with extreme caution, saying, "Mr. Jericho, it turns out that there are indeed ghosts between us, which is just a last resort. As I apologize sincerity, this real green demon armor will be kept by you. In the future, you will be directly responsible to Mr. Norman, and you will be in charge of the password." When Jericho just wanted to say something, Rhodey turned his head and said to the X-Men, several of them were also deceived. "As an apology, let me invite everyone to dinner. Anyway, the mutant thinks that he can handle it. It won't make a comeback so quickly, we can take a short break and discuss the next plan." This should be the case, but I am afraid that John's child is still drilling the horns. Ororo said worriedly. "It's okay, if I go talk to him, maybe everyone is a younger person who has a common topic." Luodai's words surprised Ororo. As the person in charge of the whole plan, shouldn't he be angry at John's completely unruly behavior? Why does it seem that Roddy is unusually generous? No matter how strange Ororo is, Roddy meets John who is still losing his temper anyway. "What are you doing? I can never apologize to the fat pig," John said very firmly. Under the influence of mind reading, Roddy heard John say nothing. "Even if I did something wrong, I can't insult my parents, that fat pig." Hearing this sentence, Roddy understood John's feelings. Even if he was abandoned by his parents because he was a mutant, John still could not tolerate others to insult his parents. This feeling of hatred and love tortured this proud young man, John, and caused him to be grumpy and deviant. Roddy feels that his parents are just missing. Compared with this proud boy, he is too lucky. At least he has complete fatherhood and maternal love. Anyone's growth needs a sense of identity, and this feeling must first be given by parents. Without parental affirmation, it will inevitably lead to distorted personality. And John, not only lacks the identity of his parents, but also does not get this kind of identity in the mutant school. Perhaps this is the reason why he finally invested in Magneto. Rhodey didn't say anything, just took out a very delicate glove and handed it to John. "What's this?" John looked at this equipment with doubt. Black and simple shape, soft and comfortable texture, and many fine mechanical tools. This kind of cool equipment is very enjoyable with just a glance. "I heard that you can control the flame, but can't generate the flame. This glove can save you the trouble of carrying a lighter every day. I added some interesting and practical gadgets on it, I hope you will like it." John's eyes lit up after Roddy's introduction, and he couldn't wait to test it. This glove was modified by Roddy with the sleeve armguard, adding a function to generate flames. The technical difficulty is very low, but Roddy still took a moment to add 3 different flames. One is that the ordinary flame temperature is only about 500 degrees, one is the oxyhydrogen flame, the temperature is as high as 3000 degrees, and the other is phosphate, which is a fuel of incendiary bombs, which has strong adhesion and is difficult to extinguish. It can be said that with this equipment, John has at least doubled his combat effectiveness. Roddy briefly introduced the usage to John, and John's eyes began to shine. Although his heart was still full of vigilance, he could not resist the temptation of this glove. Why? John finally couldn't help asking this question. If you have to say a reason, reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not over yet, and then you will meet people from Magneto. The stronger your strength is, the better it will be for me. Luodai said with a smile. This reason is very good. Although John still does not believe it, it is enough for him to accept this special gift. With this gift as a buffer, John no longer struggles with Jericho. Roddy drove a Hummer and took the 4 X-Men to the most luxurious hotel nearby. This luxury makes 2 young people, John and Barbie, very excited, leaving all the original negative emotions behind. Ororo and Logan seemed calmer, one was a very educated lady, and the other was an old man who had not lived for many years, and would not be easily affected by the environment. Roddy did not deliberately show off his wealth, nor did he mean to buy people's hearts, but simply wanted to find a place to talk to the X-Men. Moreover, the Kobe steak here is very good. It was eaten once when I first learned the stealth ability, and now I will taste it by the way. Roddy's kindness made X-Men very comfortable, and the identity of Roddy's mutant is even more kind. A banquet, after the meal is full, the guests and hosts are happy. I know that everyone has questions about the previous crimes, so let's just say it now. Roddy said openly. Ororo and Logan were silent, but the fireman John asked strangely, isn't the traitor found? When searching for the traitor, John was not present, so no problems were found. Logan is more direct, so he asked, that Chinese engineer is not actually an internal traitor. Chapter 26, Decent Scene. Wolverine Logan asked, that Chinese engineer is not actually a traitor. Roddy replied without hesitation, yes, yet Yenlong was wronged, and the $5 million was transferred to him. Only in this way can the real traitor relax his vigilance, and then reveal the flaws. Of course, this little money should be he was compensated for his innocent injustice. Roddy said this when it was light and windy, as if it were not 5 million but 500 yuan. Hearing that John and Barbie, 2 young men, were envious. They are all in their teens and everyone is a mutant. Why is the gap so large? Ororo looked at the expressions of the 2 young people in his eyes, and said with a bit of worry, it is not necessary to relax your vigilance, but it is more likely to play the grass and startle. It's okay to play the grass and startle the snake, as long as there is an action, I will definitely be noticed. Moreover, I already have someone who doubts. Just staring at him, it is estimated that the person behind the scene will be found soon. Roddy confidently say. The people behind this scene are naturally Obadiah Stan and Magneto, but there are too many twists and turns, and Roddy is not good to tell the X-Men. What clue do you have? Logan asked. Roddy went on to say, the robbed Green Devil equipment was fake and had tracking signals on it. But just now, the people I sent out only found the destroyed wreckage. That is to say, Magneto's side already knew the Green Devil equipment was fake, and some people reported to them. In such a short period of time, few people knew about it, and the biggest suspect was naturally Jericho. Then you will give him the real Green Devil equipment? I really don't know if you are bold or reckless. Logan looked at Roddy's eyes as if watching an idiot. Roddy tasted a sip of red wine calmly, and then replied, some traps are old-fashioned, but very easy to use, and can be used repeatedly over and over again. No one knows that this so-called Green Devil equipment is actually specially made, and all metal components are made by Rhodey through abilities. Once someone uses this piece of equipment to deal with Roddy, there will be a good show. The night was deep. Jericho opened all the security personnel in the name of confidentiality, and closed the monitoring system. Then he did not put away the green devils that Rhodey gave him, but took advantage of this moment of unmanned time to open another vault in the laboratory. Rows of green potions neatly placed in the freezer compartment illuminate Jericho's complexion. These are samples of Super Warrior potions. Although they have not undergone detailed human tests, they are not far from the finished product. Jericho took out 5 potions and put them away. He even put the green demon armor into a sealed box, and then he left the Osborn building without knowing it. Jericho thinks he has done it perfectly, but he always has a feeling of being monitored. Perhaps this is just an illusion of his own, which always existed when Jericho decided to betray. But he didn't think it was the wrong choice. After Tony closed his arms R&D department at Stark, Jericho decided that Tony owed him. This time, Tony was attacked in a coma. Obadiah Stan found Jericho. Obadiah Stein promised that if he could steal Green Devil equipment and Super Warrior potions, then Jericho would regain control of Stark's weapons development department. He prefers to develop a large-scale map-washing weapon such as an intercontinental missile. Although the treatment in Osborn is good, the core is still individual combat equipment and the core technology will not be open to him. Jericho could not refuse this temptation for Obadiah Stein. The road went unexpectedly smoothly, even without a red light. When Jericho sent the box to Obadiah Stein's mansion, he felt a little like a dream. Is the thrilling thief in the story completed? Obadiah Stein welcomed Jericho warmly, but he was a little skeptical about the Green Devil equipment he got this time. Are you sure this is the real Green Devil suit? Won't it be fake like last time? It's true that although the core technology of the Green Devil suit is not accessible to me, I have personally tested the data of this armor and even the insurance settings above have been modified and will never be traced. Jericho is confident, say full. Very good, since this is no problem. Obadiah Stein finally smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Stan, since the matter has been completed, then you told me before. Jericho asked expectantly. Jericho had imagined his luxury life after taking control of the weapons R&D department. Be sure to buy a car first. Jericho also discovered today that this classic car that had been in operation for several years had recessed seats in the back seat. Of course, Obadiah Stan will not be able to speak. Obadiah Stan said his name in this way, but the tone made Jericho a little shudder. Jericho was trying to say more, but saw Obadiah Stein showing a strange smile to him, and then a lifelong unforgettable scene appeared in front of Jericho. I saw Obadiah Stan's face rolled like scales, and finally became a blue-skinned red-haired mutant. You are, Jericho didn't finish the last complete sentence, and then was crushed by a beast-like hand from the back. The saber-toothed tiger came out of the shadow like a fierce beast, carrying Jericho's body like a chick in his hand. You go to dispose of the corpse, I need to talk to Obadiah Stan now. The demon girl picked up the box with the green demon equipment and walked into the room. Obadiah Stein, the owner of this mansion, is being tied to the bed with rope. Mr. Stan, I think we can talk about it now. The devil puts the Green Devil equipment in front of Obadiah Stein. This is the equipment that my people got. If it weren't for me to communicate with you, you would have been caught and traced to the hiding place. Are you using my stuff as a bargaining chip now? Obadiah Stan growled angrily. www.readaloud.com. It's a pity that the magic woman was unmoved. The magic woman Ruwen picked up a green Super Warrior potion and thrust the needle into Obadiah Stein's arm. I've got what you want, and now it's time for you to fulfill the transaction. I heard that the potion has not been tested by humans. I think you will not want to be a white mouse. The demon said threateningly. Obadiah Stein looked at the green needle tube in cold sweat. He will be in control of the entire Stark Enterprise in a few days. At this time, how could he be willing to risk his life? Okay, I will give you the design. Just in the safe, the password is Sitten77182. Obadiah Stan struggled for a while and finally compromised. The magic girl put away the syringe, then opened the safe according to Obadiah Stein's password, and she saw a design sealed in a briefcase. But after a few glances, the magic girl frowned, because this design is only half of it, and several key data are missing. I left the remaining half in a safe at Morgan Bank, and no one except me could take it out. Obadiah Stan is not stupid, but will not hand over all the information. The demon girl was trying to threaten a few more words, but suddenly felt a pain in her brain. A strong sense of dizziness made her release the information on her hand. A black hook penetrating the document pocket accurately, then quickly retracted. The scene in this scene is so familiar, reminding her of not so good memories. Chapter 27, Replaced Green Devil. The magic-type woman gritted her teeth at the empty corner and said, "Are you again?" But the magic-type woman didn't get any response. The invisible attacker was naturally Roddy, who followed Jericho along the way to Obadiah Stein's mansion. In order to prevent being discovered by the saber-toothed tiger's super olfactory smell, Roddy also sprayed odor-removing agents on his body. But Roddy didn't get the habit of being cheap in front of the villains, simply kept invisible, and slowly and quietly moved his position. It's Luadai's favorite to make a fortune. Anyway, the X-Men are already nearby, and it is the right way to let them deal with the mutant talents of Magneto. Roddy still hopes for the transformation ability of the witch. If you can pick it up cheaply, you will never let it go. But let Roddy take the initiative to face the demon girl, he was not 100% sure. But Luadai didn't want to do anything to represent him, so he had no choice but to see Ruin grabbed a pillow and tore the fabric with a tear. Seeing the exposed down pillow core, Roddy already understood the witch's intention. The hook shot out, trying to preempt, but she was shunned swiftly. At the next moment, the flying down filled the room, and Roddy was covered with fine white feathers. Although it takes a little time for Roddy to make these sticky feathers invisible together, it needs Roddy to concentrate on control, and the magic girl obviously will not give him this opportunity. At the moment when Roddy's body was exposed, the demon girl had already thrown a whip leg. For this powerful mutant who can face Wolverine, Roddy is not interested in trying to attack her long legs. Roddy rolled and escaped the whip leg. Taking a time to look back, she saw that the demon girl had pulled out a small metal ball from the green demon equipment box, and threw a sneer at Roddy. This metal ball popped two serrated blades in the air, and flew towards the invisible Roddy. This little thing tracks the target not by the eyes, but by heat induction, so Roddy's invisibility is meaningless. But Roddy was very calm, and with a snap of his fingers, this deadly flying knife lost its metallic luster, and then quickly shattered and disintegrated. This thing is made by Roddy using metallized abilities, the original material is only plastic. Once Roddy lifted the power effect, this plastic simply couldn't withstand the high rotating power. Was shocked to see the demon girl by this situation, Luadai tried to flee, but saw the saber-toothed tiger had rushed into the room. Roddy had no choice but to return quickly, using Obadiah Stein as a shield. The sleeved sword popped out and reached Obadiah Stein's throat. After showing his figure, Roddy threatened, "Don't be impulsive, do you want the other half of the information?" Didn't expect the demon to completely obey Obadiah Stein's life and order directly to the saber-toothed tiger, "Leave him alone, kill this kid." Saber-toothed tiger is not a thinking person, but it is definitely an activist. As soon as the demon girl finished speaking, he roared and rushed to Roddy. "Lying trough, can you play the card according to common sense? Isn't it supposed to negotiate with me peacefully? Let me delay the time." Luadai vomited in his heart. Facing the fierce saber-toothed tiger, he had to evade. Obadiah Stein couldn't move, and the saber-toothed tiger thought he was in the way, so he slapped him away with a slap. With the power of the saber-toothed tiger to throw the truck, Obadiah Stein was seriously injured this time without dying. Roddy had no time to observe this villain's silence, and the fierce attack of the saber-toothed tiger had arrived. Roddy has many abilities, but when it comes to actual combat ability, it is simply scum. With his small body, it is estimated that the saber-toothed tiger can kill him with one paw. Thinking rapidly, Roddy entered the state of slow vision. At this moment, Roddy's aura flashed, and the just-initiated ability was activated. As mentioned before, Roddy's mind is like a small hammer, which can be used to smash people, but can't do delicate operations. At this moment, Roddy's thoughts turned into an iron hammer, which hit the saber-toothed tiger's ankle. Even a saber-toothed tiger that is strong like a beast, its ankle is very fragile. Changed the ordinary person, and was kicked into the ankle without guard. The possibility of direct fracture is extremely high. Although the saber-toothed tiger will not be seriously injured, but this sudden loss of his balance also caused him to fall into a dog nibble. Roddy, who had escaped from death, hadn't breathed a sigh of relief, but saw that the saber-toothed tiger had climbed up. Although the jaw dropped a wound, it recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye. This recovery ability is definitely cheating. Roddy said sadly, the consumption of mental power is not small, cannot be used continuously. At this most critical time, a loud noise came from outside the window, and then a person who had been half-baked broke into the window and flew in. Although this man had been burned into a dark mass, Roddy recognized at a glance that he was a toad from Magneto. This situation, it goes without saying that the X-Men must have arrived. As expected, the storm goddess Aurora appeared gorgeously with wind and lightning. Immediately thereafter, Fireman John, Iceman Barbie and Wolverine Logan also appeared in the room. The original luxury suites of 50 square feet were crowded. The demon girl is obviously a decisive person. Without even saying a word, she ordered a retreat. Roddy was thinking about watching a good show, but he saw that the demon girl brought out a grenade-like thing from nowhere, which scared him to lie down quickly. Then came a burst of strong light and loud noise, which turned out to be a special effect flash bomb. It wasn't until Roddy's vision and hearing recovered that he discovered that Magneto's people had all run away. Wolverine said unwillingly, "John and Barbie stayed behind, Aurora chased with me." This arrangement is undoubtedly reasonable. Wolverine can be tracked by smell, and Aurora can fly. Wolverine is a hand-to-hand MT, and Aurora is a remote mage. However, the fireman who had just tasted the power of the new equipment did not want to stay behind. Under the 3,000 degree oxyhydrogen flame, the Toad Man became a roasted frog. This is John's best fight, so he hopes to be able to chase after victory. Urgent time, UU reading www.UUGonshu.com did not want to delay, so he agreed with Huo Ren. The three X-Men left, leaving only Roddy, Barbie and Obadiah Stine in the room. Roddy didn't care about Obadiah Stine's life and death, so he didn't check his situation. But Iceman Barbie was very humanitarian, so he quickly called an ambulance. Roddy is thinking about how to get rid of it, but sees Obadiah Stine who should have been seriously injured and stood up. All the ropes that had been tightly tied to the body were broken, and the body that was originally obese became strong, and an ominous green color spread on Obadiah Stine's skin. Roddy sensed that Obadiah Stine's thinking was changing at an incredible speed, becoming chaotic and disorderly, but a person who seemed to be endlessly violent and evil became more and more in chaos. Strong. Roddy glanced, and Obadiah Stine had 3 empty needles under his feet, which were supposed to be filled with green super warrior potions. Obviously, Obadiah Stine was just hit by the super warrior elixir when he was flying by the saber-toothed tiger. It may be that he felt that his injury was too serious, and he used super warrior elixir as a life-saving medicine when he was dying. Or maybe Obadiah Stine feels that he has lost all, so he uses the super warrior potion insanely, hoping to have a little chance of overturning. No matter what Obadiah Stine thinks, it doesn't matter now. Because a horrible and crazy personality has engulfed Obadiah Stine's original personality, now Obadiah Stine has replaced Norman Osborn and became the world's first Green Devil. Chapter 28, Power Seal. Rhodey tried to use mental power to attack Obadiah Stein's thinking, but the disordered personality was not affected at all. It feels like hitting the surface of boiling water with a hammer, even if there are splashes or not. Obadiah Stein felt Rhoda's attack, turned around, and looked at Rhodey with red eyes. As if it were a vortex of craziness and cruelty, it turned out to make Rhodey dare not look straight. This was a mental confrontation, and it was obvious that Rhodey was at a disadvantage. This was also the first time he encountered an opponent with stronger mental power after his awakening ability. Obadiah Stein grinned and stretched out the right hand of the muscle knot, and even pulled a large piece of concrete from the wall like a dredge. Lying trough, this is not the Green Devils, are you the Hulk? Rhodey yelled, and then shoved the still stunned Iceman Barbie. The huge concrete block flew across the Iceman's shoulder, bringing a touch of blood. If it weren't for Rhodey to push Barbie, it is estimated that his head was directly smashed. But this time also directly abolished the Iceman's right hand, which was considered quite injured. Obadiah Stein's face was completely distorted, and he began to wreak havoc on everything in the room. Then various pieces were thrown at Rhodey and Barbie. Even though madness has made Obadiah Stein lose his mind, but his power is too great, these storm-like debris are really difficult to parry. Iceman Barbie spewed a lot of frost with his intact left arm, creating a small ice wall in front of him to barely block it, and Rhodey was hiding in Tibet in embarrassment. Seeing that the effect of throwing things is not good, Obadiah Stanso rushed towards the Iceman Barbie, and his huge fist hit the ice wall, directly smashing the ice wall into pieces. This power has far exceeded that of saber-toothed tiger. Once it is hit, it is estimated that both Barbie and Rhodey will be killed in seconds. The only thing to be thankful is that Obadiah Stein is obviously not very smart. He has no skills other than fighting with a brute force. With his slow vision and Iceman's freezing ability, Rhodey barely managed to compete with Obadiah Stein. However, through the induction of abilities, Rhodey discovered that Obadiah Stein's new personality is growing at a terrifying rate. The originally chaotic thinking gradually became stable, and Obadiah Stein's movements became more and more smooth. And Rhodey was sad to find that whether it was a frozen ability or a mental attack, it was almost useless to Obadiah Stein. As for Rhodey's immature mental attack, it was just tickling Obadiah Stein, not even capable of losing his balance. Obadiah Stein's green skin was just a shallow wound, and healed at an extremely rapid rate. The high-voltage current on the hook cable only numbed Obadiah Stein for a while. Rhodey even found a serrated flying knife in the green demon suit, but the serrated blade that could shred steel was stuck on Obadiah Stein's muscles, and even blood only shed a little. But this kind of injury made Obadiah Stein's mutation rate increase sharply, and the originally staggered footsteps became more and more stable. According to this speed, it only takes a few minutes for Obadiah Stein to fully control the mutated body. At that time, it was the death of Rhodey and Barbie. It's just that Rhodey didn't expect the crisis to come faster than expected. Iceman Barbie dragged an injured arm, and his movements were inevitably a little inflexible. After continuously avoiding the heavy punches of Obadiah Stein, he accidentally lost balance. Obadiah Stein was crazy, but he was not dull. He hit the Iceman Barbie with a punch. In his anxiety, Rhodey used his thoughts to push the Iceman Barbie a few meters away. Obadiah Stein's fist hit the marble floor, even hitting a spider web-like crack. Prey ran away, and the furious Obadiah Stein made a screaming roar, and then rushed to Rhodey at twice the speed as before. Seeing that the fist of the broken mountain was about to fall, under this life-and-death crisis, Rhodey's brain started to run at a high speed, and the spiritual world was boiling. But this time, there was no good thing that the mental strength was greatly improved, just to make Rhodey's original sensing ability more detailed and clear. Obadiah Stein's every movement, meticulous to the rhythm of heartbeat and muscle stretching, cannot escape Rhodey's perception. Then there was everything in the room, feathers flying in the air and fragments of debris all over the ground. In the end, there seemed to be a weird stillness in front of Rhodey's eyes, even Obadiah Stein's unstoppable fist all stopped in front of him. It's a pity that this isn't really freezing time, it's just that the speed of thinking far exceeds the body's response. In this state, Roddy's thinking ability seems to break through a certain limit, and counts the countless possibilities of the future in his mind. This process seems to be very long. In fact, in the eyes of Obadiah Stine and Iceman Barbie, it is only a moment in less than a second. Saw that Roddy's fist facing Obadiah Stine crossed the body side by side, evading this fatal punch with a slight gap. Then before Obadiah Stine twisted his body, he quickly rolled on the ground, avoiding the second fist from the sweep, and then Obadiah Stine got out of the crotch by the way. This series of actions is like the two of them have practiced countless times. Only a slight error, Lodi will be killed on the spot. Obadiah Stine chased Rhodey angrily. But just about to catch the cunning boy, he was covered with a sheet by Rhodey. Although the sheets in this luxurious room are of good quality, they can't withstand Obadiah Stine's light tears. It was just that Obadiah Stine just tore the sheets, and Rhodey threw out several clothes, all of which were unbiased and covered on Obadiah Stine's face. Finally, Rhodey even took a large sheet of quilt out of the closet and wrapped Obadiah Stine in front of him. It's also unclear to bully Obadiah Stine. Otherwise, Roddy's childish coping methods will be a problem against an ordinary robber. www.readaloud.com. And Obadiah Stine had to be silly at this time. Tearing the clothes on his face, he didn't know that as long as he rushed to the front, he could stamp Roddy to death. "Bobby, freeze him!" Roddy greeted him, and then continued to cover Obadiah Stine's sight with his clothes. The Iceman's eyes lit up, and he tried his best to make frost. Iceman's ability could only form a layer of frost on Obadiah Stine's body, but now with a layer of quilt and a lot of clothes, Barbie can directly create a frozen cage. Simple ice is fragile and can be broken with a light step, but putting the towel in the refrigerator to freeze is much stronger than ice of the same volume. As the clothes on her body were frozen by Barbie, Obadiah Stine was really under control. It's just that this control is necessarily temporary. Unless the Iceman Barbie can continuously release frost, this seemingly powerful monster will soon be able to escape. "Hurry up! I can't hold on for long," Barbie said loudly to Roddy. As an X-Men, protecting his innocent people is his belief, even if he needs to sacrifice his life. It's just that Roddy didn't intend to leave Barbie away, but instead approached Obadiah Stine carefully and reached out to touch the thick ice. In Barbie's surprised eyes, the ice layer is slowly turning into a silver-gray metal. Barbie continued to thicken the ice, while Rhodey did his best to transform the ice into metal. After a few minutes, Obadiah Stine was finally sealed in a strangely shaped metal pimple. Chapter 29, Omega Level Abilities. Obadiah Stine, although injecting the Super Warrior potion several times at a time, is not a Hulk who breaks through the sky. This silver-gray metal is slightly weaker than Edelman alloy, and Obadiah Stine is impossible to break free. However, this few tons of iron bumps can't completely restrict Obadiah Stine's actions. He is like a beast trapped in a cage. Although he couldn't escape, he struggled tenaciously, knocking the metal cage upside down. But the threat of this struggle was almost exhausted. Roddy lifted the Iceman and left the room directly. Just let Obadiah Stine toss himself in it, and when he is tired, he will not struggle. Haha, our combined attack and sealing technique is called Earthburst Star, which specializes in sealing all evil bosses. Roddy said a sneer, but unfortunately this shame is so high that the name Iceman Barbie can't understand. After this thrilling battle, Rhodey once again felt that the use of abilities really needed creativity. Iceman's freezing can only slow Obadiah Stine's speed a little bit, and Roddy's metallized ability can't work on the organism at all. These two abilities have no effect on Obadiah Stine, but only need to add a bed sheet, then this tough enemy is perfectly solved. It seems that there is no waste power, only waste power. Roddy sighed. Rhodey and Barbie waited for more than half an hour before the movement in the room finally weakened. At this time, the whistle of sirens was heard outside the mansion. It seems that no matter which country, the profession of police is very punctual, and it will never appear until everything is done. Roddy couldn't help saying. "Rhodey, Please give me a hand, I can't deal with the police. But Barbie didn't have such a good mood as Rhodey. If the mutants were brought back to the police station, then the trouble would be even greater. This is a trivial matter. Rhodey called Pepper to call on Stark's ability. As long as it is not the assassination of the US president, other issues are just clouds. The police appeared late, but after the appearance, the movement was not slow. The heavily armed SWATs penetrated in and made the spacious mansions a bit crowded. Don't move, raise your hand. A special police officer wearing a mask said loudly to Rhodey and Barbie. Rhodey and Barbie raised their hands very honestly, but they were still brutally pressed on the ground by these policemen. I said, if you can be civilized, would you like to receive my lawyer's letter? Rhodey said uncomfortably. Opening the door, your lawyer's letter arrives in this place in New York is just as popular as opening the door, your courier arrives in Tianchao. The police in Country M have great powers, and it is not uncommon to shoot and kill people, so many police have a sense of superiority before the citizens. Therefore, Rhodey's protest was a powerful punch, but Rhodey was not an ordinary person without resistance. Nian Li started, the policeman's fist was like being hit by a hammer, and he screamed in pain. It was estimated that his phalanx was cracked. This change made all policemen nervous, and they almost wiped their guns away. Rhodey's eyes swept across the group of policemen, and his mental power evolved into a strong coercion. All the police were silent, even the hand holding the gun shivered a little. Contradictions are developing in the direction of intensification, but the intercom of the SWAT team leader sounds. Within a few words, the SWAT captain commanded, "Put down the gun, they are not suspects." Hearing the order, all SWAT officers were relieved, and Rhodey felt that they were more dangerous than hundreds of terrorists. Even though he had been pointed at his head by more than a dozen guns, the SWAT felt his life was seriously threatened. Abdi Yastein was eventually taken away by a forklift and a crane. The police had no way to deal with the metal lumps weighing a few tons, and he was injured a few while moving Abdi Yastein. They couldn't understand how this person was still dead after being pressed by such a metal lump for so long. You shouldn't use abilities to hurt ordinary people. After the police left, Barbie told Rhodey like this. Oh? Do you think they are ordinary people? Rhodey asked strangely. Of course, they are not mutants. Iceman Barbie said with certainty. Do you mean a group of rigorously trained fully armed guns pointing at my head, and it only takes a finger to make me die dozens of times? The special police are ordinary people. Rhodey used a kind of "UTMD is teasing me." He looked at Barbie and said. This. Barbie was speechless for a while. When did the mutants become so arrogant? These SWATs might not be as single as you, but how many people in your mutant school can single out a fully armed SWAT? Not this problem, mutants should not abuse their ability to hurt others. Barbie explained. Do you mean that I should grab the guns of the special police with my clever fighting skills and then explode their heads with great precision? Barbie didn't speak anymore, he felt that Rhodey was simply arrogant. Rhodey is indeed a bit of a rhetoric, but he never thinks that mutants are superior. Rhodey just uses power as a more convenient tool to use, so it is completely different from the concept accepted by Barbie to protect ordinary people from misusing their abilities. Whether Magneto or Professor X, they regard the mutants as the race above the ordinary people. Both the ruling theory and the protection theory are based on the superiority of the mutants to the ordinary people. And Rhodey thinks of mutants as Einstein in a certain field. You are very good in some aspects, but having abilities is almost the same as having a high IQ. The best example is Tony Stark. How is his steel armor inferior to the top abilities? Iceman Barbie, known as the Omega-class mutant with the greatest potential, so what? The big deal is that there is no air conditioning in summer, and a refrigerator is saved at home. Do you want to look down on the world like a and save the world? In Rhodey's view, mutants are gifted human beings, and training a lot can really help human society. But because of this, he thinks that he is first-rate, and that the second generation who sees people in his nostrils will become a raccoon dog. Rhodey still wanted to say a few words, but suddenly felt a cold breath in his palm. When I opened it, I found a small red ice crystal in the palm of my hand, like frozen blood. This is blood from Barbie's arm wound, and Rhodey accidentally got a little bit when he helped him out of the room. UU reading www.uuganshu.cco. This time, Rhodey clearly sensed that an ice line went straight from the palm of his hand to the brain, as if a thunder blew, countless brain cells died and then reborn, and hundreds of millions of neurons combined into a very strange form. If you look at it with X-rays, you will find that the wrinkles of Rhodey's brain start to decrease gradually. This change time is very short, but it makes Rhodey feel hell-like pain. But fortunately, because of the continuous strengthening of spiritual power, Roddy could barely support it. Is only about a minute, and Roddy thinks this is the most painful minute in his life. It's like someone smashed his brain, then burned it to grey with fire, and then pasted it into a brain shape after adding water. Although the process is very painful, this new blended brain seems to be carved by famous hands, and Rhodey can feel the obvious difference. Rhodey stretched out a finger, quietly focused, a crystal clear snowflake appeared at the fingertip. The extremely light snowflake, as long as the breath is slightly larger, it seems to be destroyed. Rhodey's thoughts turned into the softest and dexterous little hands, holding this snowflake in front of his eyes. The precision of thoughts has been greatly improved, and Rhodey feels that he can even engrave his name on this snowflake. But this is just the beginning. Snowflakes that are only a bit larger than sesame seeds are revealed by Rhodey's mental scan. A layer of silver grey begins to climb on the snowflakes from the foremost position, and finally only stays in the center of the snowflakes. A white spot the size of a needle tip. Rhodey's accuracy of the three abilities of mental scanning, mental power, and metallization is 100-fold improvement. Is this the benefit of absorbing Omega-level abilities? Chapter 30, Mark 1 and Wings of Death. The judicial system in Country M is not much more efficient than that in Country Z. In the first 3 months, Obadiah Stein was finally sentenced to life imprisonment. In fact, according to the evidence collected by Rhodey, Tony only needs to give a sentence to let him sentenced to death. It is a pity that Tony is a nostalgic person, and did not put Obadiah Stein to death. The X-Men didn't catch the witch-type females in the end, but they didn't get the design of Magneto for the Magneto, and they won a small game in this game. Roddy finally benefited a lot from this matter. The only regret is that he predicted the green ball in the comics. Roddy rummaged through Obadiah Stein's home and found none. At this time, Obadiah Stein was already on the verge of madness because of the excessive injection of the green demon potion. The clue to finding his parents was broken again, and Roddy was depressed for a long time. But today is an exciting day. After so long research and development, Tony's first generation of steel armor is finally completed. After combining the technology of the green demon armor, Tony's steel armor performance is even more excellent, especially in the external equipment. It has made a great breakthrough. The two sets of armor displayed in front of Rhodey, one is golden red, similar to the first generation of armor in the original movie, except that there are 5 glowing flying around, the other is a black gothic style, bright silver pattern, and a pair of huge metal wings on the back. There is no doubt that such a game-style armor must have been designed by Rhodey. This pair of huge flying wings is actually an improved version of the Green Devil's skateboard. It is not only a flight assist function, but also a powerful weapon platform. You can also attack by yourself without the steel armor. Rhodey, I still think that your design is too cumbersome. Tony said in a tone of hatred for incompatibility. Tony, you science and technology man who doesn't have any art cells, how could it be possible to understand the importance of wings for styling? Rhodey looked at his exclusive armor and his spit was coming out. Okay, don't talk too much nonsense, that is, whose design is rubbish, try to know. Tony walked confidently to this set of steel armor that he named Mark 1. Originally silently suspended, Mark 1 sensed Tony's movement, and immediately opened and automatically put on Tony's body. Rhodey was not to be outdone and walked towards the black steel armor that he named Deathwing. When the whole body was surrounded by metal, Rhodey didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After the improvement of the Green Devil's technology, the flexibility of the steel armor is more powerful. If the virtual screen in front of him constantly shows various data, Rhodey almost thought that he was only wearing a light clothes, rather than wearing almost a ton. Steel armor. Rhodey, I'm waiting for you, if you can see my tail inflammation, even if you win, ha ha ha. Tony said with an arrogant smile. Only a small gap was opened at the exit of the rooftop, and Tony couldn't help but control the steel armor to fly out, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small point in the sky. Tony, you lost. Rhodey replied unwillingly. The metal wings behind him stretched out to wrap the steel armor. The jet engines in the legs and wings started, sending Rhodey to the sky. Jarvis, report on Tony's speed and position. Rhodey ordered. Altitude 15,000 meters, flight speed Mach 2.5. Jarvis directly reflected Tony's flight data on the screen, and Rhodey couldn't help but smile when he saw it. Mr. Rhodey, I have to remind you that according to your current speed, Mark 1 will be out of the radar scanning range of the Wings of Death in 5 minutes. Jarvis reminded him very conscientiously. It doesn't take 5 minutes, Tony is going to eat dust behind me in 3 minutes. Rhodey said slyly. Rhodey calmly controlled the speed of Deathwing at Mach 1.5. This speed is convenient for him to enjoy the feeling of flying in the sky. 2 minutes later, Jarvis suddenly issued a warning, dee. Mark 1 is affected by the low temperature, the outer armor is frozen, and the jet engine cannot be turned on. Rhodey, you guys will catch me. Halfway through Jarvis's voice, Tony's communication plugged in. Ha ha ha, Tony, I guessed you would make this mentally handicapped mistake. Rhodey mocked mercilessly. The Wings of Death began to accelerate, and soon saw Mark 1 sealed in an ice shell. At this height, the wings of the Deathwing also began to freeze, but the wings fluttered slightly and shattered before the ice thickened. The two wings were designed by Rhodey specifically for high-altitude flight. Tony was still like in the movie. He flew into the sky and the engine was frozen. Rhodey waited for this opportunity. The Wings of Death flew close to Mark 1, and Rhodey firmly grasped Mark 1's ankle as soon as he reached out. Tony, who said you won this time? Rhodey asked Tony upside down. Okay, this is your victory. I finally know what the shock function you added to the flying wing is useful. Although Tony was not convinced, this was a flaw in his design, so it was still very honest. Confessed. In this case, let's go directly to a simulated battle. I will let you understand that simple and rude practical design can't win the artistic design full of creativity and beauty. Rhodey shakes a few times with the number 1 mark. He shattered the ice and ignored Tony's protest, and threw him out. Simulate actual combat mode, turn on. With Jarvis's announcement, Rhodey opened the wings behind him, and 4 small missiles have locked Tony's Mark 1. At the same time, Jarvis's warning sounded in Tony's ear, you have been locked by the missile, please evade it immediately. Tony had just been thrown out by Rhodey, and he didn't even find the right direction, but he was only able to perform a maneuvering maneuver in an awkward manner. However, Tony couldn't help but scold, Rhodey, you are so mean. Haha, you're so proud of me, I will be proud. Rhodey was so deeply influenced by black knowledge that he didn't care about Tony's evaluation. 4 missiles were thrown away by Tony with a Cobra maneuver, and then 1 was exploded with a palm cannon. Unfortunately, Tony has lost his first hand. It is really impossible to avoid this last missile at such a short distance. There was a muffled noise, and Mark 1 was shot in the head, exploding a green smoke. This is just a simulated battle, and of course it doesn't move, so the missile is only loaded with dye. However, Jarvis still faithfully analyzed the damage report. The head armor was damaged by 43%, the left camera was damaged, and the heat detection function failed. Mr. Tony, if you insist on fighting, the mortality rate will be as high as 76%. Damn, Rhodey, you are too sinister. Tony said uncomfortably. Cousin Tony, I want to remind you that if you encounter a real battle, I am afraid that it is not just for missiles. My motherland said that when you sweat more during training, you can bleed less on the battlefield. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but your red and green shape is really cool, let me have a few photos, ha ha ha. Roddy said with a big smile. Okay, I lost the first game. Tony said a little sullenly. Roddy was a little stunned. Was it because his own joke was too big that made Tony unhappy? But in the next second, the 5 ball-shaped aircrafts had surrounded Roddy silently, and the same light as the palm artillery lighted up, almost blinding Roddy's eyes. The second game has started. Tony had just finished speaking, and 5 rays of palm-like artillery bombarded Roddy's death wing. Although it wasn't really a palm gun, the 5 beams still shocked Roddy. These 5 spheres that can fly freely are actually developed with reference to the serrated flying knife in the Green Devil's equipment, have independent intelligence, and can launch palm fire. If the enemy is accidentally surrounded by all directions, it is estimated that a photo will be bombarded into slag. The attack came too fast, and the only thing Roddy could do was to wrap the whole body with a flying wing, and then heard Jarvis report, the flying wing was damaged by 80%, the main body was damaged by 6%, and all the external weapons failed. Low Mr. D, if you insist on fighting, the mortality rate is as high as 65%. Roddy, sweat more training, less blood in wartime, you have to practice more, ha ha ha. Sure enough, it was Feng Shui's turn, this time Tony's turn to laugh at Rudy mercilessly. Roddy was no longer talking nonsense, but he gritted his teeth and said, the third game begins. The wings were opened, and 2 bright bullet chains were fired at Tony. Tony will not care anymore, the Golden Red Mark I and the Black Deathwing will fight together for thousands of kilometers at high altitude. Chapter 31, Long-awaited meet again. 3 hours of battle, until the energy of the 2 sets of steel armor was exhausted, Roddy and Tony returned to the villa. The steel armor was designed by Tony himself, and he knows more than Roddy. So in the end, Roddy was forced to use the ability, so he was saved from the tragic situation of being beaten by Tony. But this also brought a lot of inspiration to Tony, such as how to search for invisible enemies, how to resist mental attacks, and what happens when the steel armor cools down sharply. Tony plunged into the laboratory again. This time, he obtained a lot of valuable data. There are still many places in the steel armor that need to be adjusted. Roddy really admired Tony's enthusiasm. When he took off the wings of death, he almost fell apart. Tony even had the energy to experiment. Genius really is not just that inspiration, but also the sweat of 99 points. Roddy is about to take a good rest, but Jarvis told him a very sad news. According to the law, Roddy is under 18 years old and must go to school for education. This law cannot exempt even the president's children. It's been less than half a year since Roddy's journey. Tony gave him the age of 17 when he applied for his green card. Therefore, Roddy must also stay in any high school for at least 1 semester. Is there really such a law? Isn't it because the author wants to open the college essays? Roddy looked at the large pile of school materials in front of him with a depressed face. These were prepared by his future cousin Pepper. As long as Roddy nodded, he could report to any of these schools tomorrow. But, Roddy really didn't want to go to school. The High School of the Dynasty is a workbook on the calculation, and what is the life of high school in Country M? It's a ball game, it's a ball, it's all kinds of strange societies and bands. Either way, it's just a waste of time for Roddy, and it's more fun to experiment with Tony. Although Roddy is only a 17-year-old boy, the number of people killed by his own hands exceeded double digits. Having experienced so many things, how could Roddy integrate into the simple and beautiful campus life? Really must go? Can you get along? Roddy said to Pepper with a bitter face. Pepper, who has always been virtuous and gentle, said this time, it must be, this is not just a legal issue. You can learn knowledge from anywhere, but what you learn from school is definitely more than knowledge. Learn and getting along is the key ability to gain a foothold in society, so you have to go to school. Changed Tony to say this to Rhodey, and Rhodey will definitely fight back mercilessly, saying, your stallion talent is started in school. But in the face of Pepper, Rhodey had no choice but to start looking at the school information in front of him. The high school in Country M has a high degree of freedom. Each school has its own characteristics. Naturally, Pepper can put it here is a famous school among the famous schools. But Roddy looked at several houses over and over, still not interested at all. But in these schools, Roddy saw a familiar name, Xavier Talent School. This is a school established by Professor X for mutant young people, and it is also the headquarters of the X-Men. Obviously, if you really want to choose a school, this place is the best. At least Roddy doesn't need to pretend to be a magician by hiding his abilities. But Roddy did not agree with Professor X's idea. What if he was brainwashed at this school? Well, if I really have to go to school, I hope to go to Wells United High School. Roddy finally reported the name of a very ordinary school. This school is far away in Texas. There is really nothing outstanding. It can only be said that it is far away from the urban area. The environment is pretty good. However, there is a special person in this ordinary school, Claire Burnett, the blonde girl with self-healing ability. Claire invited Roddy to participate in her graduation ball, only 3 months before graduation. Roddy had planned to pass a few days in advance, and now she would be pleasantly surprised. Pepper was not very satisfied with this school, but Roddy insisted that she had to go through the formalities for him. For Stark, Roddy is not a problem even if he wants to go to MIT. To enroll in such an unknown remote middle school, you only need a sponsorship fee to get it. On the second day, all formalities were completed, and Roddy boarded a plane to Texas. Although the destination is a school that Roddy doesn't like very much, there are also people who care about Roddy, which is really an interesting trip. Wells United High School, a school with less than 1,000 students. Although it looks a bit old because it is far from the city, the environment is good. Now it's lunch break, several blonde girls and cheerleaders walked to the school gate, one of them was Claire. Right, Claire. Didn't you meet a boyfriend before going to New York? I heard Lydia say he seemed rich. Gigi asked in a sour tone. Don't listen to Lydia, husband, we are just friends. Claire said with a smile, but his face was slightly hot. But I remind you that most rich people are hard-working. You have to be careful. It's better to bring it over to us. I think men are pretty accurate. Gigi is not saying this for the first time, just Claire. Still avoid it as before. For Claire, Roddy's existence is more private than her boyfriend, this is the first kind she encountered. So she has always resisted sharing this secret with her friends. Gigi looked at Claire's reluctance to say more. Although she was a little unwilling, she had to change the subject. Just then, a red Porsche came over. Wow, this car is really cool. It would be great if someone drove this car to date me. Claire, don't you? Forget it, Gigi, the monthly maintenance cost of this car is estimated to be higher than my dad's salary. Although Claire was also envious, her last trip to New York made her realize that she had a distance from a real high society. How far? Claire, why don't you go over and see who's in this car? Maybe he's a handsome guy. Then look at Gigi, your charm, maybe you walked by the window, the door opened automatically. Claire also quipped. However, without Gigi knocking on the door, this Porsche has already stopped beside them. The car window came down, and a handsome young man said to Claire, "Beautiful women, www.readaloud.com, would you like to go for a ride with me?" Brody, it turns out to be you, is this your new car? Gigi said in surprise, this handsome young man is the most popular football quarterback in the school. This is my dad's birthday present." Although Brody was talking to Gigi, her eyes were fixed on Claire. Gigi sees all this in her eyes, and her jealousy is quietly breeding. Brody looked at Claire expectantly, hoping to gain an envious look, but found that Claire did not look at him, but looked in the direction outside the school gate. Is actually not just Claire, it should be said that everyone's eyes are no longer on Brody. Brody looked at Claire's eyes and saw that an all-black supercar was slowly approaching. Seen from a distance, even the model is unclear, but this sports car has already attracted everyone's attention. Came closer, Brody found out that this is a streamlined sports car that can't see the brand. Just listening to the sound of the engine knows that the horsepower far exceeds Porsche. If you really want to race, it is estimated that Porsche can't even see the tail lights. Brody only felt that his Porsche was a pickup that had not been maintained for more than 10 years in front of this super sports car. His proud display just turned into a slap and greeted his face. The sports car came to the front of the school and stopped. The door opened like a wing, and a handsome young man with a calm temperament came out. "Claire, long time no see," Roddy said with a smile. "Sorry, there is something trivial at home in the morning." "Sorry, there is something trivial in the morning, and the two will be used as compensation before 6 p.m. Please forgive me." Chapter 33, First Kiss. "Claire, long time no see." Roddy greeted Claire with a smile. "Roddy, why are you here? There is more than graduation." Claire was surprised and excited, and even her heartbeat began to accelerate. "I miss you, so I'm here," Roddy said frankly. Traveled to this world, Roddy experienced many, and his personality changed accordingly. The so-called Juyichi nourishes the body. Before changing, he will never say his feelings so directly. And Roddy is not only mature now, but also more proactive in feelings. Claire and Roddy wanted to meet only by accident, and they all suffered together and experienced life and death together. Claire is beautiful and kind, and Roddy is handsome and personable. It happens that the two are the same mutants. This kind of feeling of meeting for thousands of miles is easy to develop into love. However, although this feeling is profound, it is no longer lasting than that. If Roddy really waits for 3 months to come back, I am afraid Claire has also calmed down from the faint throb, and the relationship between the two is really starting from a friend. Claire's face was crimson. Roddy's appearance was too dramatic. Prince Charming in fairy tales is almost like this. "Why didn't you call me before coming? Today I'm going to participate in cheerleading training," Claire said a little embarrassedly. "I haven't seen the cheerleader training yet, can I satisfy my curiosity?" Roddy didn't want to go around boring at school alone, and came here for thousands of miles to really not study. Claire hesitated, and then said to the other cheerleaders, "Sisters, I may have to take time off for today's cheerleading training." Everyone else teased Claire in good faith. Only Gigi looked silently, and the smile on her face was a little stiff. Gigi was deeply attracted by the moment she saw Roddy, but Roddy's first words made her extremely disappointed. This feeling has nothing to do with love, it is probably the most direct kind of jealousy. It's just that this feeling of jealousy has never been so clear, and even wished to kill Claire. "Stop the car first, this car is too eye-catching. I'll show you to my school." Claire didn't notice the change of Gigi and said to Roddy expectantly. "Okay, listen to your arrangements." Roddy replied, but instead of returning to the car, he took out his phone and said, "Jarvis, park the car farther and come back after school, pick me up." As soon as the words fell, the black sports car made a roar, and even started to disappear into sight. "Let's go, my beauty guide." Roddy and Claire strode to the school, leaving those envious and jealous eyes behind. Claire didn't know that Roddy came to school this time instead of traveling, so he hurriedly walked him around the school. "Roddy, how many days do you plan to stay this time? The day after tomorrow is an inter-school football game, and there is a bonfire party at night. Well, it is estimated that I will stay for a few months. After all, I am here to go to school, and I can never see someone for a few days. What? Months? Claire was taken aback by Roddy's words. Yet, I came here today to go through the admission procedures. It is estimated that the principal is in a hurry. Roddy thought about it seriously. Why didn't you say that early? Claire was made to cry and laugh because of Roddy's indifferent appearance. Come with me, the principal's office is here. This time, Claire took the initiative to take Roddy's hand. But it didn't take long for Claire to regret it, because Roddy knew that the procedure was completed and did not let go of her. Claire felt embarrassed to see the principal's weird look. But Roddy's hand was warm and powerful, which made her a little reluctant to let go. Just walked hand in hand to the rugby field. Although they didn't say anything, their emotions quietly warmed up in silence. Roddy has never felt such a rapid heartbeat and a very pleasant feeling, but God always seems to have trouble with him. A strong feeling of jealousy intruded into his heart. Looking back, it turned out that it was the Brody who opened the Porsche. He is the quarterback of the school football team, an absolute main force, and a star in the school. Jealousy, disdain, disgust. Since mind reading, Roddy has been numb to all kinds of negative emotions, so he has actively blocked the general degree of hostility. But under normal circumstances, human reason will keep this negative emotion in mind, and will not make actual actions. But Brody's negative emotions have clearly exceeded the warning line, and it is likely to directly cause harm. Changed other times, Roddy really wanted to try the story of Long Tao being beaten. But now he was busy falling in love. Even if Brody stretched out his face, he was too lazy to fight. But reality is often moving in the direction that you least want to see. Brody is practicing rugby on the court, and just after receiving the rugby from his teammates, he tried his best to kick the ball towards Roddy. Has to say that Brody's quasi-head is very good, worthy of being the soul of the school team. At a distance of tens of meters, the rugby still roared and flew to Roddy's head. Roddy has slow vision, it is too easy to dodge. But he suddenly thought of a good idea, pretending he didn't find it in time, and didn't panic until the football flew in front of him. Roddy in the panic dodges, and his body falls out of balance and falls on Claire. Claire was about to catch Roddy, but found Roddy's face getting closer. Before he could react, Roddy kissed her lips. This change naturally caused both of them to unbalance and hugged and fell on the grass. It is said that the first kiss was like a current spreading all over the body, but Roddy felt that his head became a bronze bell. This light kiss was like a million tons of blows. www.readaloud.com made his head buzzing. But this feeling is not uncomfortable at all, but it makes Roddy feel extremely happy and can't let go. Roddy used his best ability to launch his slow vision, just hoping that this moment would be slower and slower. But the technique of this first kiss was so bad that Roddy Monkey hurriedly broke the corners of both mouths. Fortunately, Claire's self-healing ability immediately came into play, and the fragrant tongue licked it and it has been restored. A few seconds later, Claire pushed Roddy heartlessly. Although he knew that Roddy took the opportunity to take advantage, he didn't slap and greeted him, but just glared at him, but he couldn't help but his heartbeat accelerated. Roddy opened the flower in his heart. I couldn't help but thank Brody's 8 generations of ancestors. This ball came too timely. Did you laugh enough? You are not honest, I misunderstood you. Claire said to Roddy angrily. Which is not honest, I can't avoid it for a while. The experience of countless predecessors told Roddy that it is absolutely impossible to admit at this time. You can block the bullets, would you can't avoid a football. Claire's words made too much sense, and Roddy was speechless. When Tony was assassinated, Roddy performed a good show with a rapier to block bullets. I didn't expect this time that he would rock his feet. Ha ha ha, I'll return the ball first. At this time, Roddy decisively changed the subject. Roddy picked up the football and threw it hard at Brody. It seemed to be a friendly pass, but the football showed a silver-grey color when it flew away from the hand. Chapter 34, Meet the Mutant Again. Brody saw Rhodey's blatant behavior in his eyes. He didn't expect his impulse to create a chance for the other party, which made people feel itchy. Brody is the protagonist of this kind of advantage. Brody reached out to take the rugby thrown by Rhodey, still thinking about whether to take another ball, but felt a pain in his palm. Rugby is like a cannonball hitting his chest, even the thick protective clothing was smashed into a depression. Brody was hit by this powerful football and his chest was short of breath, and he fell directly to the ground. Brody looked incredulously at the scars on his palm. This guy who looks like he has no muscles has such terrible strength? Rhodey smiled triumphantly. Just now he used the power to turn the rugby into metal, and the weight was increased 10 times. Brody could not bear this power. Absorbed the Iceman Barbie's Omega-level ability, and all of Rhodey's abilities have been freely controlled. After the football hit Brody, it quickly recovered, and no one could see the problem. Rhodey walked over to pretend a few words of sympathy, in return, Brody's eyes of hatred. But such an episode did not affect the mood of Rhodey and Claire. Instead past Rhoda's sneak attack, and the relationship between the two went further. Except for not expressing it, Rhodey and Claire are no different than their boyfriends. The time of happiness passed quickly, and it was time for the sunset to slant. Rhodey, where are you going to live? Wells United High School is not a boarding school, so Rhodey needs to find another place to live. I rented a house. Would you like to visit? Rhodey invited. What bad thing do you want to do? Claire saw through Rhodey's conspiracy at a glance. No, there is absolutely no conspiracy. It's just a very normal invitation. After all, it will be a neighbor in the future. Be friendly. Rhodey's careful thought was exposed, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. The experience of countless predecessors told him that his face was not thick enough to be single all his life. Neighbor, what do you mean? Claire asked suspiciously. Mrs. West, who lives next to your house, I gave her a ticket for a global tour, and she agreed to rent the house to me for half a year. Rhodey said lightly. You really have a premeditated plan. Claire gave Rhodey a soft touch, but she was still mostly happy. When I first started falling in love, who didn't want their lovers to get closer to themselves? I just want to pick you up for school, that's all. It's easy to get a calf thicker by riding a bicycle. I don't think you want to become an elephant leg. Rhodey joked. Claire certainly wouldn't admit that the two were out of the school door, and Jarvis had already parked the sports car in front of the school door. With this sports car alone, Rhodey spent only a day becoming a well-known figure at Wells United High School. Claire was held in the sports car by Rhodey, feeling like a princess in a pumpkin car. Gaining the envious and jealous eyes of countless people, the black sports car carried the two of them away. Rhodey sent Claire to her door and asked reluctantly, would you like me to sit in? Hurry back. Claire ordered. Seeing Claire so determined, Rhodey had to turn around and leave. It was just that Rhodey had met a middle-aged woman face-to-face before taking 2 steps. Claire, is this? Mom, why did you come back so early today? He is a new student in our school. Claire said a little embarrassedly. Hello Mrs. Burnett, I am Rhodey Stark, you are really young, look like Claire's sister. Rhodey quickly sent sweet words, this is likely to be the future mother-in-law. This is the first time a boy has sent Claire home, so Mrs. Bennett looked at Rhodey with interest. If only talking about appearance, Rhodey is really impeccable, so Mrs. Bennett's first impression of him is not bad. Hello, Rhodey, do you want to come to dinner at home tonight? Mrs. Burnett issued an invitation. Rhodey just wanted to agree, and heard Claire answer for him, no, Mom, he still has a lot of things to do. Claire gave Rhodey a fierce glance afterwards, meaning that if you dared to promise, you would look good. Mrs. Burnett didn't know where this was because Claire felt embarrassed, so she didn't force it. But Rhodey's face suddenly changed, because a red glow appeared in his mind. Is another mutant? Is it a killer or a passerby? If it is a killer, Rhodey will absolutely not allow any dangerous factors around Claire. Sorry, Mrs. Burnett, there is indeed something going on tonight. But in a few days I will have a banquet at home and invite the neighbors nearby, hoping that you will be able to meet up at that time. Roddy said goodbye politely, then stopped. Walked in the direction of the mutant. Mrs. Burnett asked Claire gossip about the situation, but Rhodey could not hear it, and now he put all his energy on this mutant. Rhodey is 300 meters away from the man in a straight line, so he can only vaguely sense that the man has abilities. As for whether it is a man or a woman or a tall or short one, it is all vague. Rhodey found a hidden corner and quickly disappeared. After the ability evolves, Rhodey only needs 2 seconds to become invisible, and his ultimate ability can even make Tony's seaside villa completely invisible. Rhodey firmly locked the man's position and began to move quickly. But it was difficult to get close to the position of about 50 meters, but Rhodey found that his stealth ability had failed. This strange situation surprised Rhodey and tried other abilities, but it was not available. The only ability that can be used is telepathy, and the red light that represents the power on that person is still bright. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. At the moment when Rhodey's powers failed, the mutant also sensed Rhodey's existence, and even came to Rhodey on his own initiative. This is a tall black man, looking at Rhodey with indifferent eyes, as if looking at the prey to be slaughtered. Rhodey looked the same and asked, "Who is Magneto?" It's just that the other party didn't answer at all and walked towards Rhodey step by step. Your ability is so special that you can shield other people's abilities. I originally had a more civilized way of communication, but it's a pity that I can't use it now. Rhodey said a little pity. This is the truth. Originally thought that mind readers could figure out the future of this mutant, but they couldn't use it. This mutant is able to block abilities and looks like a dangerous element. Rhodey will never let him appear beside Claire. You are very calm. The tall black man opened his mouth, but his voice was jerky, as if he didn't speak often. At this time, the black man had come to Rhodey, and the two were only 1 meter apart. Listen to you, should I be afraid? Rhodey asked back. Your ability is very powerful, I can sense it. Even if I have tried my best, I still can't completely suppress your ability. The more powerful the ability, the more panic after the ability is suppressed, but you don't. It's normal, because my strongest method is not an ability. Rhodey said with a smile. The hook line had pierced the sleeve and spurred the black man. Chapter 35, The Power of Technology. Rhodey's hand is very stable, and the hook line pops up quickly. Unfortunately, this black man is faster. Saw him flashing the hook line sideways and punched him. Rhodey's slow visual ability was suppressed to almost uselessness, so dodge was not timely, and he punched in the shoulder. Came from severe pain, and his left arm was almost dislocated with a punch. Compared with people who have actually practiced combat skills, Rhodey's skill is too weak. Facing a neat set of black punches, Rhodey could only use the sleeve arm guards to block. Without the cheating device of slow vision, Rhodey's close single challenge is scum. But Rhodey's pair of sleeved swords are endlessly functional, and the black people are also very afraid, so they don't dare to overpress. Even if it were so, Rhodey could not support it for long. However, he does not need to support for too long. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground was sharp and harsh, but it sounded like a sound in Rhodey. Under the control of Jarvis, the black sports car drove down the narrow sidewalk. The black sports car crashed at a speed of 60 km per hour, scaring the black people to dodge quickly, but the sports car controlled by the intelligent system hit the black people with a precise tail swing. Ran hard this time, and Rhodey heard a crisp fracture, but the black man still rolled out with this force, and then ran away without looking back. Judging from his movements, he couldn't even see how he was seriously injured. It's a tough guy, but you still underestimate the power of technology. Roddy rubbed his aching shoulder and snapped his fingers. Several cracks were split on the black sports car, a pair of black metal wings spread out, a pair of blue gloomy eyes lit up, and the Gothic-style Deathwing was like a demon from hell. Roddy's eyes. This is Roddy's greatest confidence, an ultimate weapon hidden around him. The wings of death are like black dahlias, with the armor open to swallow Roddy, and the dressing process was completed in just 10 seconds. The engine roared, and it took 5 seconds for Deathwing to catch up with the black man who was running away in embarrassment. Roddy's voice sounded through an electronic horn, sounding like a wicked whisper from out of hell. Look, this is what I said, the strongest power. Roddy's palm cannon was lit up, facing the black man's chest. Roddy estimated that if the gun went down, the black man would have a basketball-sized hole in his chest. Well, I surrender. The Negro raised his hands readily, and facing such a mechanical monster, his powers and fighting ability were meaningless. Although I haven't seen the power of the palm cannon, the horrible light and heat can be seen as a very dangerous weapon at first glance. A few minutes later, Roddy returned to the house with the black abilities who were tied into dumplings. The Deathwing armor was re-embedded on the sports car, covered by the flying wing, and tightly linked to the sports car. It was impossible to see that there was a humanoid mech hidden inside. Roddy stretched out his sleeved sword, scratched a shallow blood stain on the arm of the black man, and then reached out and wiped a handful of bleeding blood. A peculiar energy reaches the brain from the palm of your hand, and Roddy understands the Hadean's domain abilities in a few breaths. Was even more surprising to Roddy. Domain shielding is only one of the capabilities of this black man. He even has the ability to delete memories. This is the first variant that Roddy has encountered with 2 abilities. Unfortunately, the second kind of ability is a bit repetitive for Roddy. After absorbing the Omega-level ability of Iceman Barbie, Roddy has explored the advanced form of telepathy. Although it is not yet as great as Professor X can destroy all mankind, it is barely possible to modify one's memory. It is a pity that even after absorbing the ability of black people, Roddy still cannot solve the problem of the ability being shielded. Although Roddy's domain is not as good as the black man's original, the 2 domains are like intersecting rays, each playing a role, but unable to influence each other. Well, let's talk now. Roddy drank a cup of coffee and sat in front of the black man. Although it was only instant coffee, he didn't make a cup for the black people either. Roddy still remembered the pain in his shoulder. First of all, your name. Of course, it can also be a convenient code name. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. Anyway, this is the first time I use this electric shock lie detector. Roddy took a sip of coffee and glanced at the dense wires on the black man. This electric shock lie detector was designed by Roddy. To be honest, he is not sure how accurate this black technology is. Such a thing is entirely the product of Roddy watching spoof movies in Hong Kong, egg pain, and idleness. I did not expect it to come in handy. You can call me Hadean. Roddy glanced at the test data and found that everything was normal. Very good, I like your cooperation. The next question, are you following me? Before today, I don't even know who you are. Hadean said bitterly. Everything is normal, but Roddy is not satisfied. It's not a good habit to change the subject. I asked if you are monitoring and tracking me. After playing tricks, I will let you try to quit internet addiction therapy. Roddy threatened. Hadeans naturally do not understand this kind of talk that spreads from the heavens, but it is also possible to imagine that there is nothing peaceful and loving. The Hadean said in a very slow tone, I have not monitored you, nor have I followed you. It was just that Hadeans uttered a scream as soon as they finished speaking. If they were not tightly, they might jump. Look, lying is the end. Roddy smiled, and it seems that this lie detector is still very useful. The next question? Who sent you, Magneto or a messy terrorist organization? Roddy directly determined that the Hadean's power was impure. The Haitians were twitched by electricity, but their consciousness was still sober, and they could only tell the truth after they could not lie. I work for a company that is responsible for protecting the Bennett family. All strangers must be screened, and if they are dangerous, they must be disposed of. The Haitians did not cause any electric shock, it seems to be true. Roddy was a little dumbfounded after hearing it. The loved ones were bodyguards, not gangsters with ulterior motives. In this way, don't you become a villain? Can only say that Haitians have very bad luck. If he had shielded Roddy's mind reading, things would not have evolved to this situation. Reading www.uugonshu.com. But Roddy is still a bit puzzled. Claire should be unaware of this, otherwise she would not say that Roddy is the first kind she encountered. Since it is a protector, why should it be hidden? Claire has the self-healing ability of super speed regeneration, where needs protection. And the ability of Haitians is more like a self-healing ability to restrain Claire than protect it. What kind of company is the company? You said you want to protect the Bennett family. Does anyone want to hurt them? The company is the company. I'm only responsible for protection tasks, and I don't know anything else. The Haitians didn't get electricity after saying this, and Roddy could only treat him as the truth. How do you contact the company? I can't say this, even if I die. It's still an honest truth, so Haitians weren't charged. Roddy is in a dilemma. Since he knows that Haitians are just bodyguards, it is not easy to use any violent means. I believe you for the time being, but I still have to grieve you for a while. Roddy made up his mind to investigate the origin of this so-called company. Roddy wants to try to stun the Haitian, and then modify his memory. After all, most of the abilities that Roddy encounters need to be conscious so that they can take effect. Perhaps after stunning the Haitian, he can invalidate his ability shielding field. Just before it was implemented, the doorbell rang at this time. Roddy has just moved in. Who will be the one visiting? Chapter 35, Tempting. Roddy finally hid the Haitians in the upstairs room before he hurried to open the door. Through the somewhat obscure cat's eyes of this old house, a blonde girl could be seen in front of him. Roddy opened the door with joy, but found that it was not Claire, but her classmate Gigi. The autumn sun goes down early. Although the street lights are already on, the outside is already grey. Roddy wondered how Gigi came to the door and how she chose this supper time. Roddy, I'm Gigi, Claire's good friend, I met in school. Gigi smiled charmingly and greeted Roddy. Tonight she was wearing a very sexy, white shirt unbuttoned the top button, with Lodi's height it is easy to see the lace underpants inside, and that deep gully. What's the matter with me so late? Roddy asked. Don't you invite me in to sit down? Gigi took 2 steps, and the softness of the two almost pressed against Roddy. Roddy frowned, although this obvious tease was not the first time I saw it. After going to banquet with Tony for a few times, Roddy also gradually adapted to this M-style enthusiasm. But Jackie and I had met each other for a while, without even saying a few words, and turned into a hug. Was it a bit too exaggerated? It's a pity that Haitians are nearby, and the shielding area is still in effect, so Roddy can't do anything about trying to spy on Jackie with mind reading. I'm really sorry, just moved in today, the house is a bit messy, I will invite everyone to play together if it is convenient for a few days. Roddy refused very politely. For this kind of yanfu, Lodi has always been grateful. It's just that Jackie didn't understand Roddy's meaning, but instead said with a smile, that's better, I can help you clean up. Just finished, Roddy had no time to refuse, Jackie even pushed Roddy away, walked straight into the house. Roddy feels very uncomfortable. If a power is still there, he will be caught off guard. Slow vision is on standby for 24 hours. Although he said that technological power is the biggest card, but in fact, Roddy has gradually become accustomed to having a life with abilities. This was the ability to be shielded for a few minutes, and Roddy had clearly felt his discomfort. But these are all questions I want to think about later. Jackie broke into Radha's house and it was only a trivial matter. Once she discovered the Haitian talent upstairs, it was a big trouble. I said, the house is very chaotic, I think you'd better come again next time. Roddy said to Jackie very seriously. I think it's very tidy, at least it doesn't prevent you from doing something interesting. Jackie's words are already very explicit, almost naked temptation. Roddy saw Jackie walk towards her, and had to admit that the girl was still charming only by her appearance. She is very good at showing her best, and she knows clearly what kind of expressions can cause a man's desire. Gigi leaned on Roddy and forced him directly to the wall. The whole person was already pressed on Roddy and even rubbed it intentionally a few times. Rodri, a little virgin, could not bear the temptation if he just crossed over. It's just that after the thrilling days of the past 6 months, although it is still a virgin body, this little temptation is really not worth mentioning. But Roddy is still curious, why is Jackie doing this? Roddy doesn't think that his charm breaks through the sky, and allows female creatures to automatically estrus when they see it. Out of this little curiosity and a little vanity, Roddy did not blow Jackie out, but patiently wanted to set out her inner thoughts. You should know that I am Claire's boyfriend. Roddy pushed away Jackie, ran away a few steps, and told her across the table. Really? Claire didn't tell me. Jackie saw that Roddy didn't resist fiercely, thinking that her charm had played a role. In her view, men are the same, no one will spit out the meat delivered to his mouth. Then I will tell you now that I have a girlfriend. Roddy said, carefully watching Jackie's expression. So what? We just do something interesting. Rest assured, I won't tell Claire. Jackie didn't seem to care, but jumped onto the table and opened her long legs to Roddy. Jackie wore a pair of very short jeans, revealing the curves of a pair of beautiful legs in front of Roddy without any cover. This kind of scene Luadi has not seen, but it was on the monitor, but it was the first time in reality. A rapid heartbeat and a dry mouth, this is a normal reaction, but Roddy's thinking is still awake. You often do these funny things with people. Roddy almost scolded her bitch. Sure enough, Jackie's face changed after listening to it, and she even slowed her movements. Although he recovered quickly, this detail was still captured by Roddy. But Roddy's expected fall of the door did not happen. Jackie actually endured Roddy's humiliation and continued, if you want to know, it is better to try it yourself. This unexpected situation makes Roddy more sure www.readaloud.com GG has definitely done a lot this time, not just to grab a girlfriend's boyfriend. But Roddy's reasoning is over. Jackie has begun to undress and undress. If he doesn't stop others from seeing, he will jump into the Yellow River and it will be unclear. Jackie, although I don't know what your purpose is, I advise you to leave immediately. Roddy said directly. Roddy, you think too much. But just to have some fun, don't you think it's a very exciting thing to go to bed with your girlfriend's friends? Jackie almost took off her clothes halfway. He didn't care at all, even wanted to rush to hug Roddy. Beauty Luoyi was half explained, and it was a good thing to give her a hug, but Roddy thought with his toes that it was not that simple. What's more, he just fell in love with Claire, and turned to sleep with Claire's friends. He would never be able to do such a shameless thing. This time Roddy was ready to escape Jackie's hug, and then said to her, well, since you don't want to leave, then I'll be done. Roddy's words made Jackie froze for a moment. When he hadn't responded, Roddy had rushed out of the house, and even the door was closed. Gigi stayed alone in the room, a situation she didn't anticipate at all. But she hesitated a bit and tore her clothes hard, and then messed up her hair, making her look very miserable. Roddy walked out of the house a few steps, and saw Claire's face followed anxiously behind the quarterback Brody, walking toward his house. Chapter 36, Mouth Cannon is not as good as Palm Cannon. The moment he saw Claire, Roddy immediately wanted to understand everything. What an old-fashioned plot of dog blood is no different than the Qing dynasty drama of the Qing dynasty. If you ran out decisively yourself, you would now be caught in bed. Rodi really admired his wit, knowing that catching a traitor in bed and suspecting derailment are completely different things. Even if you let the president guarantee you, the judge will give you innocence, whether a woman believes or not believes, almost always has a thorn in her heart. As for the latter, as long as there is no strong evidence, men can always have various methods to explain. Brody saw Rodi appearing in front of his house, and knew that Jackie's temptation had failed. But Brody didn't plan to give up, but rushed over and asked Rodi, "Where is Jackie? You scum! What's wrong with her?" Rodi was too lazy to talk to the insidious villain Brody and hit him directly with a punch. Brody didn't expect that Rodi would actually do it directly, so he couldn't react for a while, and was directly hit by Rodi with a nosebleed. Claire was surprised to see that Rodi pressed Brody unreasonably on the ground and punched all the punches on Brody's face. The original handsome and charming face soon changed. It became a pig's head. Rodi doesn't intend to let Brody go. For this kind of person who likes to play with conspiracies, it is just a waste of time to say anything. In order to arrange this trap, Brody didn't know how much rhetoric he prepared. Rather than this theory of people with impure motives, it would be better to fight directly, and if he is framed, he can't say it. For sluts, Rodi has always been too lazy to talk. If he didn't feel that this little action would not die, Rodi directly rewarded Brody with a palm of his hand. Claire saw Brody's misfortune, and finally couldn't bear it, and pulled Rodi away. "Rodi, what the is going on?" Claire asked suspiciously. Just now Brody came to his house and only said that Jackie had an accident. Claire followed him to Rodi's house. Rodi just wanted to explain to Claire that he didn't expect the door to open at this time. Jackie's clothes shattered, her hands covered her chest, and a torn face came out. Claire rushed to Jackie's side and took off her coat to put her on. Claire kept asking what happened to Jackie, but Jackie just cried without saying a word, but the grudge in his eyes was clearly thrown at Rodi. Claire is not stupid, Jackie's meaning is already obvious. However, she did not want to believe that Rodi would do such a thing, so she looked at Rodi with an inquiring look. Rodi couldn't help covering his face with his hands and made a sad expression. "I still forgot this, I don't need to say anything about this woman, I just need to look at myself with a grudge, it is a powerful complaint. Well, things are actually very simple. Jackie and Brody designed to frame me. But I escaped temptation, so they wanted to frame me to invade Jackie, but in fact, I was almost violated by her," Rodi said helplessly. Claire listened to Rodi's words and couldn't believe it for a while, but subconsciously let go of Jackie's hand. "You lied. I will call the police, you scum." Jackie cursed loudly, as if her personality had been greatly slandered. Rodi looked at Jackie Biao's acting coldly, taking into account the hoarseness and pitifulness, both innocent and defiled, and self-pitiful and miserable. Rodi had to sigh that this creature of green tea is an excellent drama, whether it is the Celestial Dynasty or the M country. Is a good friend and a lover, who is lying. Claire was caught in the middle and seemed at a loss. At this time, even if Claire didn't need to read the mind, Rodi could feel it. Rodi did not intend to let Claire fall into this dilemma. Before seeing the various tests and trials of women against men in the story, he always sneered. If the other party resists the temptation, it is true love, making a lot of money. If the other party is tempted, then he can comfort himself that the world is as dark as a crow. This kind of temptation is very necessary and very reasonable. Rodi felt that this was simply nonsense. A group of people who were not correct themselves tried their lovers with metamorphic feelings. No matter how the structure was, it was just to comfort their fragile glass hearts. Pay your true heart may be hurt, so you have to continue to test love? This reason is really high-sounding. If you are not willing to bear the harm caused by your sincere giving, Flycamp Gugly calculates your own gains and losses, so what is true love? Roddy didn't want Claire to get into a tangle, so he took out his phone and said, "Jarvis, play the recording 10 minutes ago." I said, "The house is very chaotic, I think it is better for you to come again next time. I think it is very tidy, at least it does not prevent you from doing something interesting. You should know that I am Claire's boyfriend." "Really? Claire didn't tell me." "Then I will tell you now that I have a girlfriend." "So what? We just do something interesting." "Rest assured, I won't tell Claire." The previous conversation was perfectly reproduced in front of everyone. This is Rhodey's habit of being trained by Tony. In the development of steel armor, audio and video recordings are on for a long time. This is to prevent inspiration from passing away. With Jarvis' all-weather recording function, Roddy saves a lot of trouble. The holographic map of New York, UU reading www.uugonshu.com Stark Enterprise employee data. There are many usually useless, but at the most important time but Google information, these are all recorded by Jarvis in the intelligent system. Useless voice and influential data Jarvis will also be automatically cleared regularly, which will definitely not hinder the search. Therefore, Jackie's conversation with Roddy was also recorded without any word. Claire looked at Jackie in disbelief, and she would do this if she didn't find her friend. Although Roddy proved that he was a good man, Claire felt a sorrow for her friend's betrayal. Gigi could no longer pretend to be a weak face of being bullied after hearing the recordings released by Roddy. In the face of such strong evidence, how she explained it was just a pale and weak cover-up. Roddy came to Claire's side and hugged the girl who had just been betrayed by her friend. If you can, Roddy is actually more willing to quietly solve the two Gigi and Brody, and does not want Claire to face such a messy thing. It's a pity that this conspiracy was too coincidental. It was unexpected that Roddy's power was completely shielded by Hadeans. Roddy hugged Claire quietly, without any words of comfort, not to mention the beginning and the end of the matter, but quietly felt the girl's sadness. At the same time, Roddy reminded himself again that the power is not an invincible cheat, a small accident can make him a normal person. For the use of abilities and restraint, it's time to get on Roddy's task list. But the calm was quickly broken, the sound of the police siren came from afar, and someone even called the police. Chapter 37, Framed with No Sincerity. A big-bellied policeman got out of the police car, and the obese face was almost written with arrogance. A pair of tiny triangle eyes squinted at people, sneered at the corner of the mouth, and had already behaved arrogantly enough without talking, which was annoying. Roddy can even see it without mind reading. This person must be accustomed to doing power and blessings on weekdays. I really don't understand how this kind of natural mockery of the world survives. Won't people be killed on the streets? I received the alarm, someone here intends to rape. Oh, there is another injured. The policeman's mouth is interrogative, but his eyes have long been directed at Jackie. Gigi, like grabbing the straw of life-saving, began to accuse Roddy of crimes loudly. People who don't know the truth really feel sad and guilty when they hear it. Very well, the facts are already very clear. You gangster was discovered by someone and even intended to murder. This policeman even concealed himself and directly convicted Roddy. Come and follow me back to the police station. The policeman took out the handcuffs and walked towards Roddy. Not like that, Gigi is lying. Claire explained anxiously. Shut up. No matter how noisy you are, you will catch it together, the man threatened loudly. Roddy drew Claire, who still wanted to argue, and said to the policeman, What do you call this officer? Jade Fox, you can call me Officer Fox. Then Officer Fox, maybe you can listen to this first. Roddy quickly played the recording again, and Jed Fox couldn't help but froze for a moment. It's not that there are hidden feelings behind the unexpected story, but that the framed plan did not expect such a flaw. Obviously, this appearing in time Fox police officer is an accomplice and a key part of the framing plan. But this is the end of the matter, and it cannot be abandoned halfway. Jade Fox immediately changed his tone and said, "There is still such a situation? That recording is the key evidence, you must leave it to me." Hearing what he said, Luodai threw the phone away. Jade Fox reached out to catch it, but felt that things were going too smoothly, he could not believe it. But since the recording is available, he is not afraid of anything. Handcuffed, follow me back to the police station. Jade Fox's tone changed back to the previous arrogance. Wait, did the recording prove my innocence? Roddy asked. Stupid devil, what recording? Where's the recording? I don't know at all. I advise you to follow me back obediently, otherwise I don't mind letting you suffer a bit. Jade Fox pulled out his baton from the waist, raised to Roddy. Claire really didn't expect this policeman to be so shameless, he couldn't help saying aloud, "You actually destroyed the evidence? You know you are breaking the law." Hey, Country M is a country that tells evidence, be careful I sue you for slander. Jade Fox said triumphantly. Hearing such shameless words, Claire, the pure and kind girl, was speechless. But to deal with this kind of person, Roddy has great experience. I thought you were just like a pig, I didn't expect IQ to be as good as a pig. Roddy said coldly. What are you talking about? Jade Fox, who thought he had the upper hand, didn't expect Roddy to ridicule him. You have a hearing problem does not mean that I have to say it again, based on your IQ, it is estimated that you can't understand what it means to be a copy. I didn't see any action by Roddy, but the recording just now was played again. Everyone looked at the source of the sound, but found a black sports car parked silently nearby, and the recording was played from the sound in the car. Jade Fox's complexion became very ugly, and I was really overjoyed just now, even forgetting that the recording can be copied infinitely. Angrily angry, he could only hold on and said, "This recording is forged by you. I thought you had any surprise performance, the result is still stupid and rude to disappointment." Roddy mocked mercilessly. Jade Fox had drowned his reason with anger, even pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Roddy. Enough! Shut up! Give out all copies of the recording, or I will blow your head with a shot. Jade Fox growled. So many witnesses, do you dare to shoot? Roddy was also a bit surprised, and did not expect this Jade Fox to be so crazy. To what extent does a person have to be so bad as to conceal his mistakes and make such a life-threatening act? You violently refused to arrest, and the intention was to kill the hostages. I shot. Jade Fox apparently did not do this for the first time, and even prepared perjury. You're a slander, I didn't expect someone like you in the police. Claire felt that the worldview had been refreshed in just a short time. Shut up, little bitch, or two who refused to arrest will become two. Jade Fox threatened Claire. Roddy frowned, and watched Jade Fox as a dead performer before, but when he heard him insult Claire, he couldn't hold back his anger. www.readaloud.com. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't die. Roddy snapped his fingers handsomely, and the Deathwing armor hidden in the black sports car was separated. The wings spread out, the wings of death are like a real demon, and come to everyone. Roddy found that he was more and more fond of this kind of control method that was forced to burst, and the soul of Long Aoshan buried deep in his body began to burn. What the is this? Jade Fox fired several shots in surprise, but the bullet could only scratch a few white marks on the wings of death. Damn, do you know how much this armor is worth? It costs hundreds of thousands to change the paint. Roddy said bitterly. The wings of Deathwing moved, and the gun in Jade Fox's hand was shot immediately. Then 3 anesthesia needles were fired, and Jade Fox, Gigi, and half-dead Brody were all resolved. Roddy, you are. Claire was also shocked by the wings of death, this humanoid mecha was far beyond her imagination. Relax, just let them sleep. Roddy is not a murderer. He can kill people without blinking in the chaotic Middle East, but where there is order, he is still willing to obey the law. It's just that Roddy won't just let these 3 people frame him. When I just wanted to find an opportunity to exercise my abilities, the three of them came to my door automatically. To play tricks and play styles, otherwise I'm really sorry for my 10-year-old net age. Rhodey looked at the three comatose mice and smiled harmlessly. Chapter 38, Villain Recycling. Rhodey controlled the wings of death and moved the three to the house, and then sent Claire home. This anesthesia needle is powerful enough for ordinary people to spend a whole day, so Rhodey saves even the tied rope. Rhodey, how are you going to deal with the three of them? Claire was a little worried. Although she knew that Rhodey was not an ordinary person, she didn't want Rhodey to abuse this power. But the arrogant behavior of Jed Fox made Claire have a strong sense of distrust of the police group, so he defaulted to Rhodey's approach. Relax, the most is to give them a little lesson, and it will never come out of nowhere. Rhodey promised Claire to his heart, but he added a sentence in his heart that could not guarantee whether this lesson would leave a psychological shadow. Finally clapped Claire back, and Rhodey could not wait to get home. Regardless of the three people in the coma, no matter how many ideas Rhodey can't wait to try, Hadean talent is the key. Does not solve the ability shield of Hadeans. These three test articles can only be used for vivisection at most. The Hadeans were hit with several ribs. Although Rhodey had given him emergency treatment, his movement and long-term binding still made him pale. Can you control this ability blocking field? Rhodey asked directly. As long as I live, this field has always existed. Hadean said with a sneer. Please, you don't need such a bad excuse to die. I have a lot of ways to solve your broken field. Rhodey said indifferently. I said, as long as I live, the field will always exist, even if you knock me out is useless. The Hadeans saw Rhodey's plan at first glance. The electric shock lie detector is still attached to the Hadeans, so Rhodey can judge that he is not lying, so he has no choice but to say, so I said that your ability is really pitting yourself, you can obviously suffer a little bit of sin, but I want to make me big Fei Zhou. The Hadeans did not understand what Rhodey was going to do, but obviously he had no intention of killing himself. This made the Hadeans breathe quietly. Although he is willing to sacrifice for the company, as long as there is a little hope, who will choose to die? But the Hadeans' luck only lasted for a few seconds. When Rhodey snapped his fingers, the black humanoid armor appeared in front of the Hadeans again. Right, ask a question, do you have acrophobia? Rhodey asked suddenly. No. Although Hadeans find this question inexplicable, they still answer it honestly. Very good, then you can enjoy the scenery along the road. Rhodey said with a smile. What are you going to do? In the terrified eyes of Hadeans, the wings of death picked him up from behind. The orange tail inflammation lights up, and the wings of death take the Hadeans out of the window and fly towards the sky. This is Rhodey's method, throwing Hadeans high above the sky, far enough away that the field will naturally become useless. Sure enough, when the wings of death disappeared in sight, Rhodey felt light all over, as if taking off a layer of shackles. All kinds of abilities are recovered, and there is even a more handy feeling. Rhodey, with a smile like a mad scientist, walked to the three comatose mice. 3 hours later, Rhodey withdrew his hand with regret. Although it has been controlled as much as possible, the result is still not very satisfactory due to various rusty methods. Brody, Gigi, and Jed still did not wake up, and looked at it without any surface scars. Of course, Brody's swollen pig's face is not counted. But only Rhodey knew how terrible the three of them had experienced in just 3 hours. What Rhodey tested on them was the ability to modify memory. In just 3 hours, Rhodey let Gigi go through 3 sets of Qing Dynasty dramas and countless versions of Qing Dynasty dramas. Yuma's work is the top priority. Thanks to the substantial improvement of mental power, or Rhodey can't really remember the plot of so much dog blood. Has revived so many romance dramas, and all the happy endings have been pinched off by Rhodey, leaving only endless pain. It is estimated that the world view will collapse immediately after Gigi wakes up. It's a pity that in the end, Gigi didn't let Zhu Yangxiu go through the world again, because Luo Desheng was afraid that a bad control would make her an idiot. Gigi is already very pitiful, but compared with Brody's experience is nothing worth mentioning. At the beginning, Roddy followed Professor X's way and touched Brody's forehead with his fingers. He didn't know if Brody had no resistance after being comatose, so all his memories were read by Roddy. Because of this, Roddy learned that Brody had a father who was a state legislator. At the same time, Roddy also saw many heinous crimes. Brody seems to be young, but he used various evil means to invade several girls as early as 2 years ago, except that his father as a state legislator supported him, so he has been at large. If it were not for Roddy, Claire might be the next victim. For this kind of person, Roddy is not weak. Ordinary literary dog blood dramas are no longer worthy of Brody's crimes. Fortunately, as a qualified youth of the dynasty, Roddy has watched many question and answer useless, What Husband is currently in the Island Country action movie. Of course, there are a lot of banned movies with heavy tastes, such as The Mermaid in the Sewer. It's just that Brody's role in it will of course not be the husband, but the one who is husband's present, or the mermaid that is decaying and not dying. Also governs his own body with his own way. Since Brody, the scumbag, does this kind of thing, let him feel the feeling. As for whether he has been powerless since he woke up, or is it directly turned into a trembling, reading books www.uuganju.com. This is not what Roddy can predict. The last one is Jed Fox, a policeman who is also a criminal who has committed a complete sentence. Taking bribes and committing stolen goods are all specialties. But instead of letting him experience any brainwashing horror movie, Roddy woke him up with cold water. Damn bastard, I will make you regret being born. Jed Fox broke out a bunch of foul language when he woke up. Roddy didn't reply, he slapped it directly with 2 slaps, hitting Jed Fox with Venus, and then a set of chaotic cloak punches, directly beating him into a pig's head. While Roddy was a little tired, he rubbed his wrist comfortably, and hitting people was hard work. Jed Fox was not seriously injured, but Roddy specially picked the soft meat to play the black hand, so he kept screaming. Shut up, you stupid fat pig! Roddy pressed the sharp-sleeved sword against Jed Fox's throat. His expression was not fierce, but his calm eyes made Jed Fox feel at heart. Cool. When the police is not short, Jed Fox is very clear that this kind of look can only be possessed by thugs who have actually killed people. If he resisted again, he had no doubt that Roddy would cut open his carotid artery directly. Very good, I finally have a little IQ left. Listen clearly, I could have sent you directly to hell. I promise that even the governor of Texas can't treat me. But now I need you to do something for me, so I'll leave you a dog for the time being. Maybe you don't believe me, and you're still lucky, so I'll show you something first. Roddy turned on his phone and handed it to Jed Fox. Chapter 39, Dinner for Mother-in-Law. Jed Fox had already planned in his heart. He had to deal with the snake first. After he escaped, he naturally had many ways to deal with Roddy. It's a pity that he just changed his face just a few seconds after watching the phone screen. Roddy showed Jed Fox a video, which clearly recorded the whole process of Jed Fox defrauding Roddy's mobile phone and then blatantly framing it. You have been premeditated. Jed Fox knows that things are out of control. Once this video is made public, he will probably spend his second half of his life in prison. Nonsense, otherwise I would do so many boring things. You wouldn't really think I threw my phone to you because I believed in the laws of country M? Such a naive idea, did you graduate from elementary school? Roddy admitted frankly he had his own plan, but this time Jed Fox could only admit his fate. Listen, no matter what method you use, I will find all the information of this person within a week. Remember, it is all the information. I want to know what kind of plate he uses to eat. Roddy switched the screen of the mobile phone and showed a photo in front of Jed Fox, and the person on the mobile phone was the Hadean who was sent to heaven by Rhodey. Rhodey does not intend to use severe punishment to extract confessions to extract the forces behind Hadeans, because at present, Hadeans are just a protector. Since there are no irreconcilable contradictions for the time being, Rhodey does not intend to establish an additional enemy. Only out of concern for Claire was he interested in investigating it. And scum like Jed Fox is sometimes more useful than a law-abiding policeman. To deal with this mysterious organization, the darkest place is often the most informed. Jed Fox can be mixed up to the present, and has done more evil than Brody, so he knows the local ruffians and even the gangsters in this place. With his help, Roddy wanted to dig out the forces behind the Hadeans much easier. It's a pity that Roddy's ability to modify memory is not yet skilled, and it is easy to make people an idiot by accident, otherwise it is the best way to directly transform Jed Fox into his own puppet. But now there is video evidence in hand, I believe Jed Fox will be obedient for the time being. Rhodey asked Jed Fox to send Brody and Gigi away, and he temporarily left the matter behind. There is still a big trouble in the sky that he needs to deal with. The Hadeans who came back from the sky were a little pale, and although it was not obvious because of his dark skin, the whole person was already slack in his footsteps. "Welcome back, how does this tour feel?" Roddy asked with a smile. "Hadeans don't say a word, now life and death are in the hands of others, no matter what they say. Okay, I don't waste everyone's time anyway. I won't let you go anyway. But you have two options. First, don't resist or try to run away. I will let you have proper freedom, but if you refuse to cooperate, then you can only be bound forever." Hadeans undoubtedly chose the first one. With the wings of death 24 hours a day, he is impossible to escape, and loosening the tie is at least better for the recovery of the injury. Rhodey is very satisfied with the cooperation of Hadeans. The only pity is that neither of the two in the house is a cook. As a result, the first supper in the strange atmosphere between the two was solved with takeout. The next 3 days, Rhodey returned to the life rhythm that a middle school student should have. Unsurprisingly, Brody and Gigi both invited the school for a long vacation. "I heard that there was some mental problem. This is not a trivial matter." Rhodey thought that he needed to use a little Stark power to settle. Unexpectedly, Jed Fox handled this matter well, and even the father of the Brodina State Assemblyman did not act excessively. This situation made Rhodey look up at Jed Fox. This fat-headed villain really has some skill. But this also made Rhodey more vigilant, for fear of any revenge from this guy. Roddy is not afraid of himself, but he now has such a weakness as Claire. However, a few days later, except for occasionally reporting the results of the investigation to Rhodey, Jed Fox has no use for the so-called results, but finally there is nothing wrong with it. Fortunately, Jed Fox did not engage in small movements, otherwise Rhodey had absolutely no patience to play plots like infernal affairs with him at this time, but would directly use the wings of death to kill him. Because tonight is a very important day, Claire finally invited Roddy to her house for dinner. What else in the world can be more important than going to the future mother-in-law's house for the first time? Before crossing, Roddy will tell you that it was the meal where the parents of both parties met to discuss the gift. But after crossing, Roddy's parents have been missing for a long time, so he will tell you that there is nothing more important than this. If anyone finds trouble with Roddy at this critical time, in a grammatical grammar, it is the enemy of a lifetime, endlessly. "Mr. Roddy, I have to remind you again that it is less than 30 minutes from 7 p.m., please pay attention to the time." Jarvis's electronic synth sound, UU reading www.uugonshu.com made Roddy in front of the mirror feel a little anxious. "Jarvis, wouldn't it seem a bit casual for me to wear it like this, would you like a tie?" Roddy asked a little nervously. "I'm sorry, this is the 17th time I answered you. There is no database about fashion and clothing matching in my smart program, so I can't answer this question." Jarvis answered impatiently. "Okay, let me give Tony an opinion and let him upgrade the database for you. Forget it, this set is simple and dignified. Roddy chose this suit, although it looks nothing special, but regardless of tailoring or materials, they are the best. Roddy brought the prepared gift and walked nervously to Claire's house. The distance of about 100 meters walked for 2 minutes. Ding dong! Doorbell rang. Soon Claire's door opened, and a boy who appeared to be only about 14 years old appeared at the door. Roddy quickly greeted with the brightest smile and said, "Hello, are you Claire's brother Leo?" "I am Roddy Stark." This brown-haired boy looked at Roddy very coldly, and then shouted into the room, "Claire, your boyfriend is here." Leo didn't say a word to Roddy from beginning to end, just turned around and walked away. Roddy felt embarrassed. What is the strange behavior of the youngest uncle in the future? Is this the offspring of the mother-in-law's family? Roddy walked into Claire's house with extremely complicated emotions, and it was only an accident to continue comforting himself. Unfortunately, Roddy didn't know that this was just the beginning of his suffering. Chapter 40, Pit Father-in-Law and Number 039, S Rhythm. Claire's home is very tidy, although it is just a very ordinary middle-class family, but can feel a warm feeling. Whether it is decoration or decoration, it can be seen that the owner loves this home. Perhaps it is this kind of parents that cultivates Claire's simple and kind character. Claire and Mrs. Bennet are preparing dinner in the kitchen. Leo is holding a PSP and playing games. He is very focused and does not look the same to Roddy. This little uncle is estimated to be in the second phase. Roddy couldn't help but vomit in his heart. Is responsible for entertaining Roddy is a man of great height and shore. Although he looks strong, he looks like a gentle and handsome man, and he is also a handsome old man. "Roddy Stark? Can I call you Roddy? I am Claire's father, Noah Burnett." The future father-in-law looked very kindly, and did not look at Roddy with a critical eye. It seemed that he really regarded him as an ordinary friend of Claire. "Hello Mr. Bennet." Roddy finished this sentence, and even got stuck, not knowing what to say at all. "But I won't say that some things still need to be done." Roddy took out the gift that had been prepared long ago, but the dripping hand almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Noah Burnett didn't take it seriously. After receiving the gift, he warmly invited Roddy to sit down and even made a cup of coffee for him. Listening to Claire, "You are a transfer student, you didn't expect you to be friends in such a short time?" Noah Burnett seemed to ask casually, but Roddy didn't know how to answer. Thought about it very seriously, before Roddy said, "Maybe we are more destiny. I am a Chinese, so I believe in fate." Roddy's remarks are not polite. There hasn't been a better explanation for the fate that has happened since these days. China is a very magical country. I've been there a few times. The deepest impression is the food there. Noah Burnett didn't continue to ask about Roddy and Claire's acquaintance process, but started talking to Roddy. Other things. Noah is very talkative and very good at grasping the rhythm of conversation. In just 10 minutes or so, Roddy had let go of his nervousness, and the two were talking happily as if they had known each other for a long time. When Roddy subconsciously circumvented the topic of his parents, he realized how powerful his future father-in-law was. "Wasn't it just talking about school things, why did you suddenly get involved in the family?" Although it is said that as the future son-in-law, Roddy has already prepared himself to be questioned about the family environment and has designed a perfect set of rhetoric. It's just that Noah Burnett was so powerful that Roddy had unwittingly leaned on this issue without even knowing it, and he almost forgot to speak. Roddy remembered that Claire had said that her father was a regional manager of a large paper company, and that this skill of conversation alone was already unfavorable in business negotiations. Even if there is no malice, no one is willing to spy on the thoughts in his heart, so out of courtesy, Roddy did not use mind reading against Claire's family. But now Roddy is really a little overwhelmed, so he uses a mind reading technique to spy on Noah Burnett's heart, but he didn't expect this decision to make him hear the unbelievable information. This kid doesn't seem to be over there, but his parents, forget it, as long as it doesn't hurt Claire, I don't have to be too nervous. The key is that over the company, the Haitians have been missing for 3 days. Roddy's eyes changed when he heard this voice, especially the name Haitian scared him almost to jump. He quickly took a sip of coffee to disguise the shock in his heart. Roddy, is there anything wrong? Is it coffee and taste? Noah Burnett apparently discovered Roddy's expression change at that moment, so he asked. Nothing, just suddenly want to go to the bathroom. Roddy said with an excuse. Oh, over there, you can see it through the dining room. Noah Burnett seemed to find Roddy's fault and pointed him in the direction. Roddy turned around, ostensibly walking towards the bathroom, but his mental power was already spread out like a spider web. But neither Noah Burnett or Leo, nor even Mrs. Burnett in the kitchen, glowed red. This shows that the Bennett family is just ordinary people, except for Claire and Roddy, there are no variants within 50 meters. Noah Burnett is not a mutant? How could it be related to the mutant organization behind the Haitians? The whole thing has a strange feeling. This family, only Claire is a mutant, but Noah Burnett is clearly related to the Haitian company, but Claire, who is a mutant, is completely unaware. And many more. Roddy suddenly discovered that Noah Burnett and Mrs. Burnett who had met had no similarities with Claire in appearance. It's Leo, the mid to second stage devil, who has 7 points similar to Noah Burnett. Roddy's brain opened in an instant. Could it be that Claire wasn't born by the Bennett family? Roddy walked quickly into the bathroom, and then took a few deep breaths after confirming that the door was locked. The situation is too complicated at the moment, and Roddy is not so nervous in the face of the life and death crisis www.readaloud.com, but the complicated problems of his mother-in-law's family made him feel terrified. I wonder if this is not care or chaos. Lying trough, I am here today to meet my future mother-in-law and father-in-law, not to be Sherlock Holmes. Roddy couldn't help but vomit. But Roddy didn't struggle for too long. After all, Haitians also said that he was responsible for protecting the Claires. From the perspective of Noah Burnett, he knew Haitians. Think of it, could the Haitians actually be the bodyguards sent by the future father-in-law? This also makes sense. Any men who join any terrible organization will inevitably do various protective measures for their families. It's just this way, isn't all the things Roddy did before that pitted his future father-in-law? If the Haitians gave Noah Burnett their own small report, that picture is too beautiful, can you not be so painful? I don't know if this is comforting myself, but Roddy's emotions have stabilized a lot after coming out of the bathroom. However, Noah Burnett is definitely not a regional manager of ordinary paper companies, so Roddy dare not tell him more, for fear of accidentally showing his feet. But the family is so big, Roddy doesn't whisper to his future father-in-law, he always has an excuse, otherwise he willfully neglect the other party. Isn't this telling Noah that he's weird? Roddy's eyes rolled, and he aimed at Leo, who had been addicted to the electric. The future uncle, although you are in the second phase, but for the happiness of the future brother-in-law, you have to use you to make smoke bombs. Rest assured, in the future, the girl needs to think about the soft sister currency, and the brother-in-law is all-inclusive. Then, without any trace, the topic was transferred to Leo. Chapter 41, Easy Pretend. Leo has been focusing on playing games since Roddy entered the house. Fingers pressed fast on the PSP, just to see how his brows were tight, it seemed that the situation was not very good. Roddy glanced at the screen and looked like a rhythm game. The only difficulty was hand speed. Those dazzling lights and notes can appear 10 in a second, and the basic points of the response are a bit slow to reach. Leo obviously played this game for a long time, and the level is very good. It's just that the guy who played against him online today is too awesome, even losing several times in a row. Damn it, I lost to that again. Leo looked at the other person's smug message and almost threw the PSP. Actually, you have a good hand speed, try to give up the score of the big score, and grab the notes of the small score. Rody gave Leo a suggestion. This is the data calculated when he just watched. Leo glanced at Roddy disdainfully. He played this game thousands of times and was the top 3 in the community list. Don't you know such a simple thing? The score is 1/5, just one click, one note, one need to press 5, even if the frequency of notes appears high, but how many can you catch at the same time? Leo reopened the game again, and then handed the PSP to Roddy. The meaning was self-evident. If you can't play, shut up. Roddy didn't expect that this little devil didn't intend to give him a face, but it was exactly what he wanted. Roddy took Leo's PSP and entered the game calmly. The game is not difficult at the beginning, but it will gradually increase the difficulty with time. If the player does not make mistakes at all, the difficulty will increase quickly. Leo is a good player. Generally, the difficulty can be increased to level 8 in about a minute and a half, and then there may be mistakes. If you want to increase to level 10, it is estimated that it will take 5 minutes even if the condition is good. Leo just looked at the beginning and found that Roddy would not play this game at all. Although it can be guaranteed that no points will be missed for the time being, the order of choices and keystrokes will be a novice at a glance. It is estimated that the difficulty will start to be missed if it is less than level 5 difficulty. Should I look at him contemptuously at that time, or should I just sit back and play by myself? Leo thought, waiting for Roddy's mistake. It's a pity that as time goes on, the difficulty keeps increasing, level 3, level 4, level 8. It has perfectly reached the level of Leo's normal state, but Roddy still presses the button slowly, without any tension, and even his eyes have not changed. The difficulty of perfect customs clearance is terrifying. In just 3 minutes, it has reached level 10, which has exceeded Leo's best level. It's just that Roddy didn't show any sense of difficulty. Although the speed of the finger buttons has become much faster, it still looks like a heavy weight. Leo's own highest score was 860,000 points and the difficulty was 11 levels, while Roddy's final score was 1.23 million points and the difficulty was 13 levels. This is still Roddy did not know that the 13th level will appear a note boss, accidentally killed by the boss. Actually, a hidden boss was shot. Leo couldn't help but yell out. Hidden bosses will appear randomly on any difficulty, but the only condition is that there must be no mistakes before. In other words, 1.23 million points was a perfect pass before, and no points were missed. Leo has been frightened by this horrible score, and quickly grabbed a PSP to see that his ID ranking has rushed to the first place in the community. Then Leo's mobile phone started ringing, and the friends on Facebook discovered this situation and began to leave messages crazy. Leo has no idea what to look at his future brother-in-law. This result has thrown the second place away from more than 100,000. This is a desperate distance. It turned out to be more than 9 seconds from the world 100-meter sprint. You gave out a 7 seconds, which is almost a miracle. For ordinary people, receive signals with eyes, and then feed back to fingers after brain analysis, this process is not short. And after receiving multiple visual information at the same time, it takes longer to think, and it is difficult to maintain a perfect score after the difficulty of the game is increased to level 10. And after the difficulty increases, the player will inevitably be nervous, and the power of the keys will increase accordingly, so unconsciously accumulated fatigue, it is easy to cause mistakes. But for Roddy, these are not difficult, as long as the frequency of these notes and line spectrum does not exceed the speed limit of human fingers, then it can be easily handled by 100 times slow visual ability. Are you an alien? Leo watched the PSP silent for a long time, and finally couldn't help saying to Roddy. Hearing this, Roddy jumped in his heart, and couldn't hold back to look at Noah Burnett's expression. Which pot of this dead boy can't open it? Let the future father-in-law discover the identity of his mutant, and do not know what unpredictable consequences will occur. After training, in fact, you can do it. Roddy can only answer in this way, as to what training can reach the level of power, then think about it again. Upon hearing Roddy's words, Leo's eyes glowed. And he hurriedly asked, "Are you an agent? Or a special force? How could there be such a horrible hand speed?" I'm actually a mechanic, a mechanical designer of Stark Enterprises." Rhodey still dare not look at Noah Burnett, but he has sensed that the latter's eyes are looking at himself, so he can only hurry start a topic. "What the are you? How old are you?" Leo would rather believe that Roddy is an agent than a mechanical designer. www.readaloud.com. Roddy is really curious about his brain. "What exactly is the circuit?" "Really, this is my business card." Roddy pulled out his business card holder and gave one to both his future father-in-law and his youngest uncle. Leo glanced, then tucked into his trouser pocket, but he still didn't want to believe it. Noah Burnett looked at the above information very carefully, and then smiled and said to Roddy, "I didn't expect you to be a senior engineer at Stark Enterprises at such a young age, which really surprised me a bit. Your surname is Stark. Is there anything to do with Tony Stark?" "Tony is my cousin," Roddy answered honestly. This time, it was Roddy's turn to observe Noah Burnett's expression very carefully. Through the ability of slow vision, he could clearly see that Noah Burnett's pupils contracted violently. Apparently Roddy was shocked by this sentence. "Sounds cool. Did you design the robot?" Leo interrupted the communication between Roddy and Noah. After changing the previous coldness, he pulled Roddy to ask questions, and he was very enthusiastic about this future brother-in-law. "It's not a robot, it's car manufacturing and clean energy development." Roddy could only answer that he couldn't call the wings of death, and then said to Leo, "Your brother-in-law, I designed a single combat mecha. Finally got rid of it." Roddy simply promised Leo to take him to visit Stark Enterprises, which made the youngest uncle satisfied. At this time, Claire's voice finally came from the kitchen, "Gentlemen, dinner is ready." Chapter 42, Fall into a Trap. After a dinner, there was no panic and danger. Roddy didn't dare to listen to Noah Burnett's thoughts again with mind reading. The future father-in-law's eyes seemed to be magical, making Roddy feel that there was no disguise. Significance. Never got any clues again. Roddy simply relaxed his mood and re-entered the state of future son-in-law. It's also delicious to eat a meal, at least much better than the takeaway these days. Claire's mother had a good impression of Roddy and enthusiastically recommended him homemade cakes. Roddy was a little flattered, and it seemed that this future mother-in-law was not difficult to get along with. At the banquet, Roddy carefully sensed Noah Burnett's emotions. It's not enough to overhear the voice directly. I'm afraid I will hear nothing more about myself. In front of this savvy future father-in-law, I will show my feet inadvertently. Reassured Roddy that Noah Bennett had never shown any hostility in emotional induction, and cried with him enthusiastically at the dinner table. As for what underage can't drink, it's actually limited to not being in public, and it is generally not punishable at home. Roddy drank a lot, and the wine from his father-in-law, it is estimated that not many people could refuse. What's more, Noah Burnett can make the atmosphere warmer with every sentence, and even Claire, who is very worried about Roddy's drunk, can't say anything to stop. If Roddy really wants to blend into this atmosphere, he can only drink. When a meal was finished, Roddy was floating a little under his feet. Although I drink only low-degree red wine, I can't hold a large amount of wine, and the man himself has a moderate amount of wine, and half a bottle of red wine will not work. Fortunately, Noah did not continue to drink alcohol, but rather let him rest at home before leaving. Roddy stayed at Claire's house for more than an hour before finally recovering a little. It was more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and Roddy felt better, and left Claire's house. The night was sparse, the street lights were dim, and Roddy was walking alone on the road, but he felt that the short distance of 100 meters was particularly long. After just walking for a while, Roddy began to feel wrong. Although it was a little bit boring, it was not a short walk for half an hour. It was just the effect of alcohol that made his mental power obscured, and he could not sense the surroundings. Rhodey was shocked in his heart, a feeling of uneasiness and danger flooded his mind. But Roddy didn't panic, and there was stillness in every major event, which is what he often admonished himself. Such a weird scene can only be explained by the ability of the mutant. It's just that mental detection is invalid, and Rhodey doesn't even know where the ghosts are. A few days ago, Rhodey might have no choice but to directly summon Deathwing to an absolute power crush. But this time, Rhodey has other options. Under Roddy's efforts to control, the mental power affected by alcohol began to become active, and an invisible field began to slowly develop. This is the field of power shielding from Hadeans. Although the range is only about 30 meters, which is much smaller than the range of Hadeans, the power shielding effect is not compromised. Roddy's mental power detection began to restore function as the power shielding field expanded. Everything in front of me was no longer the dimly lit street, but an extremely empty warehouse. 10 or so men in black with masked hoods had surrounded Rhodey. Rhodey couldn't help swallowing. This time the scene was a bit big. But looking at these men in black for the time being, they haven't dealt with themselves. Could they not find that they have seen through the illusion? Where are they going to lead me? Rhodey has a lot of questions in his mind, but now surrounded by more than a dozen people, he is not sure of breaking the situation. It is better to take a look at what these people want to do. Rhodey was thinking this way, but the rhythm of his footsteps could not help but slowed down, and then he heard someone say, "He has broken through the illusion." The voice was so hoarse that even men, women, and children could not hear it. "Did you make a mistake? You can see this too." Roddy almost shouted this sentence, and his body reacted immediately, shooting with one of his right hands to one of the men in black. The high-voltage electric arc swayed everyone's eyes, and the air immediately smelled of ozone. But these men in black were obviously well-trained. Roddy's hook was easily flashed, while other men in black had pulled out their pistols and shot at Rhodey. A dozen people surrounded Rhodey. They even dared to shoot at the same time. "Are you afraid of accidental injuries?" Roddy flashed such an idea, slowly visually activated, but found that the position of these dozen people stood ingeniously, and each person was directly opposite the gap between the other two, so even if Roddy avoided them, he was not afraid of accidental injury. Companion. The guns used by these men in black should be specially made. The bullets fired were actually in the form of small syringes filled with transparent liquid. Although it looks much less powerful than metal bullets, Roddy doesn't want to know what these liquids are. Too many bullets. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Rhodey couldn't avoid them one by one, but the clothes on his body quickly turned to silver grey under the effect of metallization. A tinkling sound, these syringe bullets all shattered on Roddy's clothes. "Aim at the head and hand." The nasty voice sounded again, but Roddy could not distinguish the source of the sound. Rhodey still keeps the metallization of his clothes, and mental attacks attacked hurriedly, concussing a man in black opposite him. Nianli turned into two fast-moving invisible balls, flying around the head quickly, knocking all the bullets shot towards the head. Unexpectedly, Rhodey was shot continuously in the body and palms. This group of people would not be stupid enough to really hit their heads. However, this kind of syringe bullet can't penetrate the metallized clothes, and the hands are protected by sleeve arm guards, so don't worry. The second round of barrage ended, and Rhodey took time to kill a man in black with a mental attack. As a result, a gap appeared in one of the areas. Rhodey is trying to make a breakthrough, but he heard the hoarse voice saying, "It is a mental attack, use noise, cast a net." The voice just fell, and a piercing noise sounded, like thousands of chainsaws working at the same time, and like countless kittens scraping glass with their paws, not only sharp and piercing, but also a terrible feeling of scratching the heart and lungs. Under such a noise attack, Rhodey could not concentrate at all, and the two abilities of mental power and mental power were equivalent to abolition. Just after a huge net fell down, Rhodey rolled and ducked in awkwardness, but finally escaped one, and another net was already waiting for him. Chapter 43, Captured. The big net fell, and only then did Rhodey realize what the self-cast net means. The rope in the hands of the man in black was tightened, and Roddy was dragged to the ground. Luodai quickly cut with the sleeved sword, but found that the net was extremely tough, even with a super alloy blade. Rhodey is like a bird in the net at this time, and can no longer fly out of the hunter's palm. Luo net gradually tightened until Roddy had no room to struggle, and a black man came to Roddy. You can have so many abilities at the same time, except for Sierra, I have never seen someone like you. The hoarse voice came from the voice of the previous commander. But mixed with the loud noise, it was difficult for Rhodey to understand what he said. Since you are using life-catching methods, you are naturally asking for it, and you might as well open the door and say that I am a very good person. Roddy said with a smile, although this smile was drawn by the grid with a strange arc. Tell me why you can have so many different abilities? Is it born or acquired? Asked the man in black. This, I say you are born to believe it or not. Roddy said carefully. The man in black didn't speak, just took out the needle and inserted it directly into Rhodey. Watching the sharp needle stab, Rhodey did not panic, a cold white thread spread quickly on the tough web. The original unbreakable special snare became as fragile as glass, and Roddy came out of it as soon as he earned it. The man in black didn't expect Roddy to have this trick, and was caught off guard by Roddy's throat with his sleeve sword. Don't move at all, otherwise I will let him open a blood hole in his throat. Roddy ordered loudly. It turns out that there is another freezing ability, so be careful. The hoarse voice sounded again, but it did not come from Roddy's ear. The man in black held by Rhodey didn't panic, and let Rhodey's blade cut the skin. The wound was very small, but blood had already begun to flow out. Others in black raised their guns and aimed, as if they didn't care about the hostage in Rhodey's hands. Rhodey understood that the hostage in his hand was not the leader of this group of people in black at all, but only a bait used to draw his cards. The principle behind this scene is too insidious and too cautious. Even if he now appears generously in front of Roddy, Roddy is not sure if this is himself or another bait. In addition to the freezing ability, Rhodey has no other cards in his hand, unless the Deathwing armor can arrive in time. It's a pity that Rhodey has tried to summon Jarvis, but this warehouse has extremely strong electromagnetic interference, so he can't contact Jarvis at all. The noise continued, and Roddy's mental energy could not be concentrated, and most of them could not be used. Once again, I encountered the situation where the power was restrained, but this time it was different from the previous situation. The other party does not know their abilities in advance, but can quickly respond after using their abilities, and each arrangement is just right, and they must restrain their abilities. This is not only a unique tactical vision, but also shows that the other party is very experienced in dealing with abilities. Roddy is only fortunate now that the other party did not mean to put himself to death, otherwise he would have been killed. Recognized the facts, Rhodey had to let go of the man in black, a pair of arm guards were removed by him, and then raised his hands and said aloud, I surrendered, I really surrendered, please treat the captive preferentially. Although Roddy disarmed on his own initiative, the man in black didn't carelessly and gave Roddy an anesthetic needle very carefully. Lying trough, you are unhygienic. Have you eliminated poison? The anesthetics worked well, and Rhodey lost consciousness without even saying a word. Rhodey was woken up by the noise, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a huge orange hot stove facing himself. Rhodey now has his hands and feet fixed on the seat with chains, and the heat is about to roast the light that makes him suffocate. Reluctantly uses the freezing ability to resist the heat, but to freeze the chain to escape. The person who designed this cell is to make Rhodey have no possibility of escape. Are you awake? Sure enough, it is much more resistant to anesthesia than the average person. Is still a hoarse and unpleasant voice, and it came from behind, and Rhodey didn't even see the true face of this person. Looking at others when speaking, this is basic politeness, okay? Roddy was not afraid that this would irritate this person, and even wished he rushed over and beat himself a few times, so that he could see clearly what the other person looked like. In this steamer-like room, Roddy didn't believe that the other party would also wear a hood. But Roddy's little cleverness is useless. Just listen to the other party answer. I am looking at you, so it is you who are not polite, but I am very generous and do not mind your impoliteness. Heard this shameless answer, Roddy was silent. Not only is this person extremely calm, but he is also extremely thick-skinned. Okay, let's get to the point. Roddy Stark, a mixed-race Chinese, both parents are biologists, but have disappeared. The mysterious man slowly revealed Roddy's information, even repeatedly asking Roddy confirm. It is only that the information is limited to the most basic situation. At least the chasing and killing that Roddy received at the beginning of the crossing and the series of battles that followed did not appear on the information. This made Roddy quietly relieved. It seems that this force is not so powerful that it knows itself well. According to the data, you should have awakened the ability recently. So, what is the first ability to awaken? How did the other abilities come about? Of course it is all awakened at one time. Roddy replied without thinking. In exchange for this answer, there was a cold hum, followed by a powerful electric current from the chain, letting Roddy know what it meant to be a heartache. Don't be lucky. www.readaloud.com. Why do you think I wanted you to confirm the basic data? The human face has hundreds of small muscle structures. I just confirmed the data with you just to build your micro-expression system. So, if you don't want to suffer, it's best to put away your careful thinking. Lying trough, you are standing behind me and seeing the back of my head, which can read my expression. Are you teasing me? Roddy just died of electricity and couldn't help but scolded loudly. There are 7 high-definition cameras in this room. Even if your eyelashes twitch, I can see it. Well, don't talk nonsense, answer my question honestly. What is your first ability to awaken? How did other abilities come about? The owner of that voice seems to be a little impatient. Well, I don't know what kind of ability I awakened for the first time, or whether I awakened 2 at the same time. One is the bullet time in the movie, I call it slow vision, and the other is mental attack ability. Roddy answered the question very honestly, this time it was not shocked. Very well, so tell me, how did the other abilities come from? Was it obtained by killing other abilities? The question asked the other party very solemnly, as if they were very concerned about the problem. Roddy struggled a bit, not knowing how to answer this question. Although Roddy now knows that he can replicate his ability by touching blood, he did kill the beard and the killer who can metalize the items in the early days. Conceal this, will you get an electric shock? Roddy felt that this is the real version of Feng Shui rotation. Not long ago, he also electrocuted Hadeans. He did not expect that the retribution would come so soon. Chapter 44, The Last Amulet. Don't delay the time, answer immediately, said hoarse voice hurriedly. I did kill the abilities to gain their abilities. Roddy wasn't sure he would be electrified by concealing this, so he chose to confess. Roddy was ready to be killed by the electricity again, but I did not expect this answer to silence the other party for a long time. The mind-reading ability, which was seriously disturbed by noise, suddenly received a voice. This kid approaching Claire must want to take her self-healing ability. Damn insidious bastard. This is not because Roddy's ability breaks through again, but because this psychological activity is too strong, like a thunder exploding in Roddy's mind. The endless anger implied by Roddy's heartfelt feelings is the degree to which Roddy can't be broken. Wait, actually. Roddy just wanted to explain, and once again felt the pain caused by the high-voltage current. Roddy couldn't help screaming. This time the torture was much longer than the last time. Roddy only felt that the cells in the whole body were as painful as acupuncture. Continuous electrical stimulation made his brain chaotic. But just before Roddy was about to coma, the palm of his right hand gave a cool breath. This breath has no help in resisting electric shocks, nor can it repair damaged cells in the body, but it flows directly into Rhodey's mind. The torture of electric shock and torture seemed to be far away from Rhodey, and the soul was as if all the dust and dirt were blown away by the breeze, and flew out of the body. Everything around seemed to be still, and even the hot furnace that continuously released heat stopped roaring. Rhodey tried very hard to look back and see who was tortured after he was alive. It's a pity that Roddy couldn't control her soul, as if she was completely attracted by a strange force. It was a green light, like a sprout from spring, full of hope. This feeling is so clear, so real, as if it is because of the removal of the shackles of the body, reaching 100% fit in the soul. Rhodey, I didn't expect you to come to this step. A familiar voice came from the green light, which made Rhodey feel trembling. This is his mother's voice, a voice that will never be forgotten. Mom, are you? Where are you? Roddy tried desperately to speak, but could not make a sound. Rhodey, there is not much time. Remember what I said. You should be threatened with lethality now, so you will activate my message. Now you have two options. One is to eliminate all the abilities and memories you have gained. Traverse to another world again, so that they will not be able to find you again, and you will be able to get real safety. The second option is to become a 4th level mutant as soon as possible and get another space-time ball I prepared for you. No matter how you choose, you must remember that my father and I will always love you. Mother's affectionate and hurried voice disappeared, and the green light of hope turned into a light door. Roddy knew that all he needed to do was to re-enter this light gate with his soul. Everything about his abilities and his memories will disappear, just like reincarnation, cutting off all ties with the previous life. This is the last amulet left by parents for themselves. The so-called space-time ball should be a small glass ball that was crushed when it was crossed. This message should be entered into the body at that time. If you refuse, you need to face all the sufferings in the future. However, after all the memories have been eliminated and retraversed, what is the difference with death? Crossing to become Tony's cousin, Rhodey can choose to be a rich second generation who eats and waits for death, but Rhodey is still actively participating in this misty mutant world. If you give up now, how can you withstand the hardships you have experienced several times to die? Rhodey chose to stay almost without hesitation, let the light door disappear in front of him, and Radha's soul returned to the body. The pain continued, but Rhodey was as willing as it was. Become a 4th level mutant and get the space-time ball. This is the only idea in Rhodey's mind. The pain of high-voltage electric shock is like a knife, and the idea is deeply carved into his mind. This time, the electric shock continued for a long time, but Rhodey didn't yell like the last time. Instead, he tried to control his trembling lips, and said in a calm tone, "You are so cruel to me, are you not afraid of Claire being sad? Mr. Burnett." After saying this, the high-voltage current stopped. The sound of heavy footsteps sounded, and the mysterious man who had been staying behind Rhodey walked in front of Rhodey, exposing a heroic face to Rhodey's eyes without fear. Although he lost one piece of gold-tone glasses, which made his temperament greatly changed, it is clear that this person who has been hiding in the dark is Noah Burnett. "How do you know it's me?" Noah Burnett no longer spoke in a hoarse voice over there, but restored his original voice. Is of course mind reading. If it were not for dinner to hear Noah Burnett remember the Haitians, Rhodey could not connect the future father-in-law with this mysterious force. Coupled with the strong emotional fluctuations just now, except for Noah who is the father, who cares so much about Claire's safety. Rhodey gasped for a long time. The electric shock just made him feel a strong sense of vomiting, and he finally recovered. But Rhodey did not answer, but looked at Noah Burnett with a smile. "You answer me a question, I also answer you a question, what do you think?" Noah Burnett asked with a sneer. "It's fair. In this case, it's already the highest treatment I can get." Rhodey agreed readily. "Very good, it seems that you are a smart person. You answer my question first, how do you know my identity? It's news from Hadians. Rhodey replied, without mentioning the mind, but this was not a lie, and Noah could not read the information he concealed from Roddy's expression. Noah Burnett stared at Roddy's face, not letting a trace of expression change, even if he was roasted in the hot stove and sweated, he did not blink. In the end, Noah Burnett still couldn't find evidence of Roddy's lies and had to give up. Noah Burnett walked behind Rhodey again, and then said, "Very well, now you can ask a question, but I don't necessarily answer www.readaloud.com." Rhodey listened to this. It is extremely uncomfortable, but people can only admit their fate under the eaves. I want to know, how did you find me breaking through the illusion? Is it because I was chaotic at the time? Roddy chose a question that was more concerned but not sensitive. It can only be said that you are out of luck, and since you enter the illusion, I will shout the same sentence every few minutes. Unexpectedly, only the 5th time, you exposed yourself. Noah Burnett didn't have any cover up the sarcasm in his tone. Rhodey's heart ran through 10,000 grass and mud horses. It turned out that he had been scammed. This future father-in-law was too cunning, just like God had sent him to rectify him. You're finished, then I'm asking now. You honestly tell me, what is your purpose of getting close to Claire? Noah Burnett asked in the most serious tone. It has been more than 30 days since the book was published, and the new book list can no longer be on the list. I still thought that I could be on the top of the list again, and I cried to the toilet. Thank you for the book friends who rewarded you, Black in Search of Flowers, Zi Yeju, Swameng Shentu, 224-782-9516, 1000, Luotai, Return of the Moon, Cut Rainbow, Purple Night Dragon Madness, Flowers That Wept in That Year, Yet Yen Long, LV Zhao, JTSL 118, The Gift of Death, ranked in no particular order. Just look at this. Meow climbed the building to copy hand speed. There are still some friends who don't know why the nickname is only displayed as, they really don't understand what kind of trouble the system is. In short, thank you very much for your support. There will be 2 changes today. I strive for 2 changes for 3 consecutive days. Chapter 45, Future Direction. You honestly tell me, what is your purpose of getting close to Claire? Noah Burnett asked in the most serious tone. If I say it's because I like her, do you believe it? Roddy himself felt that this was not convincing. A murderer who gains power by killing mutants is close to a young girl with self-healing ability. This kind of plot should generally be developed in the direction of horror, not a soap opera with dog blood romance. Noah Burnett was silent for a long time, and then said something that surprised Roddy, I believe. Really? This reason is even unreliable. Do you believe me? Roddy asked in surprise. I said, I have established your micro-expression system, whether it is a lie, I can see it at a glance. Noah Burnett continued confidently. Hearing what the future father-in-law was so arrogant, Luodai said happily, Great, now it's my turn to ask questions. Wrong, now it's my turn to ask questions. Just now you asked me if I believed it had taken a chance to ask questions, and then I asked why I believed you. This has been twice. Noah Burnett said the degree of shamelessness caused Rhodey to suffer 1,000 real injuries. I didn't expect it to be so unreasonable. Now, to answer my question, how did you gain different abilities? I want you to explain the specific process. For example, how to dissect, eat corpses, etc. How detailed is it? Noah Burnett can ignore this public unfairly. Country M only has the tradition of abusing prisoners, but there is no habit of preferring prisoners. In fact, it is not so bloody, only need to touch the blood to copy the other party's ability. Roddy replied. Only blood? Any part of blood? Is there a distinction between venous and arterial blood? How much is needed? Noah Burnett asked carefully. Only blood is needed. According to temporary experience, any part of the blood seems to be okay, and it only needs 1 drop or even less. Roddy did not dare to worry about this as the first problem. If there is another electric shock, it is estimated it was about to die. It's as simple as a drop of blood. Noah Burnett was a little shocked this time. How simple it is. If Roddy is willing to cooperate with the company, it takes only a short time to develop a superpower, and it will be easier to deal with Sarah. This is already the first question. As soon as Noah Bennett had a tendency to ask questions, Roddy asked quickly. Noah Burnett can't wait to give Roddy another taste of clicks, but as Roddy wipes out the suspicion of killing and robbing, Noah Burnett has to look squarely at him as Claire boyfriend identity of. Now he is so cruel to him. Once this kid really marries Claire, wouldn't he bully my daughter? Noah Burnett turned his mind a few times and finally agreed to Roddy's right to ask questions. Mr. Bennett, what was the reason you took me here? Since you know my identity, aren't you afraid of the strength of Stark's enterprise? The misunderstanding was finally solved, and Roddy asked this most wanted know the problem. There are 2 reasons. One is the disappearance of Haitians, and your suspicion is the biggest. The other is that you guys are of unknown origin. If you do not investigate, how can I be assured that you are chasing my daughter? I am not afraid to tell you that kidnapping you is myself. The meaning of it has nothing to do with the forces behind me. You now know the cause and effect, then do you want to use the strength of Stark Enterprise to retaliate me? Noah Burnett said with a sneer. I dare not. Roddy could only reply with a wry smile. This future father-in-law pits himself for the purpose of cherishing her daughter. How can Roddy get revenge? If he had a daughter in the future, an unidentified dangerous person approached her with bad intentions, it is estimated that Roddy could do even more ruthless things. But no revenge is needed to directly act on Noah Burnett. The so-called monk can't run the temple. This messy mysterious company is waiting for my uncle Roddy to fight back like a storm. Answer me now, where are the Haitians? We have searched your home and confirmed that the Haitians have lived there, now where do you hide him? Of course it is in a very safe place. How about, do you want to exchange hostages? Roddy asked proudly. In order to ensure foolproofness, Roddy and Jarvis gave orders. When he is missing or has an accident, the Haitians will be sent to Tony by Jarvis with the wings of death, leaving a trace that can be traced. Originally, the Haitians were an important card against Sierra, but now that you have the best experiment, the Haitians are not important. If I guess right, you should have acquired the Haitians' abilities, so can you break the illusion, right? Noah Burnett soon reminisced about the field of Haitians' ability shielding, which made Roddy more valuable. Who is Sierra? Roddy could feel the pressure that this name put on Noah Burnett, as if it were a big stone in his heart. A lunatic who is able to seize the power of the opponent by killing the ability, is the most dangerous murderer. I sent Haitians to protect Claire, just to avoid Sella gaining Claire's self-healing ability. It's crazy to kill this murderer. Noah Burnett said heavily. Claire will be in danger? Then you let me go out quickly, and I will protect her. I promise, I will not say everything here. Roddy said loudly to Noah Burnett. The reason why Roddy confronted the Haitians was not because he was afraid that Claire would be hurt. Unexpectedly, it made Claire lose a bodyguard and was in danger. Relax, I have already arranged. You kid is very cunning, I can't let you go like that. And with your current ability to control the level, encountering Sarah will only give him abilities. Noah Burnett said mercilessly. Roddy was obviously a little dissatisfied. Noah Burnett first drunk him, and then set a trap, completely suppressing himself with quantity and geographical advantages. Really want to prepare Roddy? I am afraid that dozens more people cannot stop his Deathwing armor. Not convinced? I ask you, since you have the ability to freeze, how long does it take to create an ice covering the whole body? Noah Burnett asked. Probably, 5 seconds. Roddy replied a little hesitantly. How long will it take for your metallized ability to turn ice into metal? Noah Burnett continued to ask. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. It's about 5 seconds. Roddy's voice was a little low this time. From seeing illusion to being caught, it takes about 3 minutes before and after. And you only need to freeze yourself at the beginning, and then metallize the ice layer to ignore the anesthetic bullets and the supramolecular network. This time Roddy understood the meaning of Noah Burnett. As long as Roddy chooses to defend at full strength, hiding in the turtle shell can have a lot of time to activate the ability, even if the entire warehouse is frozen. If his hands were not fixed by chains, Roddy could not help but slap himself. Such a simple thing as defensive counterattack, I didn't even think of it, it was really a pig brain. Sure enough, Noah Burnett's familiarity with abilities and tactical qualities far surpassed himself. No wonder he is just an ordinary person, but he can restrain Roddy with many abilities. Boy, there are many places you have to learn. Noah Burnett left this specially designed cell after leaving this sentence. Roddy shouted a few words loudly, but there was no response, only to support in the cell with noise and high heat. The time seems to be long because of torture, perhaps because Roddy received a message from his parents and felt that he has made efforts in the future, so the torture of heat and noise is not as difficult as expected. Roddy secretly swears, 4th level mutants, space-time balls. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I will not give up. One day, I will find my parents and let those who persecute them try the ice lolly. Taste. Chapter 46, New Prophecy. Roddy didn't know how long he was imprisoned, anyway, it definitely exceeded 24 hours. During this period, Roddy was taken care of by the man in black with a live ammunition and had done several tests. Various data tests such as blood drawing, nuclear magnetic resonance, and electrocardiogram, but unfortunately Noah Burnett has been watching beside him, and Roddy dare not play any tricks. Is currently not in danger of being sliced, and Roddy finally feels relieved. However, how to get out is a question that must be considered at present, and it is impossible to wait for Tony to kill him in steel armor. Was fixed to the seat by a chain, the high-temperature oven shook Roddy's face, and then repeated the horrible noise in his ear. In this case, the only abilities that Roddy can use are stealth and metallization, but these two abilities have little effect on the situation where they are fixed by the chain. It has been more than a day and I can't take a good rest. Roddy's brain has become chaotic. When he wants to sleep and can't sleep, various illusions have begun to appear in Roddy's mind. Various grotesque scenes appeared like movies, and then dissipated without logic. Gradually, Roddy's thoughts went further and further in illusion, even the noise and heat could not be felt. This feeling is like a soul out of the way, but it is actually a very dangerous signal, which means that Roddy has already tortured his thinking to protect himself. If it continues, it is estimated that mental breakdown is possible. Just after Roddy finally couldn't hold off the lethargy, Noah Burnett came to the cell and turned off those annoying noises and hot stoves. Finally, he was clean, and Lloyd's brow spread out in a lethargy. Noah Burnett is not really to torture Roddy, but his abilities are too much. To prevent him from running away is really not a simple matter. However, Roddy's identity is very sensitive after all. Noah Burnett has received an order from the upper level of the company requesting that the person be released quickly without exposing the confidential information of the company. Stark companies are already putting pressure on the government. At the same time, this huge industrial monster has exerted its own energy to start searching for Roddy's whereabouts. The company will also be under great pressure. Noah Burnett intends to have a good talk with Roddy tomorrow, and then let him go. Anyway, blood was also drawn, and the body data has been recorded almost, and further research can only slice. Noah Burnett told the guards to continue to turn on the hot stove and the noise when Roddy woke up, and then left the cell. Roddy didn't know that he would be released tomorrow. At this time, he was in a very delicate state. Roddy never knew how happy it was to be able to sleep peacefully for a while, and his exhausted brain seemed to be as comfortable as soaking in warm water. A dozen hours later, Roddy still did not wake up, no matter whether the slap or various stimuli had no effect, which made Noah Burnett a little nervous. But Rhodey's life characteristics are all normal, and Noah Burnett can only choose to continue to observe. This sleep is different from the past. Rhoda's consciousness is like a spring that is extremely tight. This relaxation is spread out like mercury. Walls made of steel and super-strength polymer can't stop his thinking from spreading. Wherever his spiritual power goes, everything in the entire mysterious base is sensed by Rhodey. Rhodey is like playing a large 3D game, and opened the full picture. Soon, he found something he was very interested in. Noah Burnett is sitting in his office, studying the document in front of him very seriously. Several torn comics were carefully installed with transparent film, and I was afraid that it would be damaged by the reader. Rhodey sensed the content above, and suddenly found that it was the dream comic page that he dreamed of. One of the contents is exactly what Rhodey caught Hadian's. No wonder Noah Burnett asked him directly and said nothing. The future father-in-law, like an old fox, who said that the suspicion is the most, is simply to find the door according to the picture. Then came the second comic, but this one didn't make any sense at all, because there were too many broken parts. In the remaining picture, there is only a close-up of a green giant, just a sneer expression, nothing else can be seen. Is it Hulk? No, this guy is bald, Hulk has hair. As soon as Rhodey saw the bald head, he remembered Obadiah Stine, who was madly mutated by the excessive injection of Super Warrior's potion. It's a pity that the mutated Obadiah Stine's face is distorted and unrecognizable. And looking at the content of this comic, this green guy is sensible, otherwise he will not make a sneer expression. Could it be that the madman imprisoned for life will return to reason? Rhodey soon reminisced about the manga pages that he had previously obtained, which showed that Obadiah Stine had passed a space-time ball from a terrorist. It's a pity that Rhodey searched his home and private warehouse, but didn't find the green ball. Now that Obadiah Stine has the possibility of restoring reason, Rhodey can't help but feel the heat. This is the only clue at this stage. Continue to view the content of the comic, but the character in it suddenly became Magneto. This time the picture is very complete. Magneto is suspended above the Statue of Liberty, and a giant metal machine is turning wildly. This is clearly the plot of the first part of the X-Men. In order to turn the high-level human of M Country into a mutant, Magneto plans to use this machine to activate the X gene in his body. But wasn't the design of the magnetic energy strengthening machine destroyed? How did this machine come from? Even more surprising things are yet to come. Rhodey looked closely at the content of the comics and found that Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was not sitting in the machine, but instead of being naughty in the original plot. It seems that Rhodey will gain the ability of Magneto in the near future, and will be stuffed into this deadly machine. Why is this Nema lying down? Even in his soul state, Rhodey couldn't help but scold. Thought that he would meet the king of the world's top mutant, Rhodey felt very hurt. His greatest reliance was the steel armor designed by Tony, but he was completely taken away from the Magneto, which can control metals. As for the other abilities possessed by Rhodey, it is impossible to have any effect on Magneto except mental attack. And if Magneto wears the helmet that shields telepathy, Rhodey will only be crushed. When will such a dad's future come? Just now vowed to become a 4th-level mutant, and did not expect God to give him a Magneto as an opponent immediately, and Rhodey suddenly felt the world full of maliciousness. Thoughts retracted like a retreat, and Luo-Di, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes. At the same time, the orange glow of the hot stove lit up, and the harsh noise followed. It's really 24 hours of surveillance, and I just went to prison as soon as I opened my eyes. But now, I'm not that easy to deal with. Rhodey grinned proudly at the camera. P.S. Thank you, Shuyujian. Wow, rewards for the return of the old Barley, Ziaju, and Moon, and congratulations to the book friend Natsum for your uncle's promotion, and hope that your niece will grow up fast and healthy. Chapter 47, Reification. Rhodey chose a direction away from the exit. This change surprised Noah Burnett, who had been monitoring Roddy's movement through the video. His goal is the imprisonment zone. Damn, how did he know the layout of the base? Immediately let all the guards approach the imprisonment zone, encounter resistance, and kill. Forget it, all put on anesthesia guns. Noah Burnett's special has always been confident, but at this time it was a bit off. The imprisonment zone is the area used by the company to hold disobeyed abilities. Once Rhodey releases the abilities inside, the trouble is even greater. Although he wished to catch Roddy and die alive, Noah Burnett could not bear to make a kill order after all. It's just that Noah Burnett's worries soon became a reality, and Rhodey rushed into the imprisonment area at almost the same rate of destruction. Then, before the man in black arrived, the entrance was frozen with a frozen ability, and then reinforced with a metallized ability. In this way, it is very troublesome for people in black to enter the prison area. There are only a dozen or so cells, and more than half of them are empty, but the remaining cells are detained by people with bad looks. The appearance of Rhodey surprised all the prisoners, because he was not wearing a company-specific uniform, and he was not like a prisoner who had just been sent in. The cell here is not much different from an ordinary prison. The narrow space includes all the functions of eating, drinking, and lhasa, but the door of the cell is not a cold iron fence, but special bulletproof glass. Rhodey tried to press the button to open the door, but nothing happened. Noah Burnett is not a fool. He has long locked all the doors of the cell. Unless Roddy can crack the system of the entire base, it is impossible to open the door of the cell. Hurry up and let us out, what are you doing with TMD? One of the prisoners with tattoos on his body said to Rhodey aloud. Shut up. Roddy said coldly. It must be a mutant with special abilities to be kept in this special cage, but Roddy is not the racial supremacist of Magneto. Moreover, it is not a good person to look at this tattoo's extremely rude attitude. Ghost, you dare to talk to me like this, to see that I don't screw your head down. The big man was emotional, and the tattoo on his body was like alive, showing the shadow of a demon. It's just that this demon phantom obviously can't break through the cage, and can only knock the bulletproof glass out of the loud noise. Rhodey found that this big man was quite prestigious among the prisoners. As soon as he showed his authority, everyone else looked like a good show. This ability is a bit interesting. Roddy smiled, reaching for the bulletproof glass. The frozen ability activates and quickly freezes the bulletproof glass to pieces. Come, let me see your abilities. Roddy made a provocative gesture to the big man. This ability is very cool, but I don't know what the actual effect is. Devil, I will let you know that I am the one who has the final say here. The man who claimed to be Iger activated the power, and the demon tattoo on his body flew out, rushing towards Roddy. Roddy did not dare to be indifferent, and his ability to slow down his vision was launched, and he could see all the details of this demon phantom. This devil looks like a composition of paint, but the seemingly illusory pattern is able to rub out the sound of wind in the air. Roddy knew that this demonic ghost was powerful, but he didn't dare to hardwire. Frost flew out of his hands and quickly made an ice wall in front of him. The demon phantom hit the ice on the ice wall and was able to smash huge cracks. Only under the influence of the cold, the movement of the devil's shadow also slowed down a lot. As soon as Frost was effective, Rhodey increased his strength, and the frost spewed out like a snowstorm, completely sealing the devil's phantom. Within a few seconds, a vivid ice sculpture of a demon appeared in front of him. Rhodey didn't think that the winning ticket was in hand, but spread his spiritual power and listened to Iger's voice. Sure enough, he had an unexpected gain. Is it possible to block my big devil? Let me give him a surprise. This is the voice of Iger that Rhodey heard. The demon that had been turned into an ice sculpture turned out to be melted, and the paint flowed down the gap like a liquid. After getting rid of the trap, these paints recombined into the ghost of the devil and rushed towards Roddy. This process is very fast, and if you change another person, you will definitely not react. However, Rhodey was already prepared, and with slow visual aids, it was easy to freeze the demon phantom again. This time, Roddy spared no effort to completely freeze this demonic ghost that can be changed into a hockey puck without gaps, and then metallize the outermost layer. This time, no matter how the demon ghost changed, it was finally unable to run out. Iger was obviously hit hard, thinking that the surprise attack was useless. The other tattoos on Iger's body changed again, and a twisted long sword was stripped from the arm and turned into a weapon directly held by Iger. Go to death! Iger, holding a long sword and slashing at Rhodey, seemed to be coming, but it was not as powerful as the demon attack just now. Rhodey also probably understood Iger's ability, and didn't want to procrastinate. Nianli tentacles flew out and tied him firmly. Then he pressed Iger's head against the wall, hitting it twice or 3 times. The strength was not great, controlled to make him feel pain but not faint. After only 4 or 5 hits, Iger broke his head and started begging loudly for mercy. "You are Sierra. Please let me go. Don't kill me." Iger kept yelling in fear. Obviously, this Iger misunderstood Roddy as the killer Sierra who specialized in killing abilities. After all, there are too few variants with multiple abilities. Rhodey was too lazy to explain, stepped on his head and asked, "What are the limitations of your ability? Was the tattoo on your body tattooed by yourself or born?" AJZ dare not answer. www.readaloud.com. Fear of this terrible power killer Sarah fancy his ability. However, this was useless to Roddy. He asked a few key questions randomly. Roddy dug out all the materials of this ability through mind reading. Aig is a tattoo designer. One day he found that he had acquired this ability, and he could visualize the tattoos on his body. However, the phantom imagery is limited by the original tattoo and cannot be transformed into other forms, and only has the ability of physical attack. The demons out of Aig can only bite with their claws and mouths. It is impossible to really possess the evil magic and flame ability of demons. To put it bluntly, it is a monster composed of a group of pigments. No matter how the shape changes, it can only affect other substances through physical means. Except for the pain in the tattoo process, there are no side effects. After figuring out all this, Rhodey wiped a hand on Iger's face, and the blood penetrated into his skin, which quickly copied Iger's ability. But Roddy doesn't have tattoos, so even if he absorbs the ability now, it doesn't do much. However, this ability is very cool, and can achieve unexpected effects. Tattoo patterns can be well chosen. P.S. Recently it was said that the abuser is the abuser. In fact, this is not a abuse, after all, it is only 2 chapters. The main problem is that I update too slowly. I will work hard to code. The figurative ability of this chapter is a very important setting. If you have any suggestions for tattoo designs, you can add Book Friends Group 149557639 to discuss together. With everyone's support, I can write better works, thank you. Chapter 48, Small Enmity. After packing up Iger, Rhodey released these fierce prisoners one by one. Roddy was wearing a Sierra name, so that all the prisoners dared not resist anymore, showing how terrifying this Sierra was. Very well, since you all know your situation. I have only one request. When I open the passage, you will run for me and destroy everything around you. After 10 minutes, I will start hunting. If I am caught up naturally, you have to give up your abilities. If you can escape from the base, then I promise you will not continue to kill. Rhodey intimidated the released prisoners. After adding a bit of mental coercion, everyone's face became very ugly, and even Aguts who were relatively timid had to kneel to the ground. No matter what they think, Rhodey directly opened the blocked passage. Nianli tentacles popped up, smashing those who were waiting in line into black gourds. Go! Rhodey ordered. The group of prisoners who had become the startled birds rushed out of the passage. Especially Iger, after being taught by Rhodey, he just wanted to put his wings away from this terrifying murderer. The demon phantom simply ignored the bullets of those narcotic guns and directly hit the man in black and turned him back upside down. These prisoners each showed their ability to tear the gap that Roddy made. Roddy originally meant to mix with the crowd and use invisible abilities to escape from the secret base. But Roddy found that one of these released prisoners had invisible ability, which is not a good thing. This means that the people of the company have long had experience in dealing with invisible ability. This guess was correct, and the man in black with the heat sensor appeared quickly, knocking down the invisible power with a stun gun to the ground. However, there are many powerful abilities in the messy group of abilities. For example, one of them can control the flame like John the fireman, and the flame temperature is extremely high. There is one that can metallize the skin and have great power. These abilities are not clear about the layout of the secret base, and there seems to be some scramble between them, and they will be scattered around the base in a while, causing great damage. Roddy sensed it mentally, and found that the entire secret base had become a mess, and he felt much more comfortable in his heart. Finally, some interest was recovered. Although Noah Burnett is the future father-in-law, the method of the electrocution tiger bench made Roddy very uncomfortable. But looking at Claire's face, it is not easy to kill Noah Burnett. This little trouble is even a warning to him. Roddy didn't plan to really wait 10 minutes, and left the captivity area while these abilities attracted the base's firepower. Anyway, this Sierra's identity is also imposter, and promised to ignore any drops decisively. There was very little resistance along the way, and it turned out that Roddy had successfully reached the exit of the mysterious base. It's just that this time it wasn't the blackguards and abilities that greeted Roddy, but Roddy's future father-in-law Noah Burnett. "I didn't expect your ability to evolve again, I was too small to look at you," Noah Burnett said with a bit of sigh. Only one knight has evolved the ability to resist high-intensity noise, and Roddy is the fastest-growing abilities that Noah Burnett has ever seen. "Because of Claire, I have been very restrained, so please don't force me anymore," Roddy said calmly to Noah Burnett. Roddy has not personally killed any members of the secret base so far, and he is already quite face-saving. Even the future father-in-law, Roddy could not let him dominate. After leaving, Roddy is not impossible to cooperate with the company behind Noah Burnett, but this must be established on the basis that Roddy has reported Chu Chuan. When the little mouse drops Roddy, it is absolutely not maybe accepted. "Actually, if you haven't been in a coma, I'll let you go. I just didn't expect you to make such a big deal when you wake up, but okay, let the top of the company see the ability. What kind of power do they have? This will allow them to mobilize their rigid thinking and also benefit our cooperation." Noah Burnett's words surprised Roddy, but through mind reading, he found that he did not lie. "I'll talk about the cooperation later, I just want to go home and take a shower, won't you stop it?" Roddy now just wants to take a good day's rest, and then go to investigate things about the space-time ball. As for Noah Burnett's cooperation, it is nothing more than an entanglement of money and power, which is absolutely not as important to Roddy as finding parents. "If you want to leave, it's very simple. I will let you go if I win." Noah Burnett's answer surprised Roddy. Know that this future father-in-law is not a mutant, and at this time there is no advantage in numbers. Where can the confidence be singled out with Roddy? In Roddy's puzzled eyes, Noah Burnett put on a very strange pair of glasses, took out a pistol and shot at Roddy. Did not pay any attention to it, and slowly slowed down his vision, and found that Noah Burnett still used that kind of syringe bullet. This time Roddy was well behaved, and a frozen wall was activated to create an ice wall, and then began to metallize as usual. In the course of a few seconds, Noah Burnett almost emptied a magazine, but unfortunately the bullets were all smashed on the ice wall. Roddy just wanted to make a quick decision, and his tentacles were ejected, and he rolled towards Noah Burnett. But Noah Burnett seemed to be able to see the invisible and colorless tentacles, and fled sideways and quickly evaded. "There are problems with the glasses." This was Roddy's first reaction. A pair of glasses that allow people to see invisible spiritual power is really a bit beyond Roddy's imagination. This mysterious company's scientific research power cannot be underestimated. I just don't know if the company is specializing in the direction of mental power. If not, Rhodey has to look at it more. And when Rhodey wanted to try another powerful tentacle attack, Noah Burnett shot again. However, at this time, Rhodey had completed the metallization of an ice wall. Relying on the 10 cm thick metal wall, Rhodey thought that the power of the bullet could be completely ignored. However, this time the bullet was obviously different. After hitting the metal wall, it was not bounced, but was firmly installed on it. Immediately afterwards, there was a strong flash of electricity, and a super strong voltage erupted from the small bullet. When Rhodey hadn't responded, he felt paralyzed all over the body. www.readaloud.com. The high voltage current from his hand made him fly far away. Didn't expect to let Noah Burnett get overcast. The previous syringe bullet was completely paralyzing Rhodey, let him build a cage for himself. This kind of click bullet is the real backhand. Ice walls and metal walls are good conductors. Rhodey's defense means actually make him know where to escape. Noah Burnett's marksmanship was excellent. When he saw Rhodey being blown away by electric current, he quickly refilled a few more shots of anesthesia. It wasn't until the anesthesia fully worked that Noah Burnett stepped forward with confidence. "It's a fool. I told you this defense method. Don't I have a solution yet? With your current ability, how can I be assured Claire is with you?" Noah Burnett took off his glasses, said to the unconscious Rhodey. Noah Burnett was about to carry Rhodey, but suddenly saw a frost spread. Noah Burnett was about to retreat, but he felt his ankles tighten, as if bound by something. With a little delay, the frost had frozen Noah Burnett's calf. The biting cold made Noah Burnett tremble, but the frost quickly turned into metallic silver gray. The ice subsided, but his calf was firmly fixed, and the special pistol in his hand was also hit by the invisible force. Noah Burnett knew that he was finally caught up in Rhodey, only to see Rhodey stood up leisurely, and said with a smile, "Mr. Burnett, you will not object to Claire being with me now. Thanks to book friend Chien? Wow, the rewards of Lao Tai, Zi Yeju and Lien Cheng Jackie L. Thank you for your support, and today there are still 2 changes. Chapter 47, Tentacle Style. P.S. Sorry, the chapter order was wrong when uploading, but 47 chapters were missed." Rhodey's mental power began to boil. After this long sleep, the mental power seemed to have changed substantially. The mental power of the original nothingness condenses into the state of mercury, which can be retracted and released, and the noise creates a little ripple on it at most. Even if it was affected a little by the harsh noise, Rhodey mobilized the mental power smoothly, turning it into a tentacle-like intangible energy and winding it around the furnace. Used mental power in this way for the first time, and Rhodey was a little uncomfortable, but after practicing a few times, he gradually mastered the skills. The spiritual force tentacle ignored the high temperature heat and directly broke a supporting rod of the furnace, and then reversed the direction of the furnace. Leaving the front of the oven to bake, the temperature immediately dropped a lot. Rhodey activated the frozen ability, making the chain fragile and abnormal, and shattered the ground with a little effort. Rhodey knew that it was time to race against the clock, and as soon as he broke the chain, he rushed to the iron door of the cell. This time, he did not use the freezing ability to break the gate, because he knew that the gate of this cell was actually a 3-layer structure, not only thick, but also inlaid with some special materials. Whether it is burned or frozen, it is difficult to destroy quickly. Based on Rhodey's current freezing capacity, it is estimated that it will take more than a minute to freeze the gate. But such a long period of time is enough for the troops outside the guard organization to cope with and suppress themselves again. Rhodey's psychic tentacles attacked again, seeing the heavy gate as if there was nothing, even penetrating the past directly. This spiritual tentacle is like having the 5 senses of human being, and it is very accurate to wrap a guard outside the door. "What the is this?" the guard in black exclaimed loudly, feeling like he was entangled in a python, but the colleagues next to him couldn't touch the invisible spiritual tentacle anyway and could only watch the colleagues were pressed against the wall with great force. Stunned him with a huge impact, but Rhodey's mental tentacles split into two small forks, and opened his eyelids to the iris scan lock on the wall. Did it die? The scan time of less than 2 seconds made Rhodey feel as long as 10 minutes. But the door of the cell was finally opened. Rhodey couldn't wait to get out of the cell. The harsh alarm sounded, and several guards with live ammunition had rushed to the cell. This time Rhodey would not repeat the same mistake. A huge ice shield condensed, and then quickly metallized. The bullet hit only a burst of sparks. Spiritual tentacles are like extensions of Rhodey's senses, ignoring the giant shield, directly rolling up a black guard, and throwing it hard at the crowd. A burst of screaming sounded, and these black guards all became rolling gourds. Rhodey sprayed frost on his hands, freezing the hands of these guards, which would not hurt their lives and make them unable to catch up. After all, it was Noah Burnett's men, and Rhodey didn't want to have too much hatred with his future father-in-law. Following the memory obtained when the soul was out of the way, Rhodey easily avoided several easily blocked positions and moved towards the exit of this secret base. Rhodey's spiritual tentacle is an evolved version of the mind power, which controls the mind that could only be used as a hammer, and the black guards encountered along the way cannot resist this invisible powerful force. This sense of invincibility made Rhodey think a lot, at least a bad breath that was tortured by life. Originally thought to be the style of a space warrior, I didn't expect it to be a human-shaped tentacle style. Life is really lonely like snow. Rhodey felt the thought tentacle sticking out of his head and couldn't help but sigh. As Rhodey drove unparalleled all the way, and the car was turned over by countless guards, a big-faced man appeared in front of Rhodey. At first glance, this person's shape is not a black soldier, it is estimated to be a power person. Rhodey did not dare to neglect, the shield continued to block in front, the mental tentacles threw like a whip. Just wrapped around this big man's arm, but found that there was no way to pull him up. As the control became more and more proficient, Rhodey knew that the tentacles transformed by the mind were not so powerful. In addition to being more secretive, the pure physical quantity is about half a ton, and even a small car cannot be moved. But half a ton is a huge force of a caddy, so you can't even touch a person. Rhodey didn't dare to show his head, fearing that this beastly man had any long-range attack ability, but he still controlled the ability to open a small hole in the shield. Only then did he discover that a weird bitumen-like substance stuck him to the ground. This disgusting thing is obviously very sticky, so Rhodey cannot pull him up with half a ton of force. What makes Rhodey even more disgusting is that the big man opened his mouth and sprayed a lot of similar sticky material towards Rhodey. Rhodey was so scared that he threw all the shields out, and his hands spurted frost with all his strength. Such a disgusting thing, Rhodey didn't want to touch it at all. Fortunately, these things are not real asphalt. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com or Rhodey will not be easy to cool them down. These sticky dirts were frozen into solid lumps, but looking at the habit of vomiting, Rhodey didn't want to fight with him. The mental attack was launched directly, and this disgusting ill-behaved man was stunned by Rhodey. For this extremely disgusting power, Rhodey has no interest in copying. Who knows if he will hiccup and spout a pile of asphalt? That picture is too beautiful. Rhodey can't bear to look directly. Destroy this ability, and Rhodey is not far from the exit. It was just that the entire base had been disturbed. Various alarms sounded. Rhodey could clearly feel that the guards he encountered were becoming more and more dense, and abilities of different abilities began to appear. One hand and foot can stretch like a rubber, one palm can spur bone spurs, and another can control a group of spiders to attack. Unfortunately, these abilities can't stop Rhodey's mental power tentacles and power shielding. As for freezing and metallized abilities, it has almost become Rhodey's conventional defense. In just 10 minutes of fighting, Rhodey simply abandoned the heavy metal shield, only a thin layer of ice was frozen at a key part of the body, and then metallized. Faced with these weird and disgusting abilities, Roddy could not bear the desire to copy, so after he was knocked down, he closed his hands and feet and would not look again. It's just that these abilities delay Roddy's time, and as more and more black people appear, Roddy finds a camera and sneers, "I wanted to leave easily, but since you are like this, keep me passionate, then I'm welcome." Chapter 50, Thoughtful. "Mr. Burnett, you will not object to Claire being with me now?" Roddy grinned and said to Noah Burnett. The electric shock just now was enough to stun the beasts, and the anesthetics were 10 times the amount of ordinary people. "You didn't have anything at all?" Noah Burnett was a little unbelievable. He only got a few electric shocks and appeared once after anesthesia antibody. What is this abnormal physical ability? "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have acquired Claire's self-healing ability, and this point of electric shock and anesthesia can recover in 10 seconds. But thank you for your hospitality. If it was not electrically stimulated by me, it is estimated that it will take some time for me to master this self-healing ability." Roddy's smile was undiminished, and seeing Noah Burnett's panic expression for the first time really made him feel good. "You copied her ability with blood? What did you do to Claire?" Noah Burnett contacted Roddy about the way he copied the ability and immediately felt wrong. "Didn't you break your lips at the first kiss?" Roddy also missed the sweet scene that day. But seeing Noah Burnett so gaff, "I couldn't help but think of pranks." "Ah, Mr. Bennett, you are also young. You should know that there is always no experience for the first time. Isn't it normal to bleed? But with this experience, it will be fine next time. Rest assured, I will practice a lot." Roddy said the words in the most vulgar tone, and then saw the green bars of Noah Burnett's forehead burst out one by one, obviously already extremely angry. But Roddy didn't take a long time, and Noah Burnett took a deep breath, and even depressed his anger. He said to Roddy disdainfully, "Almost got caught by you, but you learn quickly." Roddy didn't expect Noah Burnett to still see him lying at this time, but Roddy's mouth was not forgiving, and continued, "Oh, although it hasn't happened yet, but this is sooner or later, isn't it? This is to prepare you mentally." Noah Burnett was really speechless and angry this time. Roddy was so correct that he had no ability to refute. Thinking that her daughter might be XXOO in the near future by the nasty little boy XXOO, Noah Burnett could not wait to hang Roddy up for a meal. Finally, his anger was suppressed again. Noah Burnett knew that he was in an absolute disadvantage now. He could only helplessly say, "This time you won. I only have one request, and I still have one in front of Claire. Do you understand the regional managers of ordinary paper companies? This is no problem. Parents' love for children sometimes becomes deceit. Believe me, I can understand this feeling. Roddy's parents have been concealing these strange things. Let him pass a very calm, warm childhood." Roddy was not angry with his parents for concealing him, but was deeply grateful. He couldn't imagine how he would become a pervert if he spent his childhood in an atmosphere of panic. Roddy could not imagine how much effort his parents had made to maintain this simple beauty, but this did not prevent him from being deeply grateful. "However, I suggest that you think about how to explain the dark circles to Claire in advance." Roddy grinned and said to Noah Burnett. "Dark circles? What dark circles?" Noah Burnett didn't know what Roddy meant, but he was keenly aware of Roddy's maliciousness. "This is the dark circle." Before he finished speaking, Roddy exhausted all his strength and punched Noah Burnett's right eye. The lower leg is fixed, and Roddy has slow visual aids. This punch Noah Burnett can't avoid. The right eye suddenly swelled up a large piece. Noah Burnett did not have the ability to heal himself. This bluish eye circle is estimated to not disappear in a week. However, there was no news of the pain in his right eye. Roddy punched Noah Burnett's left eye again. This pair of Wooking's panda eyes finally made Roddy out of the anger he had suffered in these 2 days. "Ha ha ha!" Roddy laughed 3 times, the idea was finally accessible. By the time Roddy returned to the rented house, it had been 2 days and nights since he was kidnapped. Roddy first gave Tony a call back to report safety, and by the way let him release the Hadeans. The captive had been on leave for a few days, and was released before he could be abused. It doesn't make much sense to keep this oil salt captive, but the Hadeans finally played a little extra heat and exchanged information about many variants with Noah Burnett, especially the mysterious killer Sarah. Roddy had a hunch that he would fight the perverted killer in the near future. Fixed this, Roddy asked Tony a very important question: can the material of the steel armor be replaced by a non-metallic polymer? When Tony heard this, his first feeling was that Roddy was crazy. Does this make any sense? At present, the strongest polymer materials are also inferior to metals, not to mention that compared with titanium alloys, this is simply superfluous. But Roddy is very persistent on this, and Tony has no choice but to try his best. Well, it would be nice if I could get the blueprint of the Sentinel robot, otherwise I would be really fierce to the tens of thousands of Magneto. Roddy couldn't help saying to himself. It's just that this idea is really very slim. The Sentinel robot project has been started for 50 years, but even Magneto Wong and Professor X have not found out, which is a hidden study. Roddy wanted to find out on his own, which is estimated to be a little less likely than the CUHK lotto. Let go of these bad emotions, and Roddy couldn't help looking for Claire. First love is always missing in the middle of the day, so even if Roddy is ready to excuse, Claire is still complaining for a while. Baby, this time I was wrong. I suddenly left without telling you. But this time it was related to my parents. The matter came too soon. I forgot to notify you for a time. Roddy apologized very sincerely. Your parents? I remember you said that they disappeared a long time ago. www.readaloud.com. Claire is not a very unreasonable girl, but only worried and scared about Roddy's sudden disappearance, thinking Roddy encountered at a dinner party is just as dangerous. Roddy told her about her parents selectively, but said that she just found some clues, so she needs to leave for a while to confirm. This reason makes people unable to refuse. Claire had no choice but to put away the feeling of reluctance, and in turn told Roddy to be careful. Roddy finally stayed in Texas for several days before putting on the wings of death and returning to New York. In the past few days, Noah Burnett has been on a business trip in the field. After learning of this news, Roddy could not help but secretly laugh for a long time. This time, Roddy estimated to be leaving Claire for a long time. As for things like schooling, Roddy said the problems that money can solve are not problems. Tony, I'm back! Roddy shouted loudly as soon as he arrived at the villa. Mr. Roddy, welcome back. Mr. Tony is designing a new type of steel armor in the laboratory. Jarvis's electronic synth sound started. Can it be the second-generation armor? Roddy came to the underground laboratory with an excited expression. It was only the second-generation arc reactor that came into sight, but a giant humanoid mech that was 10 meters high. The pile looks like weird succulent tissues of the brain, and there are many strange animal corpses. Tony, what are you doing? Roddy felt that instead of entering a scientific research and development laboratory, he entered a terrifying metamorphic laboratory. Chapter 51, Very Few People. Tony, what are you doing? Roddy felt that instead of entering a scientific research and development laboratory, he entered a terrifying metamorphic laboratory. Roddy, you are finally back. Your request is so weird. Can you call it steel armor without metal? Tony began to growl and complain as soon as he saw Roddy. That's why you became a perverted killer? You see, what a pitiful little animal, you actually put your hand on. You are so cruel, do you know Pepper? Roddy quickly pushed away Tony. From this irritating extreme you can tell with a big breath that Tony must not have bathed and brushed his teeth for many days. What do you know, this is the only way. Only the nervous system of biological tissue can replace the circuit board. Your requirement is that you can't use metal at all. You told me how to conduct electricity without metal. Tony shook Roddy's shoulder, almost shake him into a concussion. Wow, Tony, you're really a genius. I didn't expect you to have research on biology. It's a great idea to use a brain instead of a smart computer. What's the big question now? Roddy hurried on a fart, but watching Tony, it looks like this new metal-free armor is really a big problem. Roddy couldn't help thinking, why was it possible for someone to build the first generation of Sentinel robot 50 years ago? What's the difference? Tony's IQ is definitely of the Einstein level. This is beyond doubt. Roddy doesn't believe that the designer of the Sentinel robot can be smarter than Tony. The shape and basic functions of the armor are not a problem. Although the strength of the polymer material is not as good as that of the super alloy, it can be done stronger than the general steel. However, the most troublesome is the installation of the intelligent system. The intelligent system of the circuit is too cumbersome, and there can be no breakthrough in 2 months. Tony said, annoyed. He felt that this design is simply pitting himself. After listening to Tony's explanation, Roddy was relieved. Almost forgot that Tony started to study this direction only a few days. It is already a proof of super genius to be able to figure out this prototype to determine the direction. The dwarf scientist didn't know how many years it took to design the Sentinel robot. It was naturally larger than Tony's results. Talking about the design of the Sentinel robot, what is it called? Roddy only remembered that he was a gnome in the movie, and he really didn't remember the name of this man. Quickly let Jarvis check the opinion, finally found the name Bolivar Trask. Tony, do you know this company? Roddy projected the Bolivar company's data. This company, I remember for decades, but it is not my competitor. I am not very clear. Roddy listened to Tony's answer, and it was not easy to tell him that the metal-free robots made it 50 years ago. Things are too much and too chaotic at the moment. The most pressing issue is Magneto's problem. Roddy didn't know when he was caught and took the place of a dead ghost. Then there is a message from Roddy's mother. The 4th level variants are far away. The only clue to the space-time ball is Obadiah Stan, but he is crazy. My future father-in-law also seems to have a good future, maybe it can be a different way. Roddy tried to call Noah Burnett's phone. It's best if you find me, right? Noah Burnett said coldly. Talking about cooperation, are you interested? The latest clean energy, Stark's main product. Roddy directly smashed a big egg. Noah Burnett was silent for a while, then asked, what do you want? It's very simple, help me check the information of a company called Bolivar. I know this company is secretly developing an armed robot. The more detailed information you provide me, the closer our cooperation will be. Roddy passed the Bolivar company information that could be found to Noah Burnett. As to whether this method would work, he could only take orders. Anyway, the dead horse is a living horse, doctor, and there is no loss if it fails. Then Roddy dialed Harry Osborn's phone again, hoping that Osborn's company could also use its energy to help him detect the Sentinel robot. But now that no one is available, Roddy understands that it's time to start building his own network of relationships. Otherwise, like Tony, he couldn't even find that the helicopter gunship blew to his door. This is a typical lone doctrine. After being a helper for Tony for a few days, Roddy couldn't bear the smell of those animal carcasses. Whether this direction is correct or not, let's not say that this research and development process alone can't bear Roddy. Fortunately, Tony didn't really need to take a break. After the bottleneck in the design of the biointelligence system, Tony also temporarily put down his research work. Roddy took a good day's rest and began to sort out clues about the space-time ball. The message from the mother's message is too little. The only thing that can be suspected of a space-time ball is the green ball crushed by Roddy when he traverses, and then the prophecy shows that the terrorists gave Obadiah Stein green ball. It's just that Obadiah Stan is obviously crazy, and Roddy can't communicate with him at all. According to the content of that comic. Could it be that this big bald head has recovered his senses? Although it was only a 10,000 hopes, Roddy did not want to give up. Jarvis www.readwn.com helped check Obadiah Stein's current situation. After a few hours, Rhodey came to the very famous Pentagon with a special pass. It was actually locked in the Pentagon. Are these politicians' minds all flying? Rhodey was still talking when he entered the Pentagon. Rhodey couldn't really understand why the most dangerous criminals were kept in such a supreme military department. Once something unexpected happened, the general would die. Is Country M so confident in his defense? Rhodey, although you have special permissions, but I still want to remind you, don't violate the rules, the soldiers here have permission to kill. Remind Rhodey is Tony's good friend Colonel James. Rhodey also only through his relationship did he get a special pass. Relax, I'm more disciplined than Tony. Rhodey said. Originally I wasn't that worried, but you even compared Tony to. Colonel James seemed to think of unpleasant memories, and his face became ugly. Relax, I promise to follow the rules. Rhodey could only comfort with a wry smile. After a lot of guarding, Rhodey finally came to Obadiah prison. P.S. I originally wanted to change one chapter today. There are more things at home during the Dragon Boat Festival. However, I was very grateful to see the book friend Zia Yeju's reward in the morning. In any case today, the second chapter must be out before 10 p.m., although it is late, please don't be surprised. Chapter 52, Start a Different Life Tomorrow. Obadiah Stein, the big man who once played a pivotal role in the military, political, and business circles, has now become a 3-meter-tall green-skinned monster. His limbs were fixed to the wall with special shackles, and from time to time a low growl sounded, seemingly completely irrational. He has always been like this? Has he been sober? Rhodey asked. It's not that when you're not completely awake, but after being locked in for so long, you have regained your sense of reason for about 10 minutes. Colonel James looked at the information and replied. Is there any video material at that time? The news surprised Rhodey. Does Obadiah Stan really have any hope of recovery? It was just that when Rhodey watched the video materials at that time very carefully, he was immediately disappointed. Obadiah Stein's sobriety is actually turning meaningless roar into kill. Kill you. Such nonsense. However, speaking is a good sign. At the beginning, Rhodey used the mental power to sense the thinking of Obadiah Stan, and he only got a chaotic and violent mental wave. Now that the mental power has increased significantly, I don't know if I can sense other information. Obadiah Stein's thinking is still a mess, like a rough sea. But this time, Rhodey found a growing island in this dangerous sea. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that the island is a reef that has just emerged, may be more suitable. What stands up in the surging tide is Obadiah Stein's reasoning that is recovering. Rhodey tried his best to sense this new consciousness, although fragile, but full of evil feelings. Rhodey was keenly aware that the reef was slowly becoming larger, while the rough sea was slowly becoming smaller. Although this change was almost imperceptible, it really happened. Obadiah Stan's new thinking is not growing fast. Rhodey estimated that there will not be much change in a few months. In this case, it is still impossible to obtain information from Obadiah Stein. Rhodey sighed, and the clues were broken here. But now that Obadiah Stan's consciousness has been reborn, one day he can recover his memory, and hope is always better than despair. Colonel James, please pay attention to Obadiah Stein's situation. Once he is fully awake, please inform me immediately. Rhodey asked sincerely. This is no problem, but I also want to ask you something. Colonel James said a little embarrassedly. He felt that it was a bit threatening to make this request now. James, you don't have to be polite with me. Since you are a good friend of Tony, naturally you are also my friend. If you have any need for help, you might as well just say it. Rhodey doesn't mind this mutual cooperation. Even friends can't always use feelings as an overdraft reason. People only need to help each other constantly to build a deeper friendship. Rhodey is now annoying that he doesn't have any relational intelligence network at all, and he just wants to have a good relationship with the military. This is the case. The military has a secretly developed Sky Eye system, which is a global strategic surveillance system, but recently there have been some obstacles to the development of this system. Here, some variants are involved. In my case of those you know, Roddy, you are most familiar with mutants, so I would like to ask you for help. Colonel James just explained the situation briefly. Sky Eye System. Rhodey suddenly remembered that a few months ago, he had just rescued Tony from the terrorists. He once read such a term in the mind of a military researcher. See Chapter 14, Wisdom of Counterfeit Engineers for details. Yes, I can tell you the details only if you agree to join and sign the confidentiality agreement. For reasons of confidentiality, until Rhodey agreed to participate in this operation, which was classified as a military secret, Colonel James could not give Rhodey detailed information. Do you need to agree immediately? Rhodey hesitated for a moment. This kind of listening is like a fool, I am afraid it is better not to accept it. But now Abydistan is in the hands of the military, and if he does not cooperate with the action, he is embarrassed to ask the military to do more for himself. You have a month to consider, but I want to remind you that once you agree, you may be in danger. And if you refuse, please keep the information you hear confidential. No problem, I will reply to you as soon as possible. Rhodey can only answer this way. It was already late at night when he returned to the beach villa. Roddy came to the roof a little bit lonely, watching the stars falling into a deep thought. It has been a long time since I came to this world, and Roddy gradually adapted to a new identity and new life. Power, money, beauty, these men's dreams are already at hand, but Rhodey still feels empty and powerless. The mysterious force that forced his parents to stay away from death was still the sword of Damocles hanging on Rhodey's head. Even with Tony as a backing, but his parents are still desperate, it can be seen that this force must be a terrifying behemoth. Now I'm just caught by something, so I can't deal with Roddy with all my strength. Once this mysterious force exerts all its power, I am afraid that the abilities and steel armor that Roddy depends on cannot be resisted. The shadow of death has been lingering in Rhodey's heart, especially after receiving the mother's message. Yu reads the book www.yuukanchu.com. This feeling is even more intense. It was only then that Rhodey clearly felt the thinness of power, and it was time to make a little change. Roddy needs more powerful power to deal with the unknowable future, but the design of the steel armor has reached a bottleneck, and although Rhodey has many abilities, the single ability strength is only the level of the second-level mutant. The two roads are in a short time. There can be no major breakthroughs. Then there is only one choice left, and Rhodey needs more and stronger allies. In the Marvel world, the most indispensable is all kinds of superheroes. Rhodey only needs to make good use of his ability to predict the plot, and it is possible to get the friendship of some superheroes. Roddy did not greedily want to collect all kinds of superheroes as younger brothers. This kind of thing is too difficult unless it is a pie in the sky. For some kind of superheroes who are good and orderly, just being friends is enough to make them reckless when Rhodey is in danger. However, in addition to superheroes, there are many ordinary mutants in this world. Although most of them have joined the Brotherhood of Magneto or the X-Men, they are definitely not all. If this power can be mastered, it is also a great help to Roddy. If there are enough superheroes around Rhodey, even if the 5 creation gods of the Marvel Universe come, it is not without a chance to fight. Rhodey drank the 82-year-old Lafite red wine in the glass, then threw the glass to the sea with all his strength. Starting tomorrow, facing the sea, change the world as much as you like. P.S. I finally caught up. I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival and a healthy family. Chapter 53, Recruitment of Easter Eggs. Woke up, Tony was still busy in the laboratory. The material of the new armor has made a breakthrough. Tony uses carbon nanotubes instead of metal as the main material, which is 100 times stronger than steel of the same volume and weighs only 1/7. It is also a good electronic conductor. However, this is only the main material of the armor, and there are many metal materials that need to be substituted for research and development. Each new type of material requires a lot of research and development time. Tony can't be a genius to shorten the research process of others for more than 10 years to a few days, so Rhodey has to continue to wait patiently. This talented R&D work can't help, so today he started to implement his own plan. Rhodey called up a bunch of data from the computer, which was full of information about all kinds of abilities. These materials were exchanged by Hadi from Noah Burnett with Hadians. It's just that most of these abilities can only be regarded as alternative magicians or street performers. There are few who really have strong fighting power. Noah Burnett kept his hand and Roddy knew it. But if he really came up with a lot of valuable lists, Roddy would have to worry about whether there was anything in it. Like many starters in business, Roddy didn't want to recruit the first goal, and simply skipped most of the goals that are not necessarily successful. The decision is yours. Roddy stared at the picture on the screen and said to himself very proudly. Michael Sanders, able to make the broken phone work normally, now 8 years old, this is Roddy's first goal, a child fostered in an orphanage. According to the information provided by Noah Burnett, except for the magic show, Michael's ability is really useless. But Roddy didn't want to train this kid to be an X-Men. Maybe Michael's life made him feel the same. Maybe it's easier to pick someone up from the orphanage than to be an adult. Anyway, Roddy just treats Michael as Michael. Today's first recruitment target. But if you say 1,000 and 10,000, you always have to see people first, and then Roddy immediately drives out his black sports car. The wings of death no longer leave. This is the biggest lesson that Roddy learned after being kidnapped. In addition to Magneto, there are death wings that can't beat at least to run. Even if Roddy tried to speed up, it took 2 hours to reach the welfare home where Michael was. After explaining the intention to the dean of the orphanage, Roddy met Michael very smoothly. A black kid with curly hair and eyes full of expression, followed with a calm expression behind the dean. In the face, Michael just politely said hello, and then fiddled with his mobile phone. Roddy could sense Michael's inner loneliness and cautiousness in rejecting people thousands of miles away, so he didn't care about Michael's disregard. Mr. Dean, if I can, I would like to talk to Michael alone. Of course, but this child is a little lonely, so please don't be too anxious, and the relationship needs to be cultivated slowly. The dean said to Roddy, afraid that Michael would make Roddy dissatisfied, he would lose $10,000 in donations. Relax, Michael is a very good child, I believe we can get along happily. Leaving Dean had no effect on Michael, he was still immersed in his own world. Roddy saw the worn-out phone in his hand, which turned out to be a very old Nokia. In addition to the functions of sending and receiving text messages and making phone calls, this type of mobile phone has the only advantage of sturdiness. But Michael was using this Nokia phone to edit the website at this time. If Roddy had been compulsorily educated by Tony for a short period of time, he could not recognize it. Roddy suddenly had a hunch that Michael's ability is definitely not so simple to make abandoned phones work normally. You are building a community website? Do you want to beat Facebook's CEO to become the youngest billionaire? Lodi asked with a smile. Do you understand this too? Michael was obviously a little surprised. Michael, I think we will have a common language. Roddy said with a smile. Maybe. Michael obviously didn't believe it. Give you a gift first and see if you like it or not. Roddy reached out his right hand, but there was nothing left on it. Michael was a little disappointed after only a glance. This magic trick is really a bit boring. It's probably that there are more toys like dolls in the palm of my hand, and I have seen them countless times on TV. All Roddy felt in Michael's heart felt, but he didn't explain, but slowly began to release the ability. A chill came out of his palm and danced in the palm of Roddy as if he were alive. With the constant entanglement of cold, a slap-like Chinese dragon appeared. No matter the appearance or the details, Roddy is perfect, even the dragon scales and dragon whiskers are wonderful. Cool. But why don't have wings? Michael couldn't help but wonder. Although he wanted to reach out and touch it, it was an ice sculpture. Michael was afraid that the temperature of his palm would damage this artwork. This is not the evil dragon in the story, just the divine totem of Country Z. Don't worry, the magic hasn't finished yet. The ice dragon in Radha's palm began to turn silver grey, but this time it was the same as the previous. Metal powers are different. Before the kidnapping, Radha's metallization ability can only change other materials into an alloy that is far more ductile and rigid than ordinary steel, but this metal is still slightly worse than the Edmund alloy. Now, after Rhodey metallized the ice dragon, there were obviously different colors of metal. The pair of Longan is not silver grey but azure blue. Rhodey picked up this exquisite metal dragon. The dragon's body was hollow, and there was a very fine link structure directly between the dragon's scales, so it could be wrapped around the wrist like a bracelet. But Rhodey looked too small to wear, obviously designed specifically for Michael. Rhodey put this dragon-shaped bracelet on Michael's wrist, and the dragon claw-shaped buttons fit tightly, which makes Rhodey very satisfied with his control. Did you see this dragon's eyes? If there is such a star-like blue light on it, it means that the recharge is completed. Then, you only need to rub this place. Rhodey rubbed the dragon tail lightly, and Michael felt a slight paralysis from the bracelet. Then a dazzling electric light was emitted from the Longan, hitting a large area on the wall and scorching it. The sudden high-voltage current dimmed the lights in the room, and the air smelled of ozone. The dragon eye of this dragon-shaped bracelet turns into the color of ordinary metal after the arc is emitted, and no strangeness can be seen at all. This special metal is actually a product of the evolution of Radha's metallization ability. It has a very strong charge when it is generated, and it is in a very unstable state. It can release a high-voltage arc with a little guidance. When all these charges are released, the metal will automatically absorb the charge in the air to recharge, but at a very slow speed. It takes a day to fully charge the dragon-shaped bracelet after launching the arc just now, and the power of this arc may be a little stronger than the police baton. Rhodey named this metal Thunder Metal, and originally wanted to contribute to Tony's research, but recently he has been exhausted for the development of new armor, and Rhodey had to develop it himself. This sudden change surprised the Dean and rushed in, fearing what would happen to the distinguished guest Roddy. Roddy did not expect this bracelet to be so powerful. He quickly comforted the Dean, and then tried hard to open the topic. The process of adopting Michael was very smooth. The Dean ignored whether Roddy was an adult or whether he met the conditions for adoption. Anyway, the money was already available, and the rest would be ignored. Michael got on Rhodey's sports car. The old Nokia in his hand has been replaced by the latest Apple, but his attention has been completely attracted by the dragon bracelet. Roddy lamented that it was really a good start. It was so easy to pick up a powerhouse Xiao Zhengtai, who was proud, but heard Jarvis issued an alarm, warning. The system was invaded by an unknown virus. The firewall will be in 30 seconds. Failure, turn on physical isolation protection. Rhodey was taken aback, and his mental energy immediately radiated to search the surrounding environment, but did not find any anomalies, but felt Michael's inner panic. Michael, did you do it? Roddy asked tentatively. Sorry, I was wrong. Michael lowered his head and whispered. As soon as Michael's voice fell, Jarvis reported again, the unknown virus disappeared, the firewall resumed work, and the system-wide antivirus detection began. Although Roddy was mentally prepared, he was still surprised. This kid has been playing with dragon-shaped bracelets until he gets in the car. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com. But Jarvis's firewall is as simple as that. Roddy could sense that Michael's heart was full of loneliness and uneasiness, so instead of blaming Michael, he asked with excitement, Michael, how did you do it? This ability is too powerful. I can control electrical appliances. I just didn't mean it, I just got used to it. Michael was nervous, and Roddy was the first kind he encountered. This sense of belonging made him afraid to return. Go to that cold welfare home and become a monster discriminated by everyone again. Electrical appliances, do you mean, all electrical appliances? A slightly more complicated appliance is needed. If it is a switch-only appliance, such as a hair dryer, nothing will work. Michael felt Roddy didn't blame himself, and the uneasiness in his heart calmed down a little. Roddy was not surprised, but deeply shocked. Emma, who thought that the red card was just picking up a little zheng, did not expect to smash a big egg. Roddy quickly dialed Colonel James's phone, and then said to him very proudly, "James, I agreed with the Sky Eye system, you must remember to help me to watch Obadiah Stein closely." After hanging up the phone, Roddy said excitedly to Michael, "My super little genius, do you want to try to control this country's strategic surveillance system? P.S. Today, Father's Day, I wish you all the family good health and good luck as a father. Sorry to remind you, there is only one chapter today, so I wrote 3,000 words, please forgive me." Chapter 54, Sky Eye System. Outside the Pentagon, Colonel James personally greeted Roddy, who had just arrived. Although Roddy has already spoken to James on the phone, he will bring a very special researcher to participate in the research and development of the Sky Eye system. But when he saw Michael, he still felt that Roddy was joking with him. "Roddy, you are the scientific researcher? He looks like a 7-year-old kid." Colonel James thought that Roddy was definitely drinking too much. "Correct, Michael is 8 years old this year." Roddy took Michael's hand and said to James very seriously, "Roddy, you have been taught by Tony. When did you learn to like this kind of bad joke as much as he did?" James was a little thankful that he came out and greeted him personally, otherwise Roddy and Michael would appear directly in the general's office. Colonel James is estimated to be a corporal. "Correct again, I am definitely not kidding, and the worst thing about Tony's guy is not joke, but his joke is not funny at all." James wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Roddy. "My friend, Michael is a real genius. If you don't believe me, I can only turn around and leave. But if you are willing to believe me again, I can give you a miracle." Roddy's tone was so serious that James felt that things might not be as bad as he thought. But an 8-year-old child, well, at most, it was as if Roddy took the people to visit, which probably makes sense. James comforted himself like this, and then took Roddy into the depths of the Pentagon anxiously. Michael gripped Roddy's clothes a little nervously, and originally thought that Roddy was joking with him. Unexpectedly, he really came to the highest military command center of the M country. Michael took out the latest mobile phone that Roddy gave him, and no matter how to operate, a detailed map appeared on the screen. This map is clearly the detailed layout of the Pentagon, and even some extremely secret places are fully displayed. This is the map that Michael had just hacked into the Pentagon system, and it took only 3 minutes. Michael's ability is actually more like a supercomputer virus, can invade any electronic instrument, and then achieve full control, and even can communicate with emotionless machines. Michael used his mobile phone as a springboard to connect to the Pentagon's wireless network and began to invade. In silence, the entire Pentagon has fallen into the control of Michael. Roddy was also very surprised after knowing Michael's ability. Unexpectedly, that nasty father-in-law left him such a big egg. Whether Noah Burnett glanced away, or his men were too sloppy, it was cheaper Roddy anyway. James took Roddy to the R&D center of Sky Eye system. In addition to the busy crowd, there were only dozens of screens. "General, Roddy Stark has arrived." James was led by Roddy to a majestic middle-aged man. Roddy recognized the 5-star admirer at a glance, which was the position he encountered after freeing Tony from the terrorists. "Your Excellency, I didn't expect to see you again. Acquaintances are easy to handle." Roddy estimates that with the last exchange, this general should not refuse Michael's existence. "Roddy, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to trouble you Stark this time." The general was very polite. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Roddy's bringing a child, because of his technical assistance last time, he did not know objections were raised. Let me introduce, SkyEye is a group of global strategic surveillance systems that have been recently developed. Our preset goal is to call cameras and audio systems anywhere on the planet, so that you can search for the people or things you want to find. Shape. Colonel James' students are afraid that the general will be entangled with Michael's problems, and they will simply grab the job of the narrator. Oh, it sounds cool. So where is the problem now? Roddy asked straight away, not wanting to waste time. James was trying to answer, but was interrupted by a violent voice. This system has no problems, no problems. Roddy looked around, but saw a gray-haired scientific researcher looking at him with a gloomy face, as if Roddy owed him tens of millions. Enough, Anderson, don't use your stupidity to challenge my patience. The general said harshly. Roddy quickly used mind-reading technique to sense everyone's inner activities, and soon understood the reason. The SkyEye system was developed to quickly locate anyone in the world at the beginning of its development, and is specifically designed to respond to terrorist attacks. Through the country's cameras and mobile phones and other devices to make anyone invisible. The plan was smooth at first, but because of the mysterious disappearance of one of the key scientific researchers, the efficiency of the entire SkyEye system has been reduced several times. This Anderson was originally the host of the development of the Tianyan system. But the disappearance of this key scientific researcher is somewhat related to him. If he didn't care about Anderson's identity, it would be directly censored. For this kind of Luther, Roddy didn't want to waste time and asked Michael directly, "Can you find out where the problem is?" Roddy's words made everyone's eyes focused on Michael, and the general was even more surprised. He dared to take this child to visit instead of visiting, but let him solve the problem. Michael was a little nervous, but in the eyes encouraged by Roddy, he still found the courage to say, "I have checked the entire SkyEye system just now, it should be the lack of useless data filtering plugins, so the system runs slower." "What did you say? Did you check the SkyEye system? What kind of joke?" "General, this is the person you invited back, a little white face selling and a little ghost who plays a drama." Anderson seemed to hear something absurd and unbearable. "Live loudly. Roddy, I need an explanation. Who is this child?" The general obviously could not accept Michael's words. "A genius, the chief cybersecurity consultant of Stark Enterprises." Roddy casually gave Michael a title, just like Colonel James had given him the title of a missile development expert. "Okay, I know you probably won't believe it, we talk with facts." "Michael, is there a solution?" Roddy is used to speaking with facts, too lazy to talk to anyone. I can temporarily write an alternative plugin, but because of the lack of some parameters, it may cause the hardware to run overload, and can only support 15 minutes of full effect operation. If this time limit is exceeded, the processor may be burned. So, let's start work, we are still rushing home to eat. Roddy didn't ask anyone else's meaning at all, and let Michael start. It's just that everyone looks at Roddy with a fool's eye. Without the approval of the general, who can have the authority to operate the Tianyan system, let alone add any plugins. Michael bowed his head and fiddled with his mobile phone. In everyone's eyes, he was wronged and did not know what to do. If you can solve it on your own, you don't need to ask for foreign aid. After all, you still have to rely on Roddy's technology to solve the problem. The general just wanted to make a round, but heard Michael whisper, "It's done, do you want to test it?" General listened to the darkness. What time was it? This kid thought he had played with each other, what should he say in this round? General turned his gaze to Roddy, which meant to let him converge, but Roddy immediately answered, "Test, I will also see if this SkyEye system is so magical. Let me check what Tony is doing now." Just as everyone was waiting to watch the joke, all the displays in the room began to change, and an electronically synthesized voice sounded, "People's file creation, Tony Stark, face recognition system started, personal data entry, start positioning." In just 10 seconds, Tony's most recent driving record was found, then the location of the villa by the sea, and then the camera in the villa was invaded, directly showing Tony's current state. Unfortunately, it was quickly discovered by Jarvis' firewall and then physically separated. But in just 10 seconds, Tony's busy figure in the laboratory was clearly projected. Target Tony Stark www.readaloud.com location of New York City. The computer reported Tony's location without any emotion, making everyone who was waiting for the show dumbfounded. How long has it been since Rhodey took Michael in? 5 minutes? Probably not. In such a short period of time, the Pentagon's defense system was silently invaded, and then the Sky Eye system, which has been developed by the military for many years, was patched. This can no longer be described as high in technology. This is simply a miracle. They invaded the Sky Eye system. This is a crime of treason. Hurry up and arrest them. Anderson was the quickest to wake up when everyone was shocked, seeing that the rice bowl would have to convict Rhodey. But Roddy didn't bother to ignore the Luther clamor, and directly said, "Your Excellency, the source code is copied for you, we will go first. If necessary, we Stark can provide paid post-maintenance. Also, Colonel James, I said to give you a miracle, so don't delay me." Rhodey finished taking these words and took Michael's hand away. No one dared to stop. After sitting in the sports car, Roddy carefully closed all the windows, and at the same time turned on the shielding monitoring function on the car, and even used the spiritual power to scan the surroundings. After confirming that no one can eavesdrop, Rhodey only asked Michael in a whisper, "Is the Sky Eye system copied? P.S. This chapter is still 3,000 words, and it is only coded out at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, so it is estimated that there is still only one chapter today, sorry." Chapter 55, Haunted Apartment. Rhodey had no intention of selfless dedication to the M country's military at the beginning. After learning about Michael's ability, the Sky Eye system had become fat in his bowl. But just copying the source code of the entire system is meaningless, and it needs a lot of hardware support. Although Tony's seaside villas are fully functional, Rhodey feels more inconvenient to live in. Although the house is large enough, it is often uncomfortable for Rhodey to see Tony and little Pepper Shui. Michael is only the first mutant companion. There will be more in the future, and it is impossible to live in Tony's villa all. Rhodey needs an independent residence, or an independent stronghold, just like Magneto's Q Island and X-Men's Xavier Talent School. In fact, the most important thing is that Roddy found that he began to miss the taste of Chinese food. "I have always eaten a variety of Western food. Although the taste and ingredients are the top, Roddy is still not used to it. This is one of the reasons why Roddy lacks a sense of belonging to this world. It seems that I need a new home," Roddy said to himself. The whole of New York, the most prosperous should be Manhattan, perhaps here is a good choice. With Michael, Roddy found a very professional real estate economy as a guide. I have to say that money is really a good thing. With enough money, Roddy only needs to consider the issues of comfort and convenience. "Michael, what kind of house do you like? Do you want a sea view? Or high-rise?" Rhodey asked Michael's opinion again and again, while selecting a few suitable ones from the dazzling house advertisements, but these apartments were either too small, or part of it has already been sold. Rhodey needs a completely independent private space, and it is not impossible to directly buy all the sold rooms with money, but this is really a stupid thing. Although Roddy is not bad, he does not want to be regarded as a Kaiser who can easily raise his price. I just need a computer," Michael whispered. "Then how to do it? That's our home. I think children should have an oversized toy storage room. I also had this dream when I was a kid, but I couldn't realize it at the time. Do you like Transformers? I give you prepare a full set of handmade, as well as a variety of comics and game consoles." Roddy Barbara said a lot, in fact, he said all his childhood dreams. Michael saw Rhodey's eyes glowing, and he was a little touched in his heart. He could feel Rhodey's sincerity towards him. Although Roddy made no secret of his attempt at Michael's ability, this concern was wholehearted. Michael is obviously a very clever child, otherwise he cannot invade the main system of the Pentagon instantly by power alone. If you only talk about technology, he is not much worse than the top hackers. If you add power assistance, even Tony may not be able to beat Michael in network security. Children with this kind of IQ are precocious and sensitive. If Rhodey doesn't generously say to Michael, "I need your ability," it is estimated that Michael will be more attentive. And Roddy's performance made this lonely child feel the warmth of his family. This may be the sense of belonging Rhodey has been looking for. Michael's life makes him feel the same, and is a variant, so Rhodey has the feeling of Sib for the first time. Gradually, Rhodey has begun to integrate into the mutant group, sometimes imagining how to become a mutant leader will lead this group to get along with humans. Michael chose an 18th-floor apartment with a sea view. Although it is a bit old, the structure is good. Only there are 3 households in it, and all of them have property rights. Rhodey also fancied this apartment at the beginning, but the real estate agent told him that the 3 tenants in it were very stubborn and troublesome people. The apartment has been empty for many years, more or less related to these 3 tenants. However, since Michael has already chosen, Rhodey doesn't believe that the 3 tenants can't be managed by Stark's ability. Everything is easy, and the apartment has been empty for a long time. The owner also hopes to get rid of it as soon as possible, so all the procedures are completed on the same day. Roddy didn't contact those 3 tenants anyway. The property was already available, so such a dilapidated apartment had to be overhauled. Simply let the people who design and decorate to step on it and see how hard these 3 tenants are. Rhodey is accustomed to relentless popularity, just bought the apartment an hour ago, and now has the designer on site to investigate. If everything goes well, the overall design can be produced in 3 days. Was originally thought to be the simplest first step, but something went wrong. Rhodey and Michael are still enjoying a rare Chinese dinner, and they heard the design report saying that things could not be done, so Rhodey asked to be smart. And the only reason is that this apartment is haunted. Funny, this is the world of Marvel, not the world of Mengui Street. Roddy wondered with his toes, so the haunting was intentionally created by someone, and I am afraid that it will involve variants. www.readaloud.com. It is absolutely impossible for all the mutants to let Rhodey stop. Rhodey is determined to become a 4th-level mutant, a man who is shoulder to shoulder with Professor X and Magneto. As Roddy's new stronghold requires a lot of manpower, let's show the kingly style in the past. If the opponent is not good, then run over. Rhodey came to the apartment alone, and the sports car disguised as Deathwing stopped at the door, ready to be called at any time. But in Manhattan, Roddy still wanted to keep a low profile. With a relaxed face, Roddy stepped into the door of the apartment and felt a gust of wind. The apartment, which was originally just dilapidated, turned out to be horrible. It was originally only traces of flaking, but they all became distorted faces, and even blood stains oozed out. The wooden door slammed shut, and then a black flame ignited from the ground, igniting the whole door. This special effect, to mix Hollywood, is definitely to get the level of the little gold man. Roddy exclaimed. But Rhodey found that the connection with one of the deaths was not disturbed. It seems that there is only an illusion that confuses the human heart, but no ability to truly affect the physical properties. With this confidence, Roddy ignored these infiltrating scenes and strode in. Walked up the wooden stairs step by step. A cluster of rusty thorns completely sealed Roddy's back road, and if he changed the ordinary people, he would definitely start to run wildly. However, Roddy was very calm and did not change the frequency of his footsteps. The environment around is constantly changing, and it starts to develop in the direction of terror and nausea, but only the environment changes. When Roddy walked up to the 2nd floor, he finally saw something different. Chapter 56, Fatty and Little Lowly. A rickety humanoid appeared in front of Roddy. His skin was as pale as soaking in water, and he was burying his head to eat something. As soon as Rhodey came up, he saw the little monster grinning at him, and a few fingers that had half nibbled in his mouth fell off. "This is a little bit heavy, do you start playing Silent Hills style?" Roddy spit out, thinking of a mind tentacle to solve the mob, but saw the mob fled to the third floor with lightning speed. Could it be an NPC in cutscenes? In fact, it can't be attacked. Roddy was speechless. Just now he launched slow vision, but found that the speed of this little monster completely ignored the physical nature. No matter how many times Roddy slowed down the time, the mob was still flashing in front of his eyes. This sense of violation again clearly told him that the illusion was unreal. Roddy simply walked up the trail of the mob. In fact, Roddy just opened the ability shielding field, and then put on the wings of death to crush all the way. But he was afraid that if he did not play the game, he would scare the people behind the scene. Run, this game of recruiting younger brothers can't pass the game perfectly. All the way up, the staircase is more broken, almost to the point of decay at any time. But Roddy was still calm, walking on the crumbling stairs without panic, but watching the surrounding environment with great interest. It's a pity that Roddy is disappointed that the illusion is just blind disgust and terror, which is really lackluster for him who was baptized by countless horror movies in the Tian dynasty. There is really no creativity. The real horror should be the inadvertent discovery of the shocking facts in the real, and the extreme state is the most fearful thought. Roddy scanned the surroundings with mental energy while vomiting, hoping can find out the people behind the scene as soon as possible. Just a few steps away, Roddy saw a monster that looks like a little boss. Roddy scratched his head and looked at the behemoth that was hobbled step by step, and felt a little speechless. This monster is 3 meters tall and looks like a humanoid figure, but only has a one-eyed, muscular look, but its stomach is full of rotten flesh, and the pus maggots have fallen to the ground. Although he knew it was fake, Roddy still looked a little sick. But finally I found a monster that looks like he can do it. This kind of figure can't move like the little monster. Rodinian's tentacles popped out, drawing the zombie's head. There was a snap and a deep whip appeared on the forehead of this giant zombie, even pulling his head halfway. The giant zombie shook for a while, and it just fell down. No, is it so watery? This zombie's weakness is beyond Roddy's expectations. Can the people behind the scene only make such a weak chicken-like monster? But Roddy obviously underestimated the game. After the giant zombie fell, the zombie appeared again in the aisle on the third floor. But this time, they are 2 zombies similar to ordinary people. They look weaker than giant zombies, but they walk faster. Roddy responded to the same with the same, still throwing out his tentacles, and headshot the 2 zombies. It is still a weak monster like the 5 slags, but Roddy does not dare to take it lightly, because he can probably imagine how the other party will deal with himself. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. Is this a zombie C tactic? Roddy said to himself. Sure enough, 4 more zombies came out of the corridor. This time was a giant zombie and 3 ordinary. A combination of zombies. Interesting, did I guess it or did the illusion change according to my ideas? What if I imagined the Scions getting into trouble? Roddy exploded the heads of 4 zombies in turn, and then mobilized most of his mental strength to try anti-invasion of this illusory world. It's just that the effect of this invasion has not yet appeared, and more zombies have appeared in the corridor. This time there is an additional zombie dog crawling on the ground. While responding to the offensive of the zombie C, Roddy used most of his mental power to sense this illusion. The scene looked like a sign that Roddy was starting to pull back, a little exhausted. But in fact Roddy's thinking has spread beyond the illusion, looking for the initiator of all this. In the depths of the apartment, a short-bellied man with big belly was staring at the empty desktop with red eyes. But if you take a closer look, in fact, his eyes are not focused, and he has no idea what he is looking at. There was a young little loli beside the man, who looked only about 5 years old, and her pitiful eyes were full of worry. "Matt, can you still support it?" asked little Lowly while helping the man feel the cold sweat on his forehead. This person is too strong. His mental power is far more than ordinary people. I can only create a shallow illusion. But I don't know how long I can persist, and now it depends on who of us is exhausted first. Molly, if you have an accident later, you will leave the back door and I will hold him back. Matt asked very seriously. Molly cried without dog blood and yelled not to leave, just silently prepared everything. Escape is already a survival technique for Molly and Matt. They have seen many sad stories, so it is meaningless to understand that crying, and only a thorough preparation can seize the chance of survival. But Matt's previous coping style was not good for Rody, reading www.uuganshu.com because he felt a force he had never encountered that shattered the mental illusion he built. It was like a water drop falling on a red-hot iron pan and disappeared in an instant. Rody grinned. As soon as the power shielding field came out, all the strange things in front of him disappeared completely. He pulled out his phone and said, "Jarvis, room 28 on the 6th floor." Wings of Death directly broke through the gate into the apartment in the form of a sports car, and then turned into armor at the fastest speed, directly broke through several floors and appeared in front of Matt and Molly. This accident surprised Matt and shrouded the Wings of Death with his impending exhaustion. It is a pity that this is just a steel armor without soul, which is not affected by the illusion at all. What the is this? Matt put Molly behind him, and there was already a pistol in his hand. This is the weak power pistol's damage to the Wings of Death can be ignored. Please put down the pistol. Jarvis's tone was very polite, but the wings of the Death Wings spread out, and the muzzles of the rows of guns had already been taken by Matt. This terrible disparity between strength and weakness has made Matt lose his mind of resistance. In the face of the cold robot, his power has no effect at all. After a few minutes of deadlock, Matt saw someone push the door open, and a handsome young man walked in with a smile. "Hello, the first time I met, this is Rody Stark. Although your welcome is very special, but I think you need to add a little horror film creativity," Roddy said politely. P.S. 2 changes completed. Chapter 57, Shenluo. Roddy's appearance made Matt very nervous. Just now this young man who seemed harmless to humans and animals broke through his illusion with special means. This is the first time that Matt has encountered this weird situation since he gained the ability. And there is a weird robot watching around him. Matt's life and death are completely in the hands of Rody. "Are you the company sent to chase us down?" Matt couldn't help asking. "Company?" As soon as Luodai heard the word, he thought of the mysterious organization behind Noah Burnett, and his own experiences. Luodai probably understood why the fat man was so alert. "You have also been kidnapped by the company," Matt said suddenly when Rody was clearly thinking. Rody glanced at Matt in surprise, then asked, "You can read mind?" Matt was silent for a moment, and then admitted, "Yes, I will read mind surgery." "You are also a mutant, and you have also been kidnapped by the company, right?" Matt was very eager to hear Rody's affirmative answer. Although his mind reading had already told him the truth, he couldn't compare with Rody's personal confession. Because this means that Rody is not the demon who has been killing them all the time, but an ally with a common enemy. In this case, Matt hopes to be the latter. Rody did not answer, but quickly closed his mind with his mental strength. "I didn't expect to meet a person with the ability to read minds here, let alone he also has the ability to create illusions. This extremely practical ability is no wonder that he can escape from the company pursuit. However, people like this are almost desperate, how can they be used as their own?" Rody thought, and gradually turned his attention to the little lowly hiding behind Matt. Looking at Matt's love for this little lowly, even if it is not his daughter, there must be a deep relationship. Maybe you can start from this aspect. Is not Rody's mental gloom, but Matt, an adult of unknown origin, cannot really believe it. However, the designer who came to the apartment before was just scared away by Matt, and did not suffer any real harm. It seems that Matt is not a vicious person. Having figured this out, Rhodey said to Matt, I was really kidnapped by a company. They have a leader named Noah Burnett, a tall middle-aged man wearing gold-tinted glasses. Have you seen it? I've seen this person who kidnapped me and used me to do a lot of experiments. Matt gritted his teeth when he said this, and it seemed to be quite a bad memory. It seems that my future father-in-law, Chu family, is so much, I have to be cautious and save myself because Claire is pitted by him. Roddy quickly warned himself in his heart. Matt felt Roddy had different emotions, but mind reading could not read Roddy's voice, which surprised him a little. Although he knew that the other party also possessed mental powers, he did not know that he could just restrain his mind reading. Matt is completely a variant of Nojiko. All his abilities are explored by himself. Although his mental strength is similar, his skills are far worse than Roddy. It seems that we have a common enemy. Can you tell me about your experience? This little sister is your daughter? Roddy asked. Molly is an orphan, and his parents were killed by Sarah. Matt said in a heavy tone. It was a more sad memory. Matt was originally a policeman. He encountered a weird murder a few months ago. Several members of a family were killed in an unbelievable way. On the day of investigating the murder, Matt suddenly found that he could hear people's voices. Also because of this ability he found Molly hiding in the attic and escaped. It is a pity that Matt's mind-reading technique was not believed, and was mistaken for the murderer because of this abnormal behavior. After a near-death experience, Matt lost his job and was imprisoned as an experiment. It was only at this time that his mind-reading ability evolved the ability to create illusions. Matt escaped the company with this new ability, and by the way also rescued Molly. Since that day, Matt has become a wanted criminal, constantly avoiding the pursuit of police and companies. Not long ago Matt used his ability to live in this apartment, hoping to have a breathing place. It was only unexpectedly that soon after he settled down, Rhodey came to the door. After listening to Matt's complaint, Rhodey felt a sense of guilt for being a wicked person again, but the so-called not knowing each other, since there is no damage to everyone, you don't need to care. So, Molly is also a power. Roddy was curious, what abilities Molly would have. Michael's ability to claim to be a bug is missed by the company. How special is Molly's ability, so that the company is directly imprisoned? Molly's ability is to find any person in the world through photos and names, like a most accurate GPS locator. Matt's answer made Rhodey think that there is really such a thing as fate in the underworld. Michael, Xiaozheng, just copied the Sky Eye system, and then let Rhodey meet a little loli called the Human Eye system? Nothing to think about, only looking at Molly's ability, if Roddy let her go, she would lose the face of all the passers-by. I sympathize with your experience. I have also been kidnapped by the company, and the reception like electrocution made my memory fresh. So I plan to retaliate. And I will gather all the injured abilities against this company. No, do you know if you are interested in joining? Roddy sent out an invitation directly. This. Matt is obviously hesitant. Although Roddy is stronger than him, Matt's heart is already full of irresistible shadows regarding the power of the company. Maybe you still don't believe me, but soon you will know that I have enough ability to fight the company. Roddy said confidently. Why do you say that? Do you know how powerful the company is? Do you know how many variants work for the company? Matt is a bit young. Roddy's contempt for the company www.readaloud.com. If this mysterious company is really so unbearable, then what is he who is forced by the company to nowhere? Of course I don't know how big this company is, but I don't need to know, because the power I have will only be stronger than him. I will form an organization to integrate all the powers into an invincible force. I won't let this world hear our voice. This is a great undertaking. Would you like to participate, my countrymen? Rhodey involuntarily exuded a kind of inspiring momentum when he said this. The spirit hypnotic ability was originally very deliberate, and now he has gradually integrated into Luodai's words and deeds. Matt was infected by Rhodey's words and couldn't help asking excitedly, establish a power organization. Yes, since evolution is the only way for humans, then we might as well be a pioneer. Let our compatriots know that our ability is talent, not original sin. Roddy said with emotion. Matt thought for a moment, and found Roddy's suggestion very reasonable, and he was tired of hiding and hiding. And just looking at the robot that is still watching, you can guess that there must be a lot of power behind Roddy. The technical content of this thing can be seen by a layman. So, what's the name of our organization? Matt began to ask us to indicate that he had agreed to join. Roddy thought for a few seconds, then grinned and replied, Shen Luo Company. Chapter 58, Mutant Enemy. I heard that there are 3 residents in this apartment, why only you 2? Roddy saw that Matt had agreed to join, and began to care about his apartment. In fact, there are only 3 people in the whole apartment. We are all those who have been persecuted by the company. Oh, is it another ability? Even though the powers are still scarce resources in the Marvel world, Roddy did not expect to find 3 at once. He is not a psychic, he is a PhD in genetics, his name is. Matt was about to introduce to Roddy, but heard a loud noise when an Indian man slammed open the door and rushed in. Saw him holding a wooden stick and rushed to the wings of death without any care. The stick slammed the Deathwing helmet, but no sparks were splashed. Instead, the hero was torn apart by the anti-shock force and looked extremely embarrassed. Matt, you're going to take Molly, the Indian who knew to be invincible shouted and rushed back to the wings of death. Mohand, stop hand, they are not the company's people. Matt quickly stopped this slightly crazy companion, but Mohand seemed to have no way to listen, just continued to attack the wings of death. Luo Desheng was afraid that he would continue to make excessive actions. He quickly ordered the Deathwing to ignore it. Anyway, this wooden stick couldn't even break the patent skin. Roddy was very moved by Dr. Mohan's self-denial, but is his IQ really a PhD in genetics? This is the legendary IQ that breaks through the sky, and the EQ must be negative? Matt finally persuaded the somewhat crazy Mohand, and Roddy also used his mental strength to force Mohand to calm down. After talking about things, Mohand was also embarrassed by his recklessness, and then he joined Roddy's Shen Luo Company very readily. Mohand is an Indian and his father is also a famous geneticist. It is a pity that the study of the mutants is too deep, which attracted the attention of the perverted killer Sarah. Sierra used the research of Mohand's father to hunt mutants, and finally killed him. Mohand inherited his father's legacy, hoping to find the key to the evolution of the mutants and complete his father's theory. For this kind of scientific research talents, Roddy can't ask for it. No matter whether it is a mutant or not, knowledge will never depreciate. The matter of the apartment has been resolved. Roddy simply rented a temporary residence nearby, settled the 4 people of Michael, Matt, Molly, and Mohand, and then began a drastic renovation of the 18-story apartment. Engineering. In order to ensure Michael's safety, Roddy simply left the wings of death here, and by the way, he also invited dozens of security guards from the Blackwater Company. This is not just a matter of money. Without Stark's reputation, it is not easy for Roddy to trade with the famous Blackwater Company. With this double insurance, Roddy can focus on the renovation of the apartment. First of all, the various supporting hardware of the Tianyan system is necessary, and the training room and medical room of all kinds of abilities. A lot of necessary facilities make Roddy a bit big, although there are professional designers on the side to give advice. But Roddy is a living area designed for mutants. The incredible demands of the designer make the designer's eyes look more and more strange. However, with the little improvement of the design model, Roddy still felt very fulfilled. After the design is completed, the renovation project is handed over to the professional. Roddy also has a more important big plan to do. If it can be successfully completed, Shen Luo will not need to worry about the source of employees. Where can I find a large number of mutants? There are tens of thousands of mutants on Kyu Island of Magneto, but this is not the case. For the same reason, X-Men and Hellfire Club are super powerful mutant organizations, not to mention. Remove these known bad forces, the first reaction of Rhodey is the forces behind Noah Burnett, and the second is the underwater base of William Stryker. Noah Burnett has been used by Haiti to pit a list of mutants, and even the secret base has been destroyed by half. It is estimated that no oil or water can be squeezed out. That Roddy had to target the mutant enemy of William Stryker. Baby Molly, please help me to see where this guy is. Roddy took out a picture of a bearded middle-aged uncle with a very common name William Strachey. Changed a new home, Matt and Molly finally lived without worrying about it for the time being. So for Roddy's little request, Molly was very happy to help. I saw that Molly took a picture of William Stryker and then closed her eyes. She took a thumbtack and groped on the huge map. In less than 10 seconds, Molly pinned the pushpin to a location on the map: Canada, British Columbia, Lake Alkari. Although the story of X-Men 2 has not been opened yet, the old Stryker is still nestled in his secret base at the bottom of the lake. But Canada is so far away, it is a little troublesome. With a mental calculation, it is not a problem to get rid of Stryker. The question is how to get back a large group of imprisoned mutants. But such a big secret base, www.readaloud.com, Stryker must have a plane, right? Roddy is an activist. Putting on the wings of death, he flew in the direction of Canada. Money to rent a private jet. Roddy has already had experience in crossing the border, and invisibility has been activated just after flying into the clouds. Under such circumstances, supersonic flight can't be discovered by either country or Canada. Several hours of flight time, but Roddy was uncomfortable. Although Wings of Death has been adjusted for long-haul flights, it is not as comfortable as flying. So Roddy chose a place to rest after arriving at his destination, and observed the terrain by the way. But it was night at the moment, and the entire Lake Alkari was quiet, so that no one could even see his figure. Roddy is also a little depressed. Where can I find the entrance to the secret base in such a big place? Jarvis, do you have any information about Lake Alkari? I want the structure of this dam. Roddy can only pin his hopes on Jarvis, but unfortunately, Jarvis's answer disappointed him. Sorry, there is no relevant information. I'm in trouble. Could it be that I have to stand by this time? Roddy feels a bit troublesome. Molly's positioning is only for the moment of searching. Roddy flew here from Manhattan in a few hours, but there is no guarantee William Stryker is still here. Looking at the deep lake, Roddy suddenly had a bold idea. P.S. Going out to work, the update is a bit late, but finally catch up. Chapter 59, Frozen Lake Alkali. Roddy took off the Deathwing armor and walked towards Lake Alkari step by step. At the beginning of the step on the lake, a ripple slowly spreads, and the cold chill began to diffuse on the lake. By the time Roddy stepped on the other foot, the lake had formed a thin layer of ice, enough to support Roddy's weight. Every step you take, the range of icing on the lake is larger and the ice is thicker. This change made Roddy very excited. He started to run like a child on the lake, and every step of the way condensed an ice lotus on the lake. Half an hour later, Roddy looked at the completely frozen lake and couldn't help but say, "Now if you come with a bicycle and a pair of sunglasses, it will be perfect." After saying this joke, Roddy's figure disappeared over the lake again. This time, even using an infrared thermal sensor, he couldn't find his location. The temperature of Lake Alkari is continually falling, and the ice layer on the lake is getting thicker and thicker. This kind of vision makes people deeply hidden under Lake Alkari uneasy. William Stryker dispatched his men to investigate at the first time. Unfortunately, there were 15 people in 3 consecutive teams, but all of them lost contact. This time, William Stryker couldn't sit still, and simply led the team to Alkari Lake. Roddy remained invisible, lurking quietly on the lake. And beside him, 15 frozen special forces lay neatly on the ice. These battle-hardened warriors can also win against ordinary mutants, but when they encounter the stealth attack, Roddy is frozen and loses consciousness when there is no response at all. In fact, when the second search team came out, Roddy had found the entrance to the secret base, but Roddy was not sure if there were any organs and passwords in this base, and he simply led William Stryker out. Better. William Stryker was very cautious. Although he had found the missing man, he did not rush forward. Alert, shoot as soon as there is a change. William Stryker's army is equipped with metal-free equipment in order to deal with Magneto. Even the machine gun in his hand is made of polymer. This technology makes Roddy very jealous. If relevant information is available, Tony's new armor development progress can be greatly improved. In the original Sentinel robot project, William Stryker was one of the direct participants, and he must be able to get very valuable information from him. Annie, look at the situation. William Stryker ordered to a dark-haired girl beside him. Roddy quietly observed this girl with oriental flavor. She should be the Death Girl Anne Reynolds. A replica man modulated with Wolverine's genes is completely controlled by William Stryker under the action of drugs. In the original world, Annie eventually died in the hands of Wolverine, and was injected into the body by Edmund Metal, causing the whole body to harden and die. Roddy knew that the Death Woman had the same ability as Wolverine, and her sense of smell was hundreds of times that of ordinary people. Therefore, Lodi wore the wings of death and completely isolated the body odor. But Roddy still missed a point, that although the smell of the metal oil and engine on the wings of death was very weak, it still made Annie feel inappropriate. Annie could not see the invisible Roddy, but she still popped the claws of Edmund Alloy and rushed towards the smell. Roddy's invisibility was seen through. Although he was a bit surprised, he was not afraid to let Anne be in the wings of death. The engine started, and Roddy flew into the air before Annie approached. Roddy was very sympathetic to this girl's pitiful life experience, and even the one who lost her parents was much happier than her. So in the face of Annie, Roddy did not want to be a killer, even if Annie was hard to be killed. The wings of death lifted off, and Roddy simply lifted the invisibility. William Stryker's men shot at the sudden appearance of a strange enemy. Unfortunately, polymer bullets that are effective on the human body are not as powerful as metal bullets, and there is no threat to the wings of death. The wings spread out, and the rows of muzzles were aimed at William Stryker's men. The chain rang for 2 seconds, and everyone except William Stryker and Annie fell on the frozen lake. Anne dutifully blocked William Stryker behind, but William Stryker pushed her away. The public enemy of this mutant stood generously in front of Roddy and said aloud, "Since you didn't kill me in the first place, there should be some talk. Worthy Stryker, I don't know what you want to talk to me about." Roddy landed on the lake and asked. "Of course, talking about the price of redeeming my life." William Stryker seemed very calm, but Roddy's mind reading had made his fears disappear. "You want to trick me into the base, and then let your crippled son hypnotize me? Don't use this little trick in front of me," Roddy said directly broke William Stryker's mind. Although William Stryker's complexion changed, he didn't think anything would happen anytime soon. Then he said, "You and I are hostile parties, and calculating each other is a normal phenomenon. But it seems that you treat me. The method is very clear, you may also directly talk about your requirements." Roddy felt that William Stryker could not wait to slice and slice again, but his face was still light and windy. Sure enough, life is like a drama, all relying on acting. Dealing with these old fritters without mind reading is really not easy to mix. I think, the best enemy is the dead enemy. But I can't kill you for the time being, so I have to. Before Roddy's words were finished, several anesthesia needles were shot from the flying wing, which directly blocked William. All the dodge spaces of Stryker. Annie tried her best and only 2 of the anesthesia needles for William Stryker. William Stryker is just an ordinary person, but Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, but he loses consciousness within seconds. And because Anne possesses a strong self-healing ability, this anesthetic has no meaning at all. But with William Stryker's coma, Anne seemed to lose her mind, and rushed to Roddy frantically. This change was unexpected by Roddy. Could it be that the secret means of triggering the old striker? For example, he had already hinted to Anne that if he was killed or lost consciousness, he would come to the same thing? Roddy didn't know why, but seeing Annie's crazy appearance, he didn't choose to fly into the air, but took off his Deathwing armor, allowing Anne's sharp claws to pierce his chest. The cold Edmund alloy pierced his heart. Although the pain came, Roddy only frowned. Roddy took Anne's wrist and used his full power to freeze the madness temporarily. Claw through the heart, absolutely fatal to ordinary people, but for Roddy with self-healing ability is only a slight injury. When the claws were pulled out of the heart, the pain caused Roddy to keep his eyes black, but he still barely supported sending the full blood into Annie's mouth. Roddy's self-healing ability comes from Claire, and Claire's ability is not only self-healing, her blood has a strong healing ability and the ability to dispel bad conditions. The shrapnel on Tony's chest was also taken out of Claire's undead blood, and even the highly toxic palladium elements remaining in the body were all expelled. Both toxins and drug hypnosis belong to a bad state, so Roddy intends to gamble, hoping that her blood can relieve Annie's madness and let her out of William Stryker's control. Chapter 60, I Take You Home. Anne Reynolds, a dead woman, has been trained as a humanoid weapon since her birth. Her long-term use of drugs has severely suppressed her self-thinking. And when Roddy's blood flowed into her mouth, a different kind of vitality began to transform her body. After countless times of modulation and transformation, Anne's body has actually had a lot of problems. If there was not a Wolverine self-healing gene, it would have collapsed and died. Wolverine's self-healing ability is more like a steady-state ability, that is to maintain life and physical strength, repair external damage, but Wolverine's blood does not have the ability to treat others. Roddy's self-healing ability comes from Claire. He can not only heal himself, but also heal others, and even resurrect those who have died shortly. So when Anne swallowed Roddy's blood, the accumulated drugs and toxins in her body were completely discharged, and even the Edmund alloy implanted in the body had a tendency to be rejected out of the body. It's just that this strongest metal has been combined with her bones, and Roddy's healing blood can't peel the Edmund alloy at all. In this case, the healing blood began to modify Anne's gene, allowing her to truly integrate Edmund alloy into the gene. Even more amazing is that Anne's original appearance looks like a girl in her 20s, but at this time, she slowly changed into a loli in her 20s. Roddy felt that this situation was a bit troublesome. I did not expect that the death girl like Chiang Yuja would turn into a little loli in her 20s. What is the situation? Roddy searched his memory. Wolverine had joined the X-Men, and it should have been more than 10 years before he was transformed into Edmund alloy. Could it be that the death girl Anne was copied from that year? So Anne's real age should be about 14 years old. Anne is a copy person. In order to get a suitable killer and bodyguard as soon as possible, William Stryker uses a lot of birth methods to make Annie directly become an adult. And this forced birth is an abnormal state that is unhealthy for the human body, so the healing blood will repair this mutation. This is the only explanation that Roddy thought was reasonable. But these are not the main points for Anne. The most important thing is that at the moment when she regained consciousness, she saw a teenager. The awkward-looking teenager looked at her worriedly, and then asked in a very gentle tone, "Are you all right?" At this time, a ray of morning light just appeared, sprinkling warmly on the teenager's body, making his handsome face blurred, but exuding an extremely holy atmosphere. Annie had never heard anything other than commands. This warm feeling made her even lighter. Annie didn't know that there is something called God in this world. If she knew, she would definitely take the boy in front of her as a real god. Although she was afraid to break the atmosphere at this time, Annie couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Roddy breathed a sigh of relief, since being able to communicate should be out of William Stryker's control, so he smiled and replied, "Roddy Stark, I'm here to save you." "Well, it's right. Save you. We." Anne was a bit unable to understand who we were referring to, In her cognition, she only listened to commands, as to what is a mutant and what is a companion. These have no concept at all. Of course it refers to people like me, mutants, or abilities. Anyway, we are all fellows no matter what we call them. Roddy suddenly felt that there was a kind of stupid girl who became a little lowly. Attributes, seeing how she looks dumb now, who can guess is a violent elder sister who can just talk to Wolverine. Roddy stretched out his palm, a cold air emerged from his palm, and finally turned into a crystal clear ice sculpture rose. When Anne reached out and wanted to take it, she saw the silver-grey color of the rose, and the petals were dotted with blue light spots, which was very gorgeous. This rose is mixed with a small amount of thunder metal. Although it has no effect, it can always maintain the starlight. Annie couldn't understand what Roddy was saying, she could only look at this special rose with longing eyes. Lodi smiled and inserted roses in Anne's hair. As the only child for so many years, he suddenly felt that it was not bad to have such a cute younger sister. Come on, let's go to save our compatriots together. Roddy took Annie's hand and took her to the wings of death. Anne was a little afraid of this cold black robot, but Roddy comforted a few words, and Anne put on the steel armor with a little uneasiness. Roddy originally thought that letting the dead woman return to freedom would get a strong helper, but she would turn her into a dumb little lowly. In this case, taking her into a crisis-ridden base was simply cumbersome, so she had to stay in steel armor. Wings of Death carried the unconscious William Stryker and walked in front of Roddy. In this dangerous place, Roddy did not dare to take the lead. However, Anne's memory has not disappeared. She is very familiar with the situation of the entire base, so it is not difficult to enter the base. But before stepping a few steps, Roddy met the guard of the base. It's just that these ordinary people weren't Roddy's opponents at all, and their tentacles popped up, smashing all their weapons directly, and then freezing things. Occasionally, there are several special forces with good skills, but they can't escape Roddy's mental attack that completely ignores the distance of space. Rolling all the way forward, led by Annie, Roddy soon came to the place where the mutants were imprisoned, but there was a big gap from the hundreds of mutants that Roddy thought. www.readaloud.com. There are a lot of blood-stained cages, but most of them are empty, and only about a dozen breathtaking mutants are imprisoned inside. There were a lot of people, but there are fewer and fewer. Annie said to Roddy. Roddy looked at these tortured and unskinned mutants, as well as the blood stains on the empty cage, and could probably imagine how miserable the scene was. At this moment, Roddy's mood was very heavy. It seems that I'm late, although I can't change what happened before, but I can change the future. Roddy said to himself. Roddy did not waste time, let the wings of death open the cages one by one, and then give everyone a small amount of healing blood. Although the amount of each person is not large, after treating a dozen people, Roddy still feels weak for a while. Roddy's self-healing ability can't be compared with that of Claire. Anne can still see scars on his wounds. Although it was a copycat, all the mutants who were imprisoned and tortured regained their vitality after receiving the blood of Roddy. Several mutants with minor injuries have recovered their mobility. It's just that they have been numb and cringed for a long time, and they all looked at Roddy with their eyes, wondering what's going on. Roddy looked at these hopeful and terrified eyes, and the speech that was originally intended to be full of emotions, only one sentence left at the end: "My compatriots, I will take you home." P.S. Overtime last night to more than 9 o'clock, after finishing the chores at home is 11 o'clock, so now only rushed out a chapter, now make up the yesterday's chapter, and today there are 2 more.